lit cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance, and you're worrying how you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze lit cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know my heartbeat needed skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you, when you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every
when I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC stream. I am Paladino, all alone, just for now. We'll have another caster joining me here in just a little while. But for today, we've got a big match, the big day all across the NECC with finals going on, grand finals in every single league. So today, we've got Clark Obsidian going off against NJCU Gothic Knights. You can see the bracket there in front of you. Clark Obsidian comes in as the 4 seed, NJCU coming in as the 3. Both these teams doing very well all throughout the playoffs. Clark Obsidian not dropping a single game so far. NJCU only dropping 1 in their last series against U Ottawa Blue. So should be an exciting series starting here very, very shortly. We've got draft going on outside of the client right now, but we'll be getting going here very, very soon. So both these teams, like I mentioned, the 4 seed and the 3 seed respectively, both teams coming in at 6 and 2. Obviously, we already saw their records coming in to this one and their success in the bracket as well. So with both these drafts going on, we already talked about a little bit last week, and as well as with the start of the playoffs. It is a pretty big change. We had preseason start just a few weeks ago, which has really shifted the meta, changed things up quite a bit. But not only that, we just had a new patch drop as well. Obviously, not nearly as big of a change as the preseason, but we'll change some things up as well. Some items not as strong, and some champs made a lot stronger as well. We've got the rosters here for you now. Clark Obsidian in the top lane, Epic Troller. We've got Tranquil Destiny in the jungle, Chicken of War in the mid lane, Don't Kill Me, Kill AD as the AD carry, and YBVO in the support role as well. Very young roster for Clark Obsidian, 4 freshmen and 1 sophomore there in the Navigators Mid-East. And then on the side of NJCU Gothic Knights, we've got Heimer in the top lane, Sidon in the jungle, Neon Sonic holding down the mid lane, and She-Wolf Ash and the 6th will round out the bot lane as well. So it should be a very exciting series. I know last week I got the opportunity to cast for NJCU. They played very, very well. Very tight series. That one had some very exciting games, and I'm sure that Clark Obsidian has had the same. We're about halfway through draft on the outside client. We'll take a few minutes to get everything moved over after that, but should be starting up here very, very soon. I'm looking to check right now which one of these teams, when they faced off during the regular season, who grabbed the win. It looks like Clark Obsidian beat NJCU Gothic Knights in the last week of the regular season 2-1. So it was a close series then, and I'm sure we'll see a close series today as well. But back to what I was mentioning a little bit earlier, we saw lots of big changes coming in with preseason. Of course, the new patch as well has brought some excitement to Summoner's Rift and to both these teams. Of course, it's very important for anybody, any team across all these leagues to really prepare when you have such a big meta shift and lots of things changing with different things like the preseason and new patches as well. So I'm interested to see what we will have on Summoner's Rift here all throughout our best of five. This is the first best of the five in the NECC that I'm able to do. So it should be an exciting one. And I'm ready to get started as soon as both these teams finish up in draft. I think the big notice that you'll find if you look at the patch notes from both preseason and really this newest patch as well, it's really become a tank meta, or at least they're trying to shift it to that point. We saw the new addition of the 3 new mythic items in League of Legends. We saw Heartsteel, Jack Show, and then Radiant Virtue as well, all very tank forward. And then, of course, those old tank mythics we saw from last season, Sunfire and Turbo Chem Tank, dropping down to a legendary item. So tanks have a ton of options for build diversity. And I would not be surprised if we saw that expressed throughout our series today, all across the NECC, including here in this one between NJCU and Clark Obsidian. Draft is just now finishing up. I'm seeing R5 getting ready to be picked here on Draft Law very, very soon. And then once again, we will get into the traditional draft. I don't want to spoil anything. We try not to spoil before we've got it here on stream, but some very interesting picks. I'm seeing some stuff that you don't typically see. It kind of fits what I was expecting, but not exactly. And I'm really interested to see what these bot lanes are shaping out to be. We've got some very interesting picks that I think will surprise most of you viewers here on the NECC. But looking back at some of the preseason changes, I think what a lot of people have noticed and what was really highlighted in this most recent patch is the strength of the jungle. I think the jungle has become incredibly strong for any champ because of the new addition of the pets and making it a little bit easier to clear your own jungle. Pretty much everyone has the option and the ability to clear all 6 camps and take the crab. And with the delaying of the crab spawn as well till 3:30, it makes it very, very easy as well. But we've got draft here now between NJCU and Clark Obsidian. NJCU starting on blue side. We will see the bans in order, and then everything will be picked in order of role, not the order it was picked. But I've got it here on my second monitor, so I'm able to tell you where everything was picked up. First few bans for NJCU, Maokai and Shen banned away from Clark Obsidian, as well as Aatrox and Yumi. Yumi ban always going to be a staple on red side. Blue side, you don't really have to ban it because if it's open, you just pick it first. Champ is so strong. So it's Clark Obsidian's job to ban it away here before game 1. Last few bans, Ari and Trundle coming out to round out the first rotation. We'll see Heimer is going to pick up the Urgot. This one was picked on B5. Trying to hold that counter pick for him in the top lane. But from what I'm saying, they have some flex picks, but it looks like Epic Troller will go towards the Mordekaiser. This one was picked in response to the Urgot. Very strong pick. In general, Mordekaiser just got a little bit worse in the jungle, was absolutely running over Summoner's Rift beforehand, before this most recent patch, but got a little bit weaker, but still strong in the top lane, and that's going to be the pick for Epic Troller. We'll see Poppy picked up for Tranquil Destiny, and then to round out the top side of NJCU Gothic Knights will be Hecarim for Sidon, and Neon Sonic will opt for the Malzahar. It'll be a Syndra in response. Syndra was picked on R1 for Clark Obsidian and responded by the Malzahar for NJCU Gothic Knights. Neon Sonic had some really great games in that last series last week, and Malzahar is always just going to be a staple pick. It allows you to play from really long range, and of course you get the easy lockdown with the ult as well. Last few bans in the second rotation, Lulu and Sejuani banned away by NJCU. Clark Obsidian opting for Darius and Fiora bans here in this one. It'll be a Twitch marked as the AD carry for Clark Obsidian. And this is what I talked about with the interesting picks. NJCU opting for a bot lane we saw a few months ago, has kind of fallen out of the meta, but can still be very, very strong. It's going to be She-Wolf Ash on the Sona, and then the 6 going for the Seraphine. Obviously, you have the options for kind of a death ball comp, which is what you want with a Hecarim. Urgot can team fight well as well, and then you have the easy lockdown with the Malzahar, and then so much healing and shielding coming out of the Sona Seraphine as well. And the bot lane for Clark Obsidian is one I don't think I've ever seen before. So YBVO opting for the Twitch, a pick that's seen some prevalence with the beginning of the preseason and the most recent patch. But Cassiopeia's support is not something that you see often. I was interested to see it picked up. It was picked up second rotation in the draft after they showed the Seraphine for NJCU. So hopefully, I'm imagining it's a comfort pick for the side of Clark Obsidian, but definitely a bit off the meta, kind of off the handle, but we'll see how things are able to go for them here before game one. So like I mentioned, this will be a best of 5. So we've got a minimum of 3 games here on the NECC between NJCU Gothic Knights and Clark Obsidian. Looking forward to this one starting here very, very soon. Just got a little bit of a spectator delay coming in just for a few minutes, and then we'll get on to Summoner's Rift. Looking at both these lineups, it's pretty interesting to see, like I mentioned, some off-meta picks, moving the Mordekaiser that we've seen be so prevalent in the jungle into the top lane. Cassiopeia's support is definitely the one I am going to keep my eye on throughout game one. Not a super fight heavy bot lane if you're NJCU. With Sona Seraphine, you really just want to scale up Sona and Seraphine, both enchanters who just want to sit back, get their items. I'm interested to see the build paths for NJCU Gothic Knights bot lane. You could go AP Seraphine, or you could go more towards that typical enchanter build with something like Moonstone as well. But my one concern, if I am the side of NJCU, is you don't really have a ton of consistent DPS besides the Urgot. Now, if Heimer can really snowball on the Urgot, it's going to be incredibly strong. It'll be a menace up there in the top lane, especially since Urgot really benefited from those new item additions with things like Jack Show. But if that's kind of an even matchup there in the top lane and he's not able to get the ball rolling, it can prove to be fairly difficult. But on the other side with Clark Obsidian, you don't have the buffs of 2 enchanters like NJCU does. You don't have the healing and shielding that Sona and Seraphine bring. You instead have a Cassiopeia support with a Syndra. So you've got kind of a control mage and a fighter mage more with Cassiopeia. But with Cassiopeia support, I really don't think that you're going to get these item spikes incredibly quickly, just because support is naturally going to be an underleveled and underfunded role. Just not having enough gold, not getting the farm that you typically would need on Cassiopeia. But I think if you're Clark Obsidian, you have options for lockdown. Of course, you can take someone to the Death Realm if you're Mordekaiser. Poppy, of course, has options for plenty of CC as well. Syndra's Scatter the Weak, so incredibly strong. They just get nerfed a little bit, but not too much. And then Cassiopeia has it as well with the Petrifying Gaze and the Miasma to try and lock somebody down. But I think if you're Clark Obsidian, your real goal is to get your Twitch on 2 or 3 items. If Twitch is able to get to those incredible power spikes, he can sneak up, flank, or just have a front line in front of him. It'll be incredibly easy for him to pop off in these team fights and do a ton of damage. But I think looking at these 2 drafts, it's hard for me to pick. I don't think Sona Seraphine is a fantastic bot lane right now, and I'm a little concerned for NJCU's damage output that they'll be able to get as we get later on into the game. So it's hard for me to favor that way. But with Clark Obsidian, I like their draft. At least until you get to the support role. I'm open-minded. I'll let the Cassiopeia support kind of play it out. I'm not going to write it off just yet, but it is something that I think it must be a counter pick or some way a comfort pick for the side of Clark Obsidian. But if you can make it work, it'll be incredibly strong into their team. I mean, they don't have too many dashes with the except for, Urgot and the Hecarim as well, trying to dash in. But Poppy and Cassiopeia will do a great job of peeling for your backline of Syndra and Twitch. And if they can do that, then Clark Obsidian has definitely got a surefire way to pick up game one and hopefully for themselves, for both teams, pick up a series win and win the Navigators East. So we will be starting here very, very soon. We see the loading screen here now with all these camps spawning. We will come back in just a few moments while we wait to get into game. We'll be right back with game one between NJCU Gothic Knights and Clark Obsidian.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 1 between NJCU Gothic Knights and Clark Obsidian. I am Paladino, joined with my caster for the night, Cyro Stims. How are you doing today?
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit chaotic right now, but that's okay. I am here for the amazing League of Legends actions that we're going to be seeing on the Rift here, and I am excited for these two compositions right now.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting picks we see all across Summoner's Rift, but nothing too spicy here at level 1. Just some wards spotted out and everybody holding that 5-point start. It looks like both junglers will be starting on their bot side. We'll see YBVO and Don't Kill Me Kill AD kind of hovering, looking for something as they walk into the bot side jungle of NJCU, but won't find anything yet. But they are walking in as 2, so could potentially find some trouble if they go any further, but just going to hold off for now. It's not bad. I mean, solo starting a camp is pretty healthy now for all junglers, so getting a nice HP trade early on could be good, but I'm a little concerned with their start being in this bush. We'll see how things play out once the 6th and She-Wolf Ash walk down. They will walk right into him, so we'll see if they're able to blow him up right away. Looking first onto the 6th, forced to flash, and a ton of damage taken down, and Sidon not able to kill the red buff fast enough to move on down and get level 2. So instead, the Twitch and the Cassiopeia will get the free HP trade. You trade Ignite for Flash. Now the 6 is at such an HP disadvantage. It's going to be really difficult for NJCU Gothic Knights bot lane to really get anything done. So a great start here from Clark Obsidian.
I really like how they opted into that trade there. They played the mind game perfectly, walking up into that lane bush, because they figured, the tri bush is the obvious cheese opportunity, so going into that extra bush. And when you're facing a sustained composition like the Sona Seraphine, being able to chunk them out early so they can't poke you out, they have to sustain, makes the early lane phase a little bit easier. And overall, I definitely like how they've played it so far. It is fasting Twitch. He has the support item, but he's farming as well. So I'm going to hope to see that Clark cleans their lane phase up a little bit with the Cassiopeia picking up a little bit more of the farm. Otherwise, they won't be getting full value out of the CS. But otherwise, I'm liking the start of the Clark Obsidian. The top lane is looking fairly even, though the range of Urgot is buying at least that early lead with CS right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I definitely think you want to see some more farm picked up on this Cassiopeia, but it looks like they're starting to do it now. That was my one question I really had with the Cassiopeia picked up for this bot lane, but Twitch support is not nearly as uncommon. We see it in solo queue every once in a while. It's always a menace in any game that I have it in. Can just run around the map and impact all 3 lanes, and really can walk with the jungler and get things done as well. Important to note, the 6th was forced to recall, so missed out on quite a bit of XP, but now Tranquil Destiny in a lot of trouble, gets pushed back, does still have access to the flash, but going to hold it for now. Instead, it'll be a first blood. Neon Sonic walks from the mid lane and grabs 400 gold for himself. So despite a nice start in the bot lane for Clark Obsidian, it'll be NJCU with first blood and 400 extra gold in their pockets.
And getting that first blood always feels good for a Malzahar. I thought Hecker picked it up, but it was Malz that got it there at the end. And having that double buff in mid lane when you're Malzahar who wants to push with your, Demonic Vision, Space Aids, as some people call it. Either way, having that extra blue buff for the sustain, or the red buff to make sure that you can out-trade Syndra, Chicken of War, means that mid lane should be won in favor of Malzahar. Now, we are seeing a little bit of heavy trading on the bot lane, but really it's just mana for HP, and ultimately the Gothic Knights should be able to sustain that back up. And now it's going to be on Clark Obsidian to try and find a reset timer, because both of their players are low on mana. So trying to stay in this lane will be a little bit tough, because they can't opt the trade because they don't have the mana to. And then CSing becomes even a little bit harder without that guaranteed wave clear. But either way, this does allow Gothic Knights to reset. So overall, both sides are playing it fairly well. Now, I want to touch back on that first blood. And that was because Tranquil Destiny didn't get a leash. So therefore, his jungle tempo was a little bit behind the Heckrams. And that little bit of disconnect allowed the Heckram to be waiting in that pixel bush in river, allowing that first blood to happen. So there's benefits and negatives to those early first buff leashes.
Yeah, absolutely. Neon Sonic now potentially in some trouble, but has access to the Flash, already got the wave in, so Tranquil Destiny will not find anything so far. And interesting to note, like we looked at the bot lane already, it will be a fasting Twitch, but what I did not expect is it's a fasting Seraphine, so it'll be Sona for now at least, farming, but that is a big discrepancy when you look at CS. Only 8 to both She-Wolf Ash and the 6th is named so far. Both of their correspondents on the opposite side have more CS than that. So you know there's a gold deficit in the bot lane. And like you talked about with the jungle tempo, flash forward comes out from Neon Sonic, going for the solo kill and gets the job done. Nice work from the Malzahar. Quick response, knows the Chicken of War is just a little too low to be going that far into the wave, and picks up the kill. But now YBVO is looking, drops the exhaust and the flash, but the silence will stop it for now. Neon Sonic still alive, well below half HP. Sidon trying to catch up, goes over the wall and pushes him away, keeps his mid laner alive for now, and now it's Neon Sonic going on a killing spree as the last tick of the burn gets the kill. 3 kills for NJCU and 3 kills for this Malzahar. Neon Sonic has a huge lead in the mid lane.
Ooh. Normally, the Malzahar Syndra is about just pushing lane, getting advantages, and maybe making them a play elsewhere. You do have the level 6 potential to set up gangs to blow up your enemy, but now with 3 kills on the Malzahar, this game I feel becomes about the mid laners. Who can carry? Can you get Neon Sonic that far ahead that he can just take over the game? He has the level advantage, he has the gold advantage, and now it's about getting that next advantage. So it's 7 minutes on the clock, which means Rift Herald spawns in a minute. So I need the Gothic Knights to prioritize Rift Herald and then get that money back into the Malzahar so that snowball continues. If they don't do that, then I feel like they might stutter and give Clark Obsidian ways to get back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have a very clear advantage here in the mid lane. Neon Sonic, even in levels, but so far ahead, very close to that mythic item, well before the 10-minute mark, that you've already had good farm, and 3 kills on top of it is really going to make this game easy. Malzahar is one that's not seen as a super flashy mid laner that can really be visualized as a carry, but if you're this far ahead, he really can blow anybody up with the full combo, so it's a matter of them being able to take advantage of it. Sidon looking to Chicken of War first, but won't find anything yet as the Scout of the Week stops that. YBVO looking for the 6, and he will immediately fall as the flash from Don't Kill Me AD gets the job done with the Miasma. So some low health bars, and Neon Sonic roaming down might be something, but now in some trouble. Tranquil Destiny looking, but is down 3 levels to this mid laner, and now the ult will not find the kill, and neither will the E. So close. No Leandries means that Tranquil Destiny is forced to flash, but walks away with his life.
Yeah, and that the Airy proc there at the end nearly came through as well, but now they're looking on the Chicken of War and a great Unleashed Shadows there, and that's going to be a dead Syndra. So once more, Neon Sonic getting the resources, gets another kill. Couldn't pick up the solo kill, but with the gank, definitely gets a kill there. Now the Epic Trollers trying to turn something around, but I think Urgot's going to be just under tower to stay alive. And a great flip back and a potential turn here, but that's still going to be a fight. And that will be the Mordekaiser. So finally, Clark Obsidian finding a strong point on the map, though the Mordekaiser is still down 20 CS. So that kill more or less evens out the gold between top laners. But overall, Clark Obsidian, they're staying in it, though their bot lane needs to find a little bit more success to make it worthwhile, because it's a bit of a cheese bot lane in my opinion, and when you have a cheese anywhere on the map, you need to make sure it works, otherwise you just fall so far behind overall in terms of game state and pressure, because the Sona Seraphine will scale and this Hecarim will be unkillable, especially with a Ravenous Hydra first item, because that's what the horse is building towards right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ravenous Hydra looking for Sidon. I think Heimer opting for it as well with that Vamp Scepter in his inventory. So incredibly strong, at least before the last patch. It's gotten a little bit weaker. They've gotten rid of the scaling Omni Vamp, so not as much sustain built into the item. But Sidon now going to look for YBVO, and he's in so much trouble. Goes in way too deep, but drops the ult, and the ult stuns too, so he might be able to find something in response, but not going to be able to yet. The 6 stays alive with a very low health bar. Tranquil Destiny trying to find something, but is down to level 2 Sidon. It looks like both sides just want to walk away, and that is exactly what they will do. 1-0 in favor of NJCU, as the nice lane gank from Sidon grabs him his first kill of the game.
Ooh, I do like the setup there from the Gothic Knights from NJCU because they played that well. They were patient. They waited for the Twitch to go Indis and walk into them. So that way he didn't have it as an escape, because that's basically his only escape. So don't kill me, kill AD. Had a great petrifying gaze there, stunning too, and provided so much time that they were almost able to turn the kill there anyways and make it a 1-for-1. Unfortunately, they couldn't, but luckily with the Poppy reinforcements, they were able to stave off any other devastation, because the Cassiopeia was primed to be turned into snake boots there, because the horse was ready to trample, the ult was coming up. But now with Clark Obsidian looking at Dragon, they do have priority in multiple lanes. They should be able to get it. And now I'm expecting a cross-map play coming out of the Gothic Knights, especially around Rift Herald. You see the blue buff being donated over to Malzahar, which is great to see, especially this early on. But I think they need to get that Rift Herald right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you have to know that when you move your mid laner on up and don't see their bot lane and lane, that this dragon will certainly fall. They're not going to opt to take the Rift Herald yet, but I don't think you've already got a decent lead. You're up 1.8k gold. You don't want to give over any neutrals if you don't have to, and I think that Rift Herald should definitely be on the menu. Chicken War does have the flash. The Scout of the Week going to be stopped by the onslaught of shadows. But a nice flash gets Chicken of War away from danger, so no fear means no kill, but now very punishable by this Malzahar, who's already got a full Leandries over Chicken of War. 4-0 still. Good farming from both mid laners, 108 to 95, but so much gold on Neon Sonic means that he's got a ton of opportunity, especially on a flashless Syndra.
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with how the Gothic Knights are playing the map right now, because they've given up Rift pressure. Because the Twitch has roamed up with the Poppy, they're able to secure the Rift because they now have a man advantage topside. But they are looking back on Chicken War here, and the Syndra should just die. Good Scout of the Week buys a little bit of time, but I don't think the Syndra lives at all. But Twitch is there, and that is actually enough to scare off the Hecarim. Ooh.
Yeah, not enough damage, but the Twitch alt spray and pray keeps his mid laner safe and staves off Sidon and Neon Sonic. Not able to find the kill. Very unfortunate for the side of NJCU. Not only do you not grab the kill on the mid laner's flash that you just blew, but you also give up the Rift Herald. I mean, it's not too surprising to see the Twitch be able to outroam the Seraphine Sona bot lane, just because that Seraphine Sona just want to sit in and scale and get their items, get their XP, where Twitch far more known for roaming around the map and making plays. But still, losing both that first Rift Herald and first Drake as well feels so bad when you had such a big gold advantage. That gold advantage is still there, 20k to 18.7, but it's going down ever so slightly as you start to continue to give these neutral objectives, and it's only going to go down more when this Rift Herald is eventually dropped. We'll see where Tranquil Destiny decides to go. I don't think putting gold in any of these lanes is a horrible idea. I think if it was me, I think you try and probably put it in the mid lane to try and get some gold back onto your Syndra, just because Malzahar is so far ahead. But we'll see where Tranquil Destiny decides to go as he moves towards the bot lane. Don't Kill Me AD has already picked up that Crown of the Shadow King. Flash forward, but the stun won't find either of them. A nice stun back comes out from She-Wolf fast, but Tranquil Destiny now in a ton of trouble. Spray and Prey is looking on to the 6. Big charm lands on a 3, but Tranquil Destiny has not fallen yet. YBVO will pick up 1. Don't Kill Me AD will just survive. Great tower juggling from Clark. Obsidian means they all live. 1 falls for NJCU, and now with this Rift Herald going down and no one in the area, you see Sidon up top taking away these Krugs, mean that this tower is going to take a beating from Clark Obsidian.
And a beating is what it took. Now, before this play started, it was the Gothic Knights with about a 2k gold lead. However, that gold lead is just non-existent right now. It doesn't matter, especially for Clark Obsidian, because they're sitting very pretty. And the reason being is the CS. Now, we do see CS advantages for NJCU across the board in a few areas, such as top, mid, jungle. However, it's over a 40 CS lead on this Cassiopeia. They are farming extremely well with the Twitch Cass duo. And remember, the Cass got solo XP and gold there as well when the Twitch went to roam. So this Cassiopeia is actually accelerated. Then you add on the tower plates as well, and suddenly you have a very strong bot lane, which I think is going to surprise NJCU once a team fight breaks out. Now, the next dragon is in a minute. It's Infernal. Both these teams will like and appreciate the extra damage that this dragon gives. So I'm expecting a team fight around it. Now, it's going to be the very strong Malzahar against the powerful Cassiopeia. And sure, this Malzahar is level 12, highest level in the game. Absolute monster. that's also only one champ. So who knows how this fight will dictate. But I think Clark Obsidian, they're sitting in a very good spot overall, and they are primed to take over this game if one more fight goes their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and one more fight might be what they have right now. The 6 gets stunned up by Scatter the Weak, and YBVO will pick up the kill. 3 kills now for this Twitch. So strong. I mean, my only concern with the Twitch, I think, because you have to juggle the farm between Twitch and Cassiopeia, Twitch isn't going to get to these item spikes as fast, but does have the Kraken Slayer already. So very, very strong after picking up some kills. Sidon might look here onto the mid lane. Twitch does have access to the exhaust. Immediately pops it onto Sidon, and now the Nether Grasp, from Neon Sonic will secure the shutdown. So 5 out of 6 kills now onto NJCU's mid laner Neon Sonic. Heimer's got the dash away, makes it out just fine. But a nice play secures the shutdown and gives even more gold to this Malzahar.
And with the pick on Twitch, that ultimately allows NJCU to move on to the Dragon as well and even up the Drakes across the board. And that's a good heads-up play. Because Clark Obsidian did get the first pick, they had a Dragon timer available. However, Tranquil Destiny went top lane as well instead of pathing back towards Dragon or staying on Dragon, and therefore gave up that Dragon pressure, especially combined with the pick on Twitch. So a little bit unfortunate there, but it does buy NJCU more time. And I think for their composition to really succeed, they need to start getting a little bit brawly with their team fights, prolong the fights, get the sustain coming out of the Sonya and Seraphine scaling. Like, have that sustain available for your team. Because this Hecarim is still fairly squishy overall, is going to be strong, but is squishy and can get blown up, especially if stunned. So we need to see the team fighting coming out of NJCU sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their team fighting is so strong. You have the lockdown of the Nether Grasp, and of course Encore and the Crescendo coming out from Sona Seraphine are always going to be very, very strong. In those big team fights, we're finally seeing Sidon take his recall. It's been quite a few minutes since he's hit the base, but does grab the Ravenous Hydra, is going to start stacking that up on those camps. Neon Sonic just TP'd onto this wave, but now he might be the force of a 3-man attack. YBVO still invisible. Not going to be picked up yet. There goes the spell shield. Neon Sonic forced to flash. Flashes away. Does not get stunned. Great flash from the Malzahar. Secures his 650 gold shutdown. YBVO will almost fall as well. Will not. Great mechanical play from Neon Sonic. Secures that he stays alive. YBVO does stay alive as well. Nice work to secure that that 650 gold shutdown.
Ooh. It's just a good heads up play there, because we saw for surviving that is massive, because that amount of gold would accelerate absolutely anyone in this game right now. And basically the only person you wouldn't want that shutdown to go onto would be Poppy. Besides that, everyone else can carry this game to the side of Clark Obsidian. And now we see a gank top lane. Heimer's trying to get out of this one, but Horse is coming in. The Onslaught Shadow fears both. And it's probably going to be a 1-for-1 at the end there if they can trade kills with Tranquil Destiny is so tanky with the Jack Show protein item, and it's going to force the Horse to run away.
Yeah, the Ghost and the E popped as well will keep him alive, but this one will certainly secure the kill. Neon Sonic with the Nether Grasp gets the kill. His 6th of the game. Sidon just lives. The Jack Show started proccing there, started draining away at the Hecarim. We do see a solo kill essentially for Epic Troller in the Death Realm, picking up Heimer once again. The Demonic Rush for the Mordekaiser, an interesting one we don't see super often, but does secure him the kill. He is still down almost 30 CS, but 2 solo kills onto his lane opponent means that it's pretty much even as in regards to the state of XP and gold here. Don't Kill Me AD is here by himself. I don't think they know that Twitch is up on the Rift Herald, but no trading to be found just yet. It will be an AP Seraphine. The Shirelia's already picked up for She-Wolf Ash in the Lost Chapter in the hands of the 6. Don't Kill Me AD. Just going to try to secure some farm, but we'll have a big XP lead. Might try to go for some trading, but won't find anything just yet. So hard to do damage once they get to a higher level. Heimer just needs a little bit more damage onto the Epic Troller, but the nice pullback. Oh, but the last Q secures it. Fear Beyond Death gives a big shutdown over to Heimer, his first kill of the game.
Ooh. Okay, so we do see the Ravenous Hydra on the Urgot as well, so that sustain, that AoE damage is really ramped up as well. And now the 1v1 fights should definitely be going in favor of Heimer there. And I'm not quite sure what the Mordekaiser is building, but either way, I think right now Cassiopeia can 1v2 the situation. I don't know if she can 1v3 as the Onslaught of Shadow comes in and the horse doesn't get the kill there, but leads the charge. And so Cassiopeia once more dead. And now that should open up the border tower for them, but it looks like 3 members of Clark Obsidian are answering this push, leaving Malzahar to free farm mid for at least a little bit.
Yeah, Sidon is going in, gets exhausted, taken very low. Tranquil Destiny will get the kill, but no access to the ultimate means essentially out of CC. This will mean the mid lane tier 1 will fall to the hands of Neon Sonic. A nice response from Clark Obsidian to get 1 back in the delayed 1-for-1. Neon Sonic just going to walk on back and know that some members of Clark Obsidian are walking on up to the mid lane. But a nice response from red side here to grab another kill and shut down, or not a shutdown, excuse me, but a kill on to Sidon's Hecarim. Pretty even game state here. Just a short lead, a small one for NJCU. The second Drake was picked up by the Gothic Knights as well. The second one spawning in just 1 second. It is up now, but there is a Rift Herald to respond to. Epic Troller picked up the second one in the top lane. This guarantees that this top tier 1 will fall. It's just a matter of if he's going to keep on pushing here towards the top tier 2. Both top laners do have teleport up, as well as both mid laners. Both mid laners walking into the fight now. Sidon looking here. Dragon taken very low. TP going to come out first. This one from the Epic Troller. Dragon will be picked up by Tranquil Destiny. No one has fallen yet, but first it'll be Sidon. Don't Kill Me AD is going to pick up that kill. This quickly turned into a 5v4 with a teleport coming out from the Mordekaiser, but a dragon and a kill picked up for Clark Obsidian means that it's now only a 500 gold lead for NJCU. And Neon Sonic could be in some trouble here if they decide to stay, but he's got an angle to walk through the jungle. Gets out fine. You really need to preserve this 1k gold shutdown. If that goes over to someone like a Twitch, a Syndra, even a Cassiopeia, it can mean absolute danger for the side of NJCU. But he should be able to walk out here for this top tier 1. Not be able to say the same as it will fall to the spray and pray. YBVO looking for some trading, but not going to find anything yet, as just a 200 gold lead now for NJCU. This one's become very, very even here at the 22.5 minute mark.
Even. That's definitely one way to put this game right now. However, there are still some micro leads across the map, I would say. Whereas NJCU has their mid tower still available, having knocked down the enemies. That does open the map a little bit more in their favor than Clark Obsidian, even though the towers are tied. Though having that first Ocean Dragon will feel pretty good for Clark Obsidian as well. And now it's on them to really start stacking these dragons now that they have that dragon lead. And sure, Soul win condition is still a fair amount away, being what, 8-9 minutes away at the minimum. So there's room to work with, time to play with, and right now Baron is available for both these teams. And because it is such a close game, I don't think either team will want to opt into a 50-50. Because with that last dragon, Hecarim, he ran in without his ultimate available, got immediately stunned before he could even get in the pit, and basically volunteered himself to be turned into glue. He got put down, and it wasn't a pretty sight. Controller TP'd in. And it's great to see that amount of team play, expecting a team fight to come out. It was ultimately not necessary. So that does mean that NJCU does have the advantage, but it looks like Sonic is going to get picked here. But a great turn, and he should pick up at least one. The Zanya's by so much time, and now it's going to be Urgot. Ooh.
Man, Neon Sonic doing so much damage. Essentially in the 1v2, uses the Nether Grasp to pick up 1, and the Q absolutely explodes YBVO. And now, because they dedicated a TP to come down and try to respond to this bot play, NJCU gets the knock on this mid tier 2. I don't think they'll get it. They just don't have enough creeps, but it is taken fairly low. They'll wipe out this wave very fast. So can opt to stay for it if they wish. Sidon and the 6 going to hang out here. Chicken of War, not on a ward, but might look for a flank here. He's up 3 levels on this Seraphine, and now with a response from Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny, they might go for a play. Sidon taken very low immediately, forced to use the Onslaught of Shadows out, but a great E from the 6th means that they walk out scot-free with some gold in their pocket from that mid-tier 2.
But this is now a Baron timer for Clark Obsidian, because they know the Hecarim has to reset. He's low, he just used ultimate. That's a lot of team fighting potential just taken out of the map right there. They also got the TP out of the Urgot as well. So Clark Obsidian, if they're quick about it and set up their vision very well, they do have a Baron window right now that they could look into. But ideally, I think they just want to knock down this mid tower, open up the map a little bit more, and Mordekaiser, he can reasonably 1v2 the situation, especially with Twitch firing over top.
Yeah, with access to the Death Realm as well, She-Wolf Ash and Sidon do not have the ability to take down the 2-item Mordekaiser, but he is just going to walk on out. They do defend the mid-tier 1 well, so no extra gold in the pocket of this Mordekaiser so far. And with a minute left to go on this fourth Drake of the game, YBVO's ultimate will come up just in time as it spawns. Sidon will have his by this timer as well. I think both these teams really need to hold on to these ults before this Drake spawns. You don't want to give anything up too quickly. We will see a TP coming out from the Epic Troller on to the Pixel Brush War just to give his team control of the river. Heimer and Sidon both split from the 6th and She-Wolf Ash, as well as Neon Sonic on a long flank, instead just taking the bot wave for now. Drake spawning in 30 seconds. You need to connect these teams. Keep in mind, NJCU has a much stronger Death Ball comp. You have Sona, you have Seraphine, you have the Urgot as well. Malzahar with so much zone control can really do a ton of damage, especially a Malzahar with 3 items, one of them being a Death Cap. You really need to play around this Malzahar. He's looking first onto the Mordekaiser level, taking very low, but goes into the Death Realm. A huge ultimate combo from both sides means that Clark Obsidian in a ton of trouble. Heimer looking for his second, goes for the double kill, grabs the triple kill. Tranquil Destiny will get him in the stun, but he's still alive for now, trying to sustain through it, but will get shut down by Epic Troller. It's now a 2v3. Neon Sonic very low. Neon Sonic taken down. She-Wolf Ash, 300 damage Q means he's in a ton of trouble. Crescendo does quite a bit, but the 6th She-Wolf Ash will stay alive. It ends up being a 3-4-3. The ult combos come out and do a ton of work, but not enough damage from NJCU to absolutely wipe Clark Obsidian. But keep in mind, in this 3-for-3, only one jungler left standing. It's Tranquil Destiny, and 2 low health bars for She-Wolf Ash and the 6th. They're forced to reset, and Clark Obsidian bring themselves to Soul Point.
Which is exactly what I wanted to see Clark Obsidian do. Get the dragon, stack them. They had an alternate path of maybe giving up the dragon for a Baron play because the Soul win condition was a little bit away. But having the 3 dragons, being on Soul Point, it's a very good place for them to be on, especially with the sustain. And something that I was worried about happened, is that you have 2 huge uber frontliners on Clark Obsidian, the Poppy, the Mordekaiser, who have a bunch of shielding built into their kit, has a little bit of sustain, but decent damage as well. And that if they get that Jack Show item stacked, they're near unkillable, especially for the more sustain-oriented composition. And now Chicken of War maybe getting engaged on there, but the Hecarim's just going to dance his way through the parade there. And NJCU, they're in a tough spot because their sustain comp didn't work in that fight. They got blown up, and then they had no damage to kill the tanks. Because once those tanks are stacked up, they are incredibly hard to kill. It's what, extra 24 armor and magic resist total that item protein gives, and that's a lot. You just can't get through that with how weak the Sona and Seraphim are right now because they are drastically underfed. I'm expecting the Cassiopeia to Flame Horizon Seraphim sooner than later, but right now it's going to be the Baron, and this should be a free Baron as the Onslaught Shadows doesn't get over the wall. And so Tranquil Destiny gets that, and now they should be able to walk this one out scot-free with the Gothic Knights not wanting to opt into the fight there. And I think that is ultimately the wisest decision. You don't want to compound mistakes there. So cutting your losses is a valuable skill to have, especially when it comes to decision-making in the mid to late game.
Yeah, NJCU just not able to get over the wall. I think the Scout of the Week disrupted him at the beginning, so the fear went through, but the character model of Sidon did not go over the wall. But regardless, Clark Obsidian pick up the Baron and pick up a gold lead. So they're now up 1.1k here, and of course on Soul Point with Ocean. If they can take Ocean Soul away from a comp with Hecarim and Urgot, who both have Ravenous Hydra, as well as the Seraphine Sona bot lane, it makes it very, very easy for them to continue sustaining, especially when it's an Ocean Soul with 3 Ocean Dragons. And like you mentioned, those Jack shows doing a ton of work for both the Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny, just keeping them alive in these fights. We saw in that big Drake fight, the Nether Grasp trying to blow up the Mordekaiser, but wasn't able to get enough damage off right away. So he was able to go into the Death Realm, buy some time, stack his Jack Show, and stay alive and wind up getting the fight win over to Clark Obsidian. The slow will land, and he goes into the Death Realm. Knocked away is Heimer, so now Epic Troller and Sidon both stuck in. Here goes the Onslaught of Shadow to keep him alive. Sidon taken well below half HP, but so fast is this Hecarim, so he's able to get on out for now, as Tranquil Destiny will not catch up. So some fighting here on this top wave to try and get a push off, but no kills as of yet.
No kills as of yet, but they do have a 2-lane shove right now, and this Twitch is absolutely tearing through them with the Spring Fairy. Tranquil Destiny goes in, gets a little bit of chip damage done, but either way, that is a pick onto the Hecarim, which means that they now have a man advantage wherever they decide to push. And so with the Baron of Pop Laner, they really don't even need to do anything. They just press R to win, as Chicken of War has hit the power spike with a 3-item mark as well. And look, Epic Troller is just tanking the tower there. So this tower should go down here with the next wave, most likely, because this wave is currently about to die. But either way, Clark Obsidian, I'm going to say they are starting to take control of this game firmly. Now, Neon Sonic is still a massive threat, being level 17, and he needs to play this well, but I think he gets blown up here, as that's a 3-man dive on him.
Yeah, it gets stunned. Even if the Petrifying Gaze doesn't land the stun, it just applies the damage and the slow and gives some gold over to Don't Kill Me, Kill AD. A lot of damage going down. Nearly picks up Cassiopeia on the 1-for-1, but instead it's just another shutdown picked up. I mean, this Malzahar is 4 items, like you said, level 17. Now just picked up the Zanya's Hourglass for some more safety, but you really need to try and have him get his damage off. You need a fight to go well. My one concern for the side of NJCU, as I don't think, it might be a bug. I know at one point, from what I remember, Sidon did have the Duskblade, does not have it anymore, instead has the Ravenous Hydra and the Mira Mana. This Drake spawning in 15 seconds, and Neon Sonic is not up, does have teleport, so can make it here quickly, but if you're NJCU, you cannot give over Ocean Soul in an already losing position, or beginning to be a losing position, now down nearly 4k gold. So much zone control coming out from Clark Obsidian. A TP comes in on the bot wave, but we'll see NJCU walking in from the top side, but it'll be Neon Sonic on the Malzahar walking it alone from the bot side. One concern, you cannot have him get blown up. The Onslaught of Shadows will find nothing, but the Encore finds 4. Big stun lands as the kill will first be picked up as Neon Sonic grabs the Twitch. Another shutdown going over to Heimer as he picks up Chicken of War, and this is a dominant win so far for the side of NJCU. Still looking on the Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny as well. The knockup will not find any, as the Keeper of the Hammer will almost certainly fall, sustaining so much damage, but Sidon grabs the kill. It's a 4-4-none, even though the Onslaught of Shadows won't find much from Sidon. A beautiful Encore from the 6th means that it's a team fight win for NJCU, and they get themselves even closer in regaining the gold lead as they grab their second Drake of the game.
And there we see the Gothic Knights composition working in their favor. They were able to death ball it. Now, Sidon didn't get the greatest engage there, which is unfortunate. However, Heimer on the Urgot was able to dash into the middle of all of them, and then the Encore comes out over top. The Fear Beyond Death also comes out, providing more CC, and next thing you know, this entire fight is Clark Obsidian just CC'd. And not just a light CC, this is hard CC we're talking about. Fear, stuns, and when you're in that position, it feels terrible because there's no way to get out of it. And we saw that the Jack Show Protean items bought Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny so much time. However, at the end of the day, their carries were dead. And as much damage as they do, they're still tanks. They will wear you down, they'll be drain tanks. But against 5 members who are standing tall on the side of NJCU, it's not enough. So I'm glad to see NJCU finally take a team fight in a commanding and dominating fashion, because they also closed the gold gap, which was starting to extend to about the 4 or 5k mark. So now once again, we're basically dead even in gold. Baron is spawning in 20 seconds, and it's basically getting to a point that whoever takes Baron could end the game in a single push or off a single team fight. So the stakes for every fight are just ramping up right now and putting even more pressure on both teams to perform, to excel, to win it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once you get past this 34-35 minute mark, a Baron and an Ace, or even just a few picks, can really secure the game, and plenty of towers taken on for both sides here. Heimer could be in some trouble in what's going to quickly become a 1v3. Dashes out instead, keeps himself alive. Neon Sonic will walk in, trying to grab some vision with his team. Clark Obsidian all standing either behind the pit or now walking back. Sidon dodges out on every skill, so won't be taken down just yet. The health bars are full across all sides of the rift. Zonia's Hourglass is up for Neon Sonic. It's a matter of who he decides to blow up. Whoever goes into the Malzahar's ult will take so much damage, and a nice onslaught of shadows coming out from the Hecarim means a ton of damage coming out. Levic Troller goes into the Death Realm, dodges out on some of the damage from Neon Sonic. Heimer 007 taken very, very low, but still alive. Hardly any ult left. The Anchor will land onto 2. Not going to find it yet. A beautiful Petrified Gaze lands onto 3. Will buy some time. Chicken of War will pick up the kill on to Sidon. That's just one pick. The health bar is still fairly high for the side of Clark Obsidian. Neon Sonic taken very low, but not going to fall. But this almost certainly means, as NJCU is forced to base, that the Baron will go over to Clark Obsidian, and NJCU's hopes for game 1 might be slipping through their fingers as this massive objective will go to the hands of Clark.
That was just such a well-played team fight by Clark Obsidian there. They had the Hecarim engage onto them was massive. It got a 3-man fear. It separated their lines, but they were able to regroup, force the Hecarim out. Then when Urgot came in, they were able to take him out of the fight completely, which means that the rest of the Gothic Knights couldn't even enter the fight. They were kind of awkwardly positioning River. And then when they looked to re-engage as Urgot left the Death Realm, as Hecarim was coming back in, the Hecarim got picked, and then a huge Petrifying Gaze out of the Cassiopeia, which could honestly be play of the game. A 4-man stun like that wins the fight, wins the Baron, and just like that, they're back with a 2k gold lead. They have command of the map. The 4th dragon is a minute and 10 out, so Baron will survive for that long. So it means that they can set up all their waves to apply pressure onto NJCU and then get the free soul point. It should be free if they set up the map correctly and don't get picked. So right now, it's on Clark Obsidian, I feel, to close out this game before it's... I'm not going to say before it's too late, but now we see a good engage, a great encore, and it's a little bit of chaos in the mid lane.
Yeah, YBVO picks up 1, but will fall as well. Funny interaction as Heimer grabs the kill with a Fear Beyond Death, but now Sidon in a lot of trouble. This is not a tanky Hecarim just yet as he waits for that Jack Show to stack, but that's already 1-4-1. Both technical AD carries have fallen, but Twitch a lot more valuable in terms of DPS than She Wolf Ash. Flash forward, but the stun will not land as Heimer is not able to find a kill me AD, and now this is just a flashless Urgot. And I think this is important as Clark Obsidian recognizes they don't have to move over to this dragon as soon as it spawns. They can keep on pushing this wave, so they'll get a pretty big stacked wave, double cannon, Baron buffed that NJCU is forced to respond to with this Drake spawning in 8 seconds. It's now the responsibility of NJCU to try to find their way in, and they're already at a deficit against the Baron buff side of Clark Obsidian. She Wolf Ash is up a few seconds before, and they're going to turn their focus first on to Don't Kill Me AD, just caught out of position. Tranquil Destiny will get stunned away by Heimer 007, not going to find anything yet. Epic Troller looking into the Death Realm to pick up Sidon, but it will expire first. He goes airborne, knocked up by the Poppy W, but now Epic Troller in some trouble, taken low. Stun will find him, but the kill will finally go over as Sidon picks it up. Now Tranquil Destiny in some trouble, taking lots of damage from his Malzahar. Good W means that he buys some space, buys some time from Sidon. YBVO is going to look in, does have access to the ultimate, pops it now, looking first onto the 6, but won't find any kills just yet. So much healing, so much sustain, so much survivability. Sidon grabs the kill. The keeper of the hammer knocks out the jungler, Heimer 007, as the hit goes over to Tranquil Destiny. A beautiful ult secures the soul. His sacrifices his life for it. Incredible play from the Poppy jungle gives Clark Obsidian Ocean Soul. I did not expect that at all. A nice job from Tranquil Destiny, secures the soul. What a great play.
You know, I just said that the Cassiopeia potentially had the play of the game. And then almost right away, Tranquil Destiny has to one-up it with that amazing steal there. Now, unfortunately, they put Poppy in a position where she had to steal it. Because ideally, they had both top and bot waves pushing in their favor. Clark Obsidian could have played the long game. Wait for your Twitch to respawn, get to the fight, just chip it out, play it slow. They didn't need to start the dragon up right away. And when they did opt into the fight early, it was split. Cassiopeia went onto the Malzahar, who's still extremely fed, and instantly got killed in return for it. and then the rest of the team just sort of crumbled back. They bought enough time for Twitch to respawn to cause a little bit more chaos, but still, they were a little bit over eager to do the dragon. So a bit more patience would be great, but overall, it still went in their favor because of Tranquil Destiny with the amazing knockout onto the Hecarim to flashing and securing the dragon. Even if it does cost Poppy her life, that's still 100% worth it. But now it's Elder Dragon, and you really don't want to be losing dragon fights before Elder spawns anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. If that's the one you're losing them on, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Baron is the first objective to come up in about a minute and a half. Sidon just going to clear away these camps. Does have max stacks on this Ravenous Hydra, so but instead will take the blue for himself. Keep in mind, Neon Sonic, like you said, he's still very, very strong. Up a full item on this Syndra, and so much magic penetration built into this build. Sork Shoes, Leandries, as well as the Crown of the Shattered Queen, means he's going to do so much damage, even to the tankier members who have MR on the side of Clark Obsidian, like the Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny. Sidon looking first, gets stunned up, but not going to find any more damage just yet. Tranquil Destiny forced to back away. So if you're NJCU, you really want to get control here of Vision, get control of this objective to try and take your first Baron of the game. The 6 takes some damage, but a lot of sustain still built in with this Sona Seraphine, so even against Ocean Soul, they're able to sustain some of this poke coming out from Chicken of War. Keep in mind, right now, here in the mid lane, it is a 5v4. We're finally going to see Chicken of War go to respond to Heimer 007 as he pushes away at this top tier 2, but Chicken of War immediately walks on down. The Epic Troller instead will go up and catch this top wave. Immediately, Neon Sonic jumps on Chicken of War and picks up one, going on a killing spree. A nice Petrifying Gaze and an Onslaught of Shadows will mean that Sidon will still fall. Dies to the poison. Heimer 007 looking first on a Tranquil Destiny will land the stun, but now Epic Troller is coming in. Does have access to the Death Realm. We'll see who he decides to take into it. Does not pick anyone out just yet. She-Wolf Ash walks out. Heimer 007 uses the dash defensively. Still alive for now. Tranquil Destiny not taking much damage from this Urgot. The rest of the team is split on the opposite side, but won't find anything just yet. It's a 1-for-1. But the jungler of NJCU falls for the mid laner of Clark Obsidian.
And Chicken of War just got absolutely bursted by Neosonic there. Just entire... The other guys just killed the chicken. I mean, there's no point in trying to Zhonya's when you're just suppressed, because you can't. But once more, Clark Obsidian has first push onto the Baron. They are spotted out here. And I think NJCU have to respond to this some way, somehow. Now, Hecarim isn't on the field for another 10 seconds, doesn't have TP like Chicken of War, but it doesn't matter because the Baron is already gone. And one thing that I've noticed, and that you touched on earlier, Paladino, is that the items are getting swapped out every now and then. Because we saw Urgot with an Eclipse that's being replaced with an Iceborne Gauntlet, and I'm a little bit questioning that change right now because Iceborne Gauntlet, you're not getting full value because it's an armor item primarily with a Sheen proc. So I would much rather actually see the protein item be built on him, and I think that would be the stronger item in this instance because we also see that having been built on Hecarim. So both these teams are realizing that this item is potentially broken regardless of who it's on, and it feels good, especially in sustained comp. Because once you get that scaling MR or ramping MR and armor, then with the heals on top of it, you're just basically unkillable. And we're starting to see that come through as Clark Obsidian is having trouble getting kills. They do damage, they're just not getting kills. Whereas the Gothic Knights, and of course, as I say that, Twitch bursts the Sona. But either way, there's still a 6 kill difference between these two teams. And a lot of that is coming in team fights, where the sustain is coming through for the Gothic Knights, and they're able to be the beefier team once those heals come through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the other thing to note, even if some of these item changes aren't what we think or what we've recognized to probably be ideal, when you're buying a mythic and then selling it, you're losing so much gold value in general. I mean, I think we could easily have probably another item finished from Heimer, or maybe another item finished from Sidon if they go with this build from the beginning, but instead you're forced to sell it, or feel like you're forced to sell it. And now that you're down your support, there is 20 seconds left on this Elder. Keep in mind, no access to the Sprayed Prey from YBVO means that he doesn't have as much pressure. Sona will be alive, but only with 10 seconds left until this spawns. It means the very beginning of this fight will be a 5v4 in favor of Clark Obsidian. They're not going to start hitting it yet. as it spawns just now. Many members still over the wall. Going to look for a pick first. You don't want to coin flip this if you don't have to, so they're just going to cheese here in the bot side jungle instead. Heimer takes the long way around. The 6th and Neon Sonic blocking as well. The stun will not land thanks to this Bell Shield. Neon Sonic needs force to flash away. The 6 now in some trouble, but a choke could mean something, but the Encore won't find any. The Onslaught of Shadows will only find one, and YBVO instantly picks up Sidon. That's the jungler taken out of NJCU. And now it might be the support as well. Shuofash will stay alive. Stun lands onto Don't Kill Me, Kill AD, but with the jungler already falling, picked off so quickly, that means Elder goes to the hands of Clark Obsidian. So the Baron is only around for a few seconds longer. They should be able to get, I think, just this wave, maybe one more. But now with Elder, they could absolutely force their way down the mid lane as 5. So many strong members means that it's going to be really difficult for NJCU. Elder so incredibly strong. This final push could mean the victory for Clark Obsidian here in game 1. NJCU trying to clear away the wave, but Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny is so tanky, so many shields, so much HP. She will fast, trying to stay alive, so much sustain, goes into the Death Realm, is still alive for now with the W, but that is not the case for much longer, as that is another pick. Sidon at 8 seconds left on his death timer, only 3 creeps left and no Baron buff. They're trying to get rid of this wave here. Heimer on the flank. They're looking first with the ult on the Epic Troller. Takes him very low, but not going to find the kill. Heimer now trying to get one, but will not find any, as the Onslaught of Shadows gets a ton of damage, but not enough. Neon Sonic goes on a rampage. Now we are in a 2v4. Clark Obsidian waiting for the wave. They're going to push this one as fast as they can. The Encore has come back up. We are nowhere near the Nether Grass coming back up as well. One tower is already fallen. YBVO picks up one. The pull will not land on a Neon Sonic, but it will not matter. The Nexus turrets have fallen. Neon Sonic has the Zanyas, but it's not enough to save the game. Clark Obsidian in an absolute thriller, nearly 47 minutes long, pick up the win here in game 1 of finals against NJCU.
That was a banger game 1 as well. I can't wait what the rest of the series has in store. And looking at some of the final stats right now is that there was close to 5 Flame Horizons this game. That is absolutely absurd with how volatile the CS differences were, as well as the levels, because at the end there was a point where both the Twitch and Cassiopeia were over 3 levels advantage compared to the Sona Seraphine. And that XP, that gold, that really does make a difference. Even though they weren't up in kills, they were up globally as a team in terms of XP. And I think that made the difference, especially with their, I think it was 3 Barons this game, which is, I'm not going to say unheard of, but it's rare to get that many Barons in a single game. But kudos to Gothic Knights for being able to stall this game that long anyways.
Yeah, great work from Gothic Knights and Clark Obsidian. An absolute thriller here in game 1. We're going to go to a quick break here, but we'll be back with game 2. It'll be just as exciting as the first, I'm sure. Don't go anywhere.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity. cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance, and you're worrying how you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and made our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Time of year carries memories like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I love that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC. I'm Paladino here with Cyro Stims. We're getting ready for Game 2 to start here in just a little bit. We had a bit of a longer delay, had some things with some rosters and some changes as well. I believe we've got a roster change. Don't quote me on that, I'm pretty sure. But what I can tell you is we've got Game 2 draft underway. Cyro, we saw a Game 1 banger, 47 minutes long, coming out with a win for Clark Obsidian. What are you looking for NJCU to do to try and get themselves back into this one and even up the series?
Ooh, that's a little bit of a tough one, I feel, because they had such a strong mid laner in Neosonic, and even Heimer in top lane did well. And the Hecarim Sidon did okay, wasn't stellar, especially on a carry champion. I would have liked to see a better performance. But overall, I think where the Gothic Knights, NJCU, really dropped the ball was in their bot lane. They went with a safe pairing with the Sona Seraphine, but they did an awkward fasting combination with it, where normally it's the Sona that fasts and the Seraphine farms because it's a little bit easier for her to do so. So I think there may be a mix up there, some misplays, and because of that, they were falling extremely far behind. So I would like to see a different bot lane composition coming out for the Gothic Knights, something that's easier to play, easier win execution, and that's also relatively safe. So it doesn't need to be a hard engaged kill lane, even though those are fairly straightforward to play as well. But the Seraphine's fine to play, and I think it's a stronger support than Sona, but just pair it with something that can also farm safely as well.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think you hit the nail on the head that the real problems, and the only thing that didn't really hold its own at times was the bot lane, that Sona Seraphine. I do completely agree. I think it's an odd call to have the Sona farm, and then you kind of split farm with the Seraphine. Both of them are just completely underleveled, underfarmed, and don't have enough gold to really be as productive as they need. We've seen Seraphine in the meta for a while now, and predominantly in the AD carry slot, or the mid lane. And that's because she really needs that gold. She really needs those item spikes, and it just took too long to get to those points. But you're definitely right about Neon Sonic having a very, very good game. Heimer having some shining moments as well. So even though Clark Obsidian grabbed that game one win, it was not without some hard work from both sides. They did come out to an early deficit and came back into this one. I think one of the things that I wanted to note on going into game two is I really think that NJCU needs to put more focus on, if they get those early leads, you need to translate them into something more than just the gold. I didn't see enough focus from what I prefer, at least, and what I think is the way to best win games during this current meta, in getting those neutral objectives. I mean, both Rift Heralds went over to the side of Clark Obsidian. They got the first Drake, and then wound up eventually getting Soul and Elder. I think because of all of those things, it just made the game a lot harder for Clark Obsidian, or excuse me, for NJCU to pick up that win. We are in draft now. We did just see draft on a third-party client a few minutes ago, so this will be just in order of the role, not the order in which they were selected. But you will also notice these teams have swapped sides. So the first few bans coming out now: Clark Obsidian banning away Aatrox and Trundle, and then it'll be Hecarim and Shen banned away by NJCU. So we'll see a few changes coming up. Obviously, we won't see any Hecarim here in game number 2. Seraphine also banned away by Clark Obsidian, respecting the bot lane of NJCU.
Ooh, okay. So now that we're also seeing draft, and as you mentioned, it's going to be in role order, not pick order. We also can confirm that there were some roster changes happening as well. So Sidon has moved to mid, Little Enzo has come in as the jungler, and Neosonic has moved to the AD. Now, with Neosonic being the strongest performing member of the Gothic Knights, I think that this bot lane should be shored up fairly well overall. And so, doing a quick rundown of the composition as these picks are flying in, we see the Maokai Poppy Syndra, which is fairly reminiscent of what they had previous game for Clark Obsidian. The only change so far being Maokai, but Maokai is a very safe top laner. He's just rooted there. You can't really push him out. Has decent sustain, similar to a Mordekaiser, just less damage, less carry potential, but still great team fighting potential. Where on the side of NJCU, we have the Darius, Sejuani, and Lux. Now, this is a pretty volatile composition, especially if they go for the Darius. Playing for the Darius. Get that passive stacking with Sejuani means you have the CC that Darius may be lacking, and therefore he can absolutely chase it down. And we all know that Darius wields a giant axe. And what is the tree afraid of? Axe. So therefore, they have the advantage there in top lane regardless. But even then, Sidon unlocks is a safe mid laner. You can clear it fairly well with your Lucent Singularity. I think that's the E.
Mhm.
Either way, you have the final spark, the ultimate that you can also use to clear waves, because that's such a short cooldown. It's like Ezreal's ult as well. You just throw it out whenever you have it. But the Zeri and Amumu, now I know Zeri just got changed on the most recent patch as well, and from what I'm hearing is a fairly strong pick overall. But Zeri has always been like Yumi. She's either in a busted state or not relevant at all. So I'm curious to see which Zeri will come out in this game. And the 6th on the Amumu, I'm hoping for some amazing ultimates there to really lock down composition. We're on the side of Clark Obsidian. You have the Twitch and Cassiopeia coming out, so the exact same bot lane. And Clark Obsidian performed well with this composition last game, so it makes sense that they didn't need to change it up. Where the Gothic Knights, they made some changes. I'm going to say their team composition is even easier to play this time around. And I don't know, but I feel like I'm going to say they're favored to win just from the ease of execution they have now with this composition.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I like NJCU's comp a lot. One of the things that I typically have a preference for, that we see sometimes in these games, sometimes not. When you have a Sejuani in the jungle, I prefer having double melee in the solo lane. It just really synergizes with Sejuani. You don't have that this time. You do have the Darius, so we'll stack the passive there as well. But you also have, thankfully, a melee support like an Amumu has really, really good sticking power. So if he's able to land one or two autos, when he lands those Qs, it's going to only allow for more chain CC. I do think, like you brought it up, NJCU has a great opportunity to really land some nice wombo combos and get the job done in regards to having an ease of execution. And you throw out Sejuani ult, you have a Mumu ult for big AOE. Lux is always going to be able to throw out skills from far range, land a lot of damage. And then Zeri, her win rate is a lot better in solo queue. I just checked it a few minutes ago. Of course, before the patch, it was sitting at like 44%, still below 50 at the moment, but it's only been a day. But I am very interested to see. I think you make up a great point. Zeri is typically either completely broken or very, very weak. But those numbers that she got on this most recent patch, she's gained a ton of damage, not only in her base AD, but her Q got nearly 7 damage at all ranks. And also changing the W to scale off of AD instead of AP really benefits her as well. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out. Obviously, we have the change in the roster as well. We're seeing some people move around. So Saida not being in the jungle, like we mentioned. And we saw Neon Sonic popping off in the mid lane. The question is, can he do the same in the AD carry role this time for NJCU and bring them back into a 1-1 spot as both these teams hope to win here in finals. We've got just a few minutes before we head on to Summoner's Rift. We've talked a lot about NJCU and the Gothic Knights and what they need to do to execute to get themselves a win. What do Clark and Obsidian need to do with this comp in particular to secure themselves a 2-0 lead?
Well, I think they just need to play it safe. They were able to scale with neutrals last game as well. And if they can just repeat that formula, they should be absolutely fine this game as well. They have a very strong bot lane. They scale amazingly as a team. Both Syndra, Twitch, Cassiopeia, notorious for their scaling potential. So they will definitely be a bit weaker earlier, which will give the Gothic Knights opportunities. But overall, their team composition should be fine. I am hoping that Poppy, Tranquil Destiny, can do a little bit more this game. It felt a little bit lackluster early, especially giving first blood over. Definitely curbed any early ganking potential that we could have seen, especially with that pathing needing to be reset. But overall, I think Clark Obsidian, they have a formula that they can follow. They can play it safe. They can scale. They have multiple options to take. So the ball really isn't on them to be proactive. Now, if they can be proactive and start running the game, I think that would be absolutely fantastic for them. But really, they can just wait, see, scale up, and then win the team fights later on when they can't be killed.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. They definitely have the scaling, especially when it comes to the two that really point out to me, of course, are the Twitch and the Syndra. But they've built their comp in a way that not only do they have that scaling of Twitch and Syndra, they've also got really, really strong frontline. Poppy and Maokai can get to points where it takes so long to kill them. I mean, we saw it in game one, the Poppy for Clark Obsidian with the Jack Show. Once he got to 2, 3 items, it's taking so long to kill her. And even then, now the Maokai is, in my opinion, even harder to kill than a Mordekaiser. He builds more pure tank. He has that easily built-in sustain with the auto attacks. And I think if they're able to just kind of soak up damage and soak up that CC, then someone like the Syndra and the Twitch can really, really pop off in these fights. And if that's the case, then they've got themselves a path to victory here in game two. But we're just waiting now to get on to Summoner's Rift. It won't be too much longer. Both these teams, like we mentioned, in played each other in their final week of the regular season with Clark Obsidian picking up a 2-1 win in that best of three. Both teams coming in same record, nearly the exact same seed. The only reason one is higher than the other was because of that last regular season match. And we saw from game one, I mean, 47 minutes, it goes back and forth. It's a comeback win from Clark Obsidian. These teams are very evenly matched. So I'm excited to see what we will get here as we prepare to get on to Summoner's Rift for game two.
Ooh, it's just excitement right now. It's finals. And many schools also have their exam finals as well, so there's multiple forms of stress on these players. So just the fact that both teams are able to show up on the day, give us a banger game one, and then set up a game two with the roster kerfuffle that these teams, they're fighting on the rift, they're fighting off the rift, they are at each other's throats. And so I want to see a scrappy game here. You know, throw logic out the window of how these teams should play their competitions. I want to see the action. I want them to throw everything at the wall to see what sticks, to see what happens. And we see little Enzo there fluxing with the victorious Sedge skin. And personally, I was absolutely thrilled that was the victorious skin because I one-tricked Sedge in the later half of the season. So I'm thrilled with that skin.
Yeah, there you go. It is a good skin. Got to use it when you're able, and little Enzo gonna use it here in game two. But like we mentioned, we saw some things switch around with the roster. Both junglers will start on their bot side. I think Tranquil Destiny did get a leash this time here on their red. Both junglers opting for a full clear here, at least to start. They're both fully clear their own separate bot side quadrants. It'll take Tranquil Destiny a little bit longer just because he's got to kill Krugs instead of just Gromp and Wolves. But Lil Enzo now just going to move on up to the top side, as will Tranquil Destiny. Looks like Clark Obsidian will get the push here in the bot lane early on. It'll once again be a similar setup to what we saw last time for Clark Obsidian's bot lane, where it'll be technically a fasting Twitch, but does get all the CS in that first wave. Lepic Choller taken very low. The area is so hard to fight, and YBVO instantly just going to roam onto the mid lane. A nice route from Sidon means he gets to hold both of his summoner spells, but that's the strength of Twitch. He's able to move on in, but once they spot him out in the mid lane, they can look for some trading on the Don't Kill Me Kill AD, but no Q from the 6 means the trading stops there. As that's all we got so far here early on at the 3-minute mark. Just some farming across all of Summoner's Rift, including in the jungle. But these junglers might meet each other at this topside crab, as Lepic Choller is forced to flash away from Heimer, as the ghost is popped by him as well.
Yeah, overall, that was a heads-up play by Lepic Choller to escape there, using the Twisted Advance to get the root, and then the immediate flash away. Buys the space needed, otherwise that tree would have been chopped down, some early deforestation happening on the rift. But luckily, you know, that environment preservation comes through, stays alive, but that does give priority over to NJCU for this early top scuttle crab. They will get that onto little Enzo, who successfully secures it, has the roam already towards the bot side, so should be able to double scuttle here and set themselves up nicely. But really, this Darius just wants to fight. Still has flash available, so isn't in the worst spot. But if enough CC comes through, this could be scary for Heimer right now. But he is going to be able to walk it out without even needing to burn flash. So this gives a lot of jungle tempo over to little Enzo, who could look to immediately do a second clear and then get a really nice buy, or look for a potential gank here, get an okay reset, and still have good tempo overall. And I'm really curious to see what the Sejuani will build. Right now, there's a gank in mid.
Yeah, Sidon in some trouble, drops the E, lands the bind as well, throws the shield. Flash comes out from Tranquil Destiny, forces both sums out of Sidon, but the tower gets the kill as it's first blood for this Lux in the mid lane. A nice play from Tranquil Destiny, but a good response from Sidon means that he's the one with the first blood. Back-to-back games, first blood for the NJCU mid laner.
Ooh. Well, I don't know if you can say back-to-back first bloods for the mid laner, because Neosonic moved down.
It is different mid laners, but it's still the mid laner.
But, yes, the point still stands, I guess, on a technicality there. But either way, that is going to be early pressure over, and it was just a great play, drawing Tranquil Destiny into tower range, and tower did the bulk of the work there. And the bot lane definitely going aggressive here, engaging on the Twitch. He goes invisible, but playing with that vision around bush does mean that they can play safe, and that miasma stops the second bandage toss from coming through and stops the 6th from sticking to Twitch there. So overall, this bot lane seems to be in a much better state compared to their game one, and you can already tell that in the CS. It's roughly, what, 35 to 40 if you combine the two, because of how Clark Obsidian is CSing. I'm going to say it's safest to combine both CSs into one, which means constant mental math, and so I am not grateful for that, Clark Obsidian. I hope you don't run this combo again, because math should stay in school. But regardless, I think both sides, they're playing the early game fairly well. And it's resulting in a 1.2k gold lead right now for NJCU. But a lot of that is jungle tempo and minute CS advantages that they are occurring so far, which is still a really good look. Ooh.
Yeah, Levic Troller in some trouble, down a level. Heimer blows his flash and gets the kill, but now Sidon will also fall. Another roam from YBVO means that's the kill. So 1 for 1 across Summoner's Rift as a solo kill in the top lane for NJCU's Darius, and then a kill for the AD carry of Clark Obsidian on the NJCU mid laner. That immediately means they will turn their focus on to this Drake. As another pull lands, Levic Rollers could be in some trouble, but hardly any mana in Heimer's inventory, so he's probably just going to take a reset and spend some of his gold that he just got from, I believe, a plate and the kill as well. This first tower, once again, going over to the hands of Clark Obsidian. So despite some changes up, not only in the roster, but also, of course, the champions across Summoner's Rift, a lot of similar stories from we've seen in Game 1. First Blood going over to NJCU, but Death's first neutral objective going over to the hands of Clark Obsidian.
Yeah, and an Earth Dragon does feel pretty good for the likes of the Poppy and the Maokai. But I have to say, Maokai being solo killed that they're in top lane, losing half of that monstrous CS wave that was crashing feels bad. And I don't want to, sound any sirens yet, but there's a fight bot lane, and it's going to be the 6 being just chased down at this point. Lulu can go in, but he can't go out. But the Sejuani is there. Little Enzo has the Glacial Prison available. Throws it out now. Does land it. It's going to be the Cassiopeia focus down, but I don't think they have enough follow-up damage. Now Little Enzo could be caught here. Final Spark comes out, misses wide. And now Twitch is looking for a bit of a cleanup here. Forces the flash out of Neosonic. And at the end of the day, it's just going to be the 1 kill. But Heimer, he's not letting this tree go. And unfortunately, he will have to watch Levic Troller get away there, even though the bleed was fully stacked. Heimer wanted that one. And of course, I lost the thread that I had before the fights broke out. It's a chaotic game. I'll take it though.
It absolutely is a chaotic game. Lots of fighting here early on. Heimer was just a few seconds away from access to the ult, but not able to get it. But it does mean that Levic Troller is forced to take a base and has to miss a huge wave and give another plate as well. So a big lead so far for Heimer, and so much XP lost by Levic Troller. He's only down a level right now, but a level in the early game especially means so much that it's become quite difficult for them to really get anything done. We saw that fight in the bot lane as well. The 6th looking for an angle, but because YBVO has walked to the mid lane so many times, Don't Kill Me, Kill AD has already hit level 6, so was able to land the slow from the Petrifying Gaze. Even if it's not a stun, it was able to do enough to get his flash as well, but even through that, he's able to get the kill. YBVO still hanging out in the mid lane. The bear is going to be popped right away. There goes the final spark. YBVO is going to pick up the kill first. He is level 6. He's going to turn his focus on to Little Enzo. Has the spray and pray, but not enough damage to take down the Sejuani.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Little Enzo is getting caught up in ganking and is therefore losing tempo and XP. Because I feel like at this point, Sej should be a little bit higher, especially at 68 CS. And Chicken of War is getting free access to this mid tower now. And now we see the 6th coming up. Same with Neosonic there, and they could be looking at good flash out of Chicken of War. Keeps the Syndra safe. But right now, it's an even game. Gold is swung in favor of Clark Obsidian. Rift Herald is up on the map. There was an early attempt to add it, but both teams checked it and then backed off. So it was leashed, but it seems like Clark Obsidian could be committing to it now. And I'm really curious to see what this Sejuani will build in terms of Mythic. With Aftershock, that rune is not a giveaway of what they can build. Protein is a very strong item in the Jack Show, but also Radiant Virtue. That is a massive team fighting item available. Gives huge sustain, about 4k healing over the course of the game if it's used often enough. So there's plenty of build paths available. And going back, it was the Maokai losing so much minion waves because of the trading, because of the death. That could be a red flag here for Clark Obsidian, that they will need to send some sort of support to stop this Darius, because Darius is up 20 CS, up a kill, and is in a very dangerous place, but there's a fight mid again.
Yeah, they're going to look first on YBVO, and he's immediately taken down. Gets a little too aggressive. I think they saw the 6th on that ward that he cleared out in that the top side river bush, but still finds the kill, lands the Q, goes for the Curse of the Sad Mummy as well, puts some gold into the pocket of Lil Enzo on this Sejuani, who's already up quite a bit just in CS. But like you mentioned, I think it is important to kind of look at the overall game state. It has felt pretty bad for the Epic Troller on the Maokai. He's just not really able to get anything done. He can't farm very well as long as these waves aren't underneath his tower. And Heimer's just being able to bully him so much. But I think this game, as it's coming out so far, we kind of have opposite sides of who's very strong, and it's kept this game even. NJCU's top side, Heimer's so incredibly strong, up a bunch of XP and CS. But on the opposite side, you have the bot lane for Clark Obsidian. 3 kills on this Twitch and some decent farm on the Cassiopeia as well. It'll really be a matter of who is able to kind of carry themselves better, carry their team, and be the damage output that they need. The second Drake is spawning now, so it'll be a Hex Tech for the second. Means we've got a chance for Chemtech Soul, which we always like to see now that it's all back and brand new. But we'll see which either side tries to make this first jump. Both sides preparing for it. Heimer, keep in mind, does not have teleport. So if he wants to make it to any of these objectives, he's going to have to walk there himself. Is hanging out near the mid lane now. YBVO and Neon Sonic both just continuing to push here on the bot wave, and no one has started hitting the Drake yet. Neon Sonic will finally be the first to walk over, but with an even wave state in the bot lane, I think there's some hope in trying to get that one on over. Ghost, pop by Hammer 007, looking for Chicken of War, and no flash on this. Syndra almost certainly means he will fall. Sidon gets his second kill of the game after a nice roam from Heimer, and that also means a Ghost reset, so he's able to make it very quickly to this Drake, and with a pick, Clark Obsidian recognized they've got to give this one up. NJCU will pick up their first Drake of the game.
And this is exactly what we need to see as the Gotham Knights here. They leverage the Darius advantage into the mid lane, they get the pick, then they snowball that into the Dragon. And the most important thing was that they didn't rush the Dragon. They didn't start hitting it until they were ready, until they knew they had it secure. And Maokai gets, a little bit of CS top lane, maybe 2 plates total depending on the demolition proc. So overall, that's a worthwhile trade for the side of NJCU. Definitely something we like to see with them playing cross map. And Little Enzo does go the Jack Show build, so this should be a very tanky Sejuani if it can get fully stacked. Because once Sej loses the initial passive, there is that window of vulnerability there, but ideally should be okay. I would have liked to see the Radiant Virtue because you have a Death Ball comp where you have multiple members want to run in. But Chicken of War could be engaged upon here as Little Enzo's looking, has the Glacial Prison available. And I think, they want the chicken.
They definitely do. And they know that the Syndra does not have flash, did just hit level 11. But a nice awareness from Chicken of War, drops the pink ward into that bush, spots out both the jungler and the support of NJCU, so he'll stay alive for now. The Syndra is slightly ahead in regards to gold and item advantages here in the mid lane matchup. Has 129 to 98, has already picked up the mythic item as well, as Sidon still waiting to finish his. Another pull lands onto Epic Troller. It's going to take him a little bit longer to die now that he's got this full Sunfire, but still takes a trade that he almost certainly will never win, but it's getting a little closer every once in a while. YBVL up here in the top side does not steal away the crab from Lil Enzo, but Sidon pops the barrier, keeps him alive, has the shield again, very, very low. Leandries might get the job done, but it will not.
Beautiful.
Lil Enzo instead grabs the kill. Oh no, it will be enough. Chicken of War with that Leandries proc does grab the kill in what becomes a 1-for-1 there in the mid lane, giving him some more gold in his pocket.
Either way, that's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, it would have been nice if Sidon lived there, but still, that was a beautiful wombo combo coming out of Little Enzo and Sidon there. The Glacial Prison landing right as the final spark is lined up means that there was no chance for Chicken to dodge that, and that did seal the kill there. And so we do see that it gets advantages on the map for both sides. Now, Twitch is going to be ganking Heimer here. Heimer should be safe. He shouldn't be killable right now. He's a bit of a monster, nearly up 30 CS. But in the jungle, there's a 40 CS gap there, 30 CS in mid, and bot lane is about even. It's what, 120 to 140, so about 20 CS difference as well. But there is 3 kills on Twitch, which does balance that gold. And so when that's all said and done, at the 16-minute mark, it's at most a 1,000 gold diff, depending on how many waves are being collected at any given time. So overall, I would still say that Clark Obsidian is sitting very pretty with their scale and composition right now. The kills are close to being even, and they have first setup here for the second Rift Herald of the game. Yeah, second Rift Herald of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's become clear that Clark Obsidian just does a really good job of prioritizing these neutral objectives, especially the Rift Herald, and moving their team up first. We see YBVO already here. The 6th will walk here as well, but just not going to get here in time. Well, Enzo doesn't appear to want to give it away too quickly. Heimer flashing in, but matches the flash of YBVO and knocked away by the Keeper's verdict. YBVO looking first on a little Enzo, will not be able to take him down yet. The root will land onto just Neon Sonic. This has become a full 5v5. Sidon gets the kill with the flash forward, but little Enzo might drop as well. Flash forward coming out from Don't Commit. He uses the heal as well. Will almost certainly fall to the tower. He will, but it gives the kill over to Neon Sonic, trying to give that one to little Enzo instead, but is not able to. So it is a 1-4-2 in favor of NJCU. The Rift Herald will go over to Clark Obsidian, so they do still have that neutral in the pocket of Tranquil Destiny, but some more gold into the pockets of multiple members across NJCU's roster.
And we saw there at the tail end of the fight just how tanky little Enzo would get on the Sejuani once that Jack Show protein item is fully built, because Cassiopeia was just wailing away and had to chase to the T2 to get the tower there. So that's definitely something that favors NJCU if they can be that tanky, especially on the retreat. It bought so much time as well, and that also allowed Neosonic to collapse and get the kill, get the gold, and feel pretty good about this as well. So we see Rift Herald being dropped top, which is a little bit of a suspicious play in my opinion right now, because Dragon is spawning and they could have used that either mid or bot to buy pressure there. Instead, Clark Obsidian off for the trade. They will look to get first tower here. They still don't quite get it because of the wave state right now. And Heimer on this Darius is just a phenom, a monster. And he could still 1v2 on the tower, but they are going to try and get it. They still can't get it. So the Gothic Knights will get Dragon 2, but a Great Curse inside Mummy there gets a lockdown on 2, and now people are just dropping. Chicken War has to run like their head is cut off and will survive. But my, with that much HP, it might as well have been decapitation there.
Yeah, I mean, does get out, thankfully, the second Drake for NJCU, but that feels so bad. If you're Clark Obsidian, you commit topside as Levitroller will opt to flash away. It does have full bleed stacks, but will not fall. The Heimer 007. I mean, you decide to make your focus be, we're going to try and knock down this top tier 1. It's the one that feels most reasonable to get, but you don't get that, and you miss out on this dragon stacking, only delaying the game for you even more. Heimer trading back once again on the Levitroller, does have access to the ultimate, but not going to use it yet.
I think right there, Heimer's just struggling with mana. He's taken so many trades that he just doesn't have the mana to finish out his spell rotation there. And because I think the Noxus Guillotine is about 100 mana for a cost there, and I just don't think he had the mana to use it. Otherwise, he would have, because the bleed potentially could have gotten the kill there, especially if you drop it that low. But this Maokai, he's sitting on 1.5 completed items, definitely going towards a Jack Show or a Radiant Virtue. Probably the Jack Show, knowing how a Maokai usually builds, wants to stand tall in the middle of the team. And when you pop your ult, you're usually using it to engage, so you're not getting the best value. But the 6 is being focused down here. The tower's got his back for the time being. And I'm going to say Neosonic gets there in time for the wave. So all in all, it's looking fairly positive across the map for the Gothic Knights and Clark Obsidian. They're going to have to find a way to rally in this game, properly rally, figure out their win condition, what do they want to play for as a team, and then go for it. They do get first tower, but they also had to bring up Chicken of War. And Heimer and Little Enzo, they definitely want this 2v2 right now.
Yeah, they're in some trouble. Chicken War does flash wave, so the final spark will not land, but taken so low. And then Oxy Guillotine is up, will get the kill. Heimer grabs that one for himself. A nice roam up and a nice gank from Little Enzo to match. You lose your top tier 1, but you get some more gold in your top laner's pocket, and Sidon up there to help out as well. So the first turret does stop some of the bleeding, as you're only down About 1.5k gold here so far. Neon Sonic going to try to focus down Don't Kill Me, kill AD, but that Crown of the Shattered Queen makes it really difficult to get your initial burst off, especially when you have the Amumu support who, once you go in, really wants to try to get those kills as fast as possible. YBVO in some trouble in the mid lane, but will survive as Neon Sonic and the Six just going to keep farming and grabbing up XP there in the bot lane.
Ooh. So speaking of Radiant Virtue, it's actually an Amumu that has built to this game. So providing that healing for the team once those team fights do start. And I think that can be a worthwhile item on the Amumu. Normally you would see something like a Locket or an Evening Shroud, which traditionally pair very well. And I'm actually surprised that he picked up aggro there because there wasn't any vision in the push there. But, you know, Riot Games, small indie developer, these things do happen. But once again, Heimer is in a position to abuse the tree, to shave the bark, to cut it down. And with the backup of Little Enzo and Sidon, there's no way this tree survives for any length of time. And Baron is up on the map. We are at the 22-minute mark. These teams can take Baron. But with the top laner down for the side of Clark Obsidian, that's now a very scary idea that they have to play around top to make sure Baron doesn't go over to NJCU, which means that more people are available for this Darius to kill. He's 3-0-1, has 1.5 items. I would imagine finishes his second item with this back, and he is the menace. He is the carry right now for the Gothic Knights. And Tranquil Destiny has the Jack Show item, should be fine, but can still get whittled down here. So he uses the Keeper's Verdict to knock out Little Enzo and hopefully walk away. Oh, but now both these teams, they need to focus their vision. If they don't get proper vision set up around these neutral objectives, that could spell doom for either side if you go into Fog of War.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have the Drake spawning in 30 seconds. If you're NJCU, you really want to get yourself onto Soul Point. It was a nice play from the side of NJCU to respond, take Tranquil Destiny down fairly low. He'll heal up quite a bit with this fully upgraded green smite item off just of his Raptors alone. Also has the shield and tenacity as well. And will only get even more healing as he takes away this grab. But NJCU will not give this one easily. It will be a pure 5v5 here on the bot side river. We can see Heimer sitting in the bush just waiting to go. Sidon over the wall. Neon Sonic over the wall as well. Lil Enzo walking up with the 6. I think if you're NJCU, you want this Amumu to hit a nice combo onto multiple members so you can blow up this backline quickly, because if you don't, you're just going to get whittled down. There goes the Maokai ultimate down as YBVO's forced the flash over. A nice stun lands at a bolt. They're going to look first onto Sidon, but he will not fall in the yet. Neon Sonic will pick up one as he goes on a killing spree. They're going to keep on going. The 6 has picked up YBVO. Neon Sonic now on the other side of the rip, but gets stunned up by the Poppy. Still alive, has the Immortal Shield though. Will grab another for himself. Double kill. They're going to turn their focus now onto the Maokai, and this tree will not stand for long as it's an ace for NJCU. And they've got themselves a huge lead. This dragon will certainly be theirs, and as will this mid-tier 1.
Yeah. I think at this point in the game is in favor of NJCU. Like, it's their game to lose. They are now on Soul Point. They're up 10 kills. They're up 5,000 gold. They are a monster, basically, of a team composition right now. You can see some of the gold differences coming in right now. 2k for the top lane, 2k for the jungle. Mid is even. 2k for the ADC. And even the supports are, what, 600 gold apart there? The only lane, I would say, properly in favor of Clark Obsidian, and it's the supports. And what surprised me there with that dragon fight was that it was calm, it was measured, and NJCU were looking for the flank. They were setting it up, but as they were doing that, it gave Clark Obsidian a chance to engage onto them, and they did. However, they couldn't find success there. Little Enzo tried to play Save the President, dashing across to catch the Twisted Advance or the Maokai ultimate there. Didn't quite save Sidon there, but still, it was a great look, great heads-up play. And then with the Radiant Virtue being popped, it provided so much heal and sustain that nearly everyone survived for the side of NJCU. And then, as we see now, Heimer comes in and just wreaks havoc. No one can properly deal with this Darius. He has the Black Fever, so he will be shredding the front line for Clark Obsidian. And if they don't have an answer for Darius soon, Clark Obsidian will be out of this game.
Now, YBVO going to try to help Epic Troller. We'll see if the Nature's Grasp will land. It does, but Heimer is so quick. He's able to survive for now. The Q knockback knocks him back into the arms of the Twitch, but the 6th will fall first. As Heimer, as we cut on back to the top lane, gets the 1v2, grabs them both. Looking now on the Chicken of War, has the reset on the Noxian Guillotine, but won't find it yet. They're going to look on the Tranquil Destiny. Does have the Keeper's Verdict, knocks away Neon Sonic, but one falls for NJCU, but that one is traded for 3. As Epic Troller, YBVO, and Don't Kill Me Kill AD all fall, and now NJCU's eyes are on the Baron. Neon Sonic, Sidon, and Lil Enzo will hit this one here, try to secure this massive neutral objective for their team.
And if there's a steal going to come out, it's going to be a miracle steal because the hammer is down. There's no way for Tranquil Destiny to knock out Little Enzo here. So the correct call is giving it up. It sucks being so close to Baron and watching it come down, especially as a jungler, but it is the right call in this instance. Give it up. You already lost the fight. No need throwing good resources after bad per se. But this does mean that this gold lead has blossomed into an 8,000 gold lead for NJCU. They have Baron, they have 3 dragons, and when their Baron is out, the Soul Dragon will be spawning for them as well. So they can have multiple objectives lined up. If they don't win the game with Baron, they have something to fall back to. If their side lane pushes don't go amazingly well, there's still outer towers to take regardless. They don't need to rush it, but they're far enough ahead that a single one team fight could win them the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, so far ahead after these last big team fight wins, and Lil Enzo might be in some trouble, but he's very tanky on the Sejuani just now, about half HP, but still going to stay alive. Curse of the Sad Mummy means that Lil Enzo will pick up Don't Kill Me Kill AD. They're going to turn their focus now on a Tranquil Destiny. He's still alive with the Flash. The Bind will land on a 2, and the final Spark will land on a 1, as Chicken of War will fall to the hands of Sidon. You see those Merc Treads keeping Tranquil Destiny out of the line of fire from Sidon, but not the same story for Chicken of War, as he will fall. This Baron buff going to do some work on this mid inhibitor turret, as will Neon Sonic, but not going to be able to knock it down just yet.
Ooh, that Radiant Virtue putting in so much work there, because we saw Little Enzo drop down to half HP, was looking a little bit worried there, but then the 6th pops the ultimate and the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and next thing you know, everyone's still half health. Nobody's dropping. Everyone's actually regenning, if anything, and that allows them to push through, get the next kill, force Tranquil Destiny off of that defense, get the inhibitor, and now with Dragon in 40 seconds, they have time to reset as a team, match their tempos together, and then move there together. So I think this Soul Dragon is going to go in favor of NJCU as well, not unless a miracle play comes out of Clark Obsidian.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful macro play from NJCU. You knock down the mid inhibitor, you pretty much all reset at the exact same time, get your gold on map. The only one who hasn't is the 6th, who's just using his base right now to pick up another Giant's Belt for himself, and he will have that Curse of the Sad Mummy back up once again, now being level 12. That does mean this fight will start out as a 5v4 very early on, but not going to have any action just yet. Sidon just going to keep on throwing those long-range skills, landing as much poke as he can, and once the 6 finds an angle, a Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to be what NJCU is looking for, because truthfully, if you ace them, you don't really need the soul. You can just walk into their base and end the game. Heimer looking for a flank while Enzo throws out the ultimate. They're going to look for one, but won't find him yet. Little Epic Troller will fall to the hands of Neon Sonic. YBVO is next up on the chopping block. Still alive for now. Still alive. Very low. Sidon picks up the kill, going on a killing spree. Now 3 are the only left standing for the side of Clark Obsidian. That almost guarantees that this Drake will go over to NJCU. Chicken of War and Tranquil Destiny still walking up, trying to find some sort of contest, but no more Keeper's Verdict this time for Tranquil Destiny means he cannot knock away the jungler of NJCU to go for a steal. They do have vision on it, but the bandage toss will land on Chicken of War. Enzo gonna dash over. They're gonna go for the kills instead. Who needs the Drake? You got Neon Sonic finishing it himself. Chicken of War will almost certainly fall. He will. Scout of the Week will not matter, as Infernal Soul now in the hands of NJCU. Some great fighting, some good turns from multiple members of the NJCU lineup, and they grab themselves one of the best souls all across Summoner's Rift.
damage for your damage always feels pretty great. So I'm not going to argue that point there. Infernal Soul will feel great, especially for the composition that, you know, wants to go in, wants to burst you, or has that burst potential. But that entire sequence there, I was wondering, how does Clark Obsidian get back into this game? They're down 10,000 gold right now, 10.5, depending on waves and whatnot. That is a mountain and a half to overcome, to come back into. And if they're able to stall it out, that would be absolutely fantastic. But they're on a timer right now. They have a hard 5-minute timer, because in 5 minutes, that's when Elder is up on the field. And if they don't get Elder, they will lose the game. They just aren't durable enough to withstand the likes of the Gothic Knights right now with how accelerated they are in this game. I say accelerated, it is 31 minutes in, it is late game. We are skiing 3-4 items per team member right now. The only one who's not had that stage right now is the Amumu in the sport. But they do get a pick right now, and that is going to be a dead plus. So that does buy them a little bit of time, but Sidon will be up in time for Baron spawn anyway, so it's a little bit of gold back in your favor. But at the end of the day, it's not a game-changing pick. It doesn't snowball. It's an isolated thing, which is a little bit unfortunate, but getting that gold is still incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the stage of the game when you are down 10,000 gold that you'll take pretty much whatever you can get. So even though the pick doesn't necessarily guarantee a neutral objective, or you can snowball and get more picks, it does mean that you get one shutdown, you remove some of those Magi stacks from Sidon's inventory, and you get some gold in your team's pocket as well. So that's all you really can hope for if you're YBVO. I mean, you're so down now that it's very, very difficult to even get into these team fights. You have some good long-range engage tools like the Scatter the Weak and the Nature's Grasp from the Epic Troller, but with this Baron spawning, we'll see NJCU just stacking on it as 5-6, trying to do some zoning away of Tranquil Destiny. But keep in mind, 2 members of Clark Obsidian are over there in the bot lane. They don't know that Twitch is down there as well, but YBVO is just taking the Krugs. But Heimer will almost certainly fall. He will. Shutdown goes over to Chicken of War, and that means a lot. That's a lot of gold. 1k into the pocket of the Syndra, and now NJCU are in some trouble. Twitch, YBVO is going to walk on back up. It's going to be a quick 5v4. Here comes the Nature's Grabs. It'll first look on to Lil Enzo, but the ground will not land, but the root will. He is taken, not below quite yet, but a nice ult lands a ton of damage. YBVO still alive. We finally go down Lil Enzo. Tranquil Destiny still alive, knocks out one. Epic Troller taken low. Le6 does not land the second Bandit Toss, but it will not matter. Sidon has picked up one, and a nice pick at the beginning I thought could mean the world for Clark Obsidian, but not able to, as Chicken of War once again taken very low. But you pick up Heimer, you think you can get the engage, but the turn back, a nice call from Lil Enzo in the 6 to use those ultimates, grab 3 kills, and now this Baron will go over to NJCU.
And what happened there was the gold diff.
Yeah, exactly.
Clark Obsidian, they got the pick on the Heimer, whose pathing was greedy. Like, I don't even know the word I want to use to describe how big it is. Like, astronomical, egregious. It was bad pathing. It was greedy pathing, trying to go up for the blast cone. But he got punished for it, and then Clark Obsidian, they had the 5v4. They had the engage. And I think it was a little bit greedy trying to go on to the Sejuani there, and then not even finding the follow-up pick. Because once NJCU turned, it was the wallet diff. They pulled it out of the back pocket, put it in their sock, and just smacked Clark Obsidian upside the head with it. And we saw what that led to. It led to another Baron. It led to a couple more kills. And it led to global pressure. And now it's still a 10k gold difference overall, because they were able to get 1,000 gold shutdown for Clark Obsidian. And now they're at a position here in the mid lane.
Ooh, the Graceful Person will not land on the YBVO. He's looking for a turn angle. Goes first on a Sidon, and Chicken of War goes on a killing spree, picking up one, but this glitch will almost certainly fall to the hands of Lil Enzo. They're going to look first on a Lil Epic Troller, but one gets knocked out. That'll be Heimer, as Tranquil Destiny will not fall yet, but the Epic Troller will to the side of the 6. It's a double kill for the Amumu, and this almost certainly will spell the end of the game here. As a nice engage from the Amumu. Picks up some kills. I mean, everyone is just so strong on the side of NJCU. A nice ulti comes out from Don't Give Me Kill AD, but health bar is still fairly high, especially that of Neon Sonics. He's not tanked any damage yet, dodges out on the Syndra Q with the E, and now with no Nexus turrets, NJCU can just go ahead and focus down this Nexus. Heimer and the 6 and Lil Enzo both very low, but it will not matter. This one doesn't take as much time as game 1, and it goes in the opposite direction. NJCU tie us up 1-1 after a dominant win from strong performances across all 3 lanes.
And the key difference in this game compared to the first game was that once NJCU got their early game advantages, they didn't give it away. They didn't trade back. They were able to continuously snowball them. And so the Clark Obsidian strategy of, playing for late, getting the trade objectives when you can, just didn't work out. We saw the disastrous Rift Herald top lane that didn't even secure first tower. They eventually got it, but they lost so much in the process there as well. So the Gothic Knights just seemed to have the game plan from start to finish and were able to follow through on it. And their team composition was simple, straightforward, and knew what it wanted to do. Where the comp for Clark Obsidian, while scaling, it didn't seem to provide the needed value that it should have to be competitive, to take the early game fights. And so they fell behind early, like in game 1, except this time they just couldn't claw back, they couldn't trade. But either way, it was a clean game coming out of NJCU.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about the scaling on the side of Clark Obsidian, and I like it. And you got the win with a similar comp in game 1, but if I'm going into game 3, I think if you're relying on scaling with your Twitch and your Cassiopeia, it's taking you too long to get there. Twitch was 2 items at 37 minutes because he's not able to farm himself. Same with Cassiopeia. You're not getting to these points. And with the Sejuani, who was 4 armor items, and Twitch only has Kraken Slayer and LDR, he's never touching that Sejuani with an ounce of damage. So I definitely think we'll see some things switched up here as we prepare to get into game 3. This is a best of 5, so we've got at least 2 more games coming at you here on the NECC between NJCU and Clark Obsidian. We'll be right back.
You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering guiding you through the night. I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome everybody to what we're about to get to, the start of Game 3 between NJCU and Clark Obsidian as well. Should be a good one. We already saw a banger in Game 1, 47 minutes. Clark Obsidian picks up the win, but NJCU, they respond right back. They strike second with a Game 2 victory as well. We've got draft going on outside of the client right now, so we'll get draft finished up here fairly soon, and then we'll head into the client as well. I am Paladino here once again. Cyro Stims to my left, I believe, if I'm thinking correctly. We saw some very exciting games. Game 1, obviously back and forth, long game, pretty drawn out. Game 2, pretty dominant from start to finish from NJCU. What are you expecting as we get into Game 3?
Ooh. Honestly, I'm expecting team fight compositions right now because that is what this game is coming down to. Sure, you got the picks, but they aren't the most impactful things right now, I'll say. Whereas the team fights have been what have determined these games for both teams. You know, who wins at Dragon, who wins at Baron, who then wins at Elder, sort of thing. Like, these team fights are the important matter, we'll say, for the Rift for this Game 3. And drafting a winning team composition is important. But we cannot neglect the laning phase. And Clark Obsidian, with their drafts thus far, I'm going to say have neglected the laning phase just a little bit in favor of scaling. Because we saw in Game 2 that the likes of Heimer on the Darius can just take over a game. Even with the Zarya Mumu bot lane, they started piling up their, we'll say, smaller wins, their mini advantages bot lane, and then that led to great team fighting potential as well. So having a strong lane phase is absolutely crucial for both these teams. And I think Clark Obsidian needs to have more adaptations in their draft to get it. Otherwise, they may fall a little far behind because they need at least one, preferably two winning lanes to then get Tranquil Destiny to be a proactive jungler. Because right now it feels like with 3 losing lanes, Tranquil doesn't have any priority on the map, doesn't have any impact, therefore can't fight for the early objectives. And you can see how the snowball is already coming through, where NJCU, the Gothic Knights, they've had these winning lanes. They've had that Darius top, which then one lane could come down, they get the next dragon for it. And, well, speaking of the Darius, we see that there's the Darius for Heimer again into the Mordekaiser from Epic Troller. And right now we are seeing, what is it? Roll order, not necessarily pick order, because the Darius was an R2 and the Mordekaiser was a B5 pick there. So it was a counterpick Mordekaiser there. But still, the Amumu takeaway into the jungle, I'm interested to see how this works because Amumu has always been a weak early game jungler who could be exploited. But with the preseason changes of, we'll say, unrewarding, I'm not going to say punishing invades, but it doesn't reward you as much for doing an invade, is that potentially this is a safer pick, safer clear now for the Amumu. But still, Little Enzo on the Kane has an enormously monstrous quickly clear. I eventually got there. Either way, he could clear it, look for the invades as well. Definitely wants to duel to stack up the right Kane. And if the enemy jungler is melee, if the enemy top's melee, you can already see where I'm going with this, is that Kane will be prioritizing fighting in the top lane to get his form off early.
Yeah. Chicken of War going to opt for the Syndra once again. Like you mentioned, the Heimer Darius pick was on second rotation there on red side, whereas Mordekaiser was held until B5. So pick the counter pick of their choice, opting for the Mordekaiser. It will be an Echo for Sidon in the mid lane. We already saw Sidon play jungle in Game 1. Now in the mid lane once again in Game 3. And Echo has predominantly been more of a jungler than a mid laner in recent memory. So we can imagine you've got some translation of skills that'll come in from the previous experience as well. We see the bans coming out second rotation from both sides. Clark Obsidian banning away the Seraphine and the Malzahar. NJCU banned away Twitch. That other ban is a Kog'Maw. The Tristana was picked on second rotation that you'll see. The Lulu was picked on first rotation, I think B2 or B3 for Clark Obsidian. And the bot lane for NJCU Gothic will be Zeri with the Yuumi. Now, this is the traditional pairing that we've seen for months and months prior before Zeri became unplayable. She's clearly playable again. Yuumi somehow managed to fall to that second rotation, not banned away first from either side, somehow sneaks her way into second round picks and gets picked up for the 6th. And Yumi, already so incredibly strong with any of these people. I mean, any of these characters on the side of NJCU Gothic can really be the hyper carry. If Darius gets snowballing, Kane with a Yumi is gross. Echo can get really snowbally, and then the Zeri, of course, wants to get that movement speed, wants to keep stacking her ult, applying damage, and Yumi makes that job even easier. So should be an interesting one. With some interesting comps on both sides. This will be the first time that we will not see the bot lane of Clark Obsidian split farm, which I'm very thankful for.
Yes, it is good to see that these adaptations have come through for Clark Obsidian. And one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about almost for both teams here is that Clark Obsidian, they are extremely heavily indexed into magic damage. They have 4 AP characters with 1 AD. So if you shut down the Tristana, it's very easy to itemize against Clark Obsidian. You stack MR, and there will be some MR items being built, whether it's like Jack Show or a Spirit Visage or even Maw. Like there are plenty of items to get value out of. Even a QSS, which normally you only pick for the Mordekaiser, suddenly gets a lot more value because that MR now applies to 3 other people on top of that as well. And with the Amumu, Mordekaiser, and Syndra being all AP, your entire top side is magic damage, which means that the King, Darius, and Echo will all be building Merc Treads as well. If they don't go Merc Treads, I'm almost positive to say that they're trolling in some regard, unless their build demands something else, because it's a very easy MR item and just absolutely curbs any CC stacking that could come out of Clark Obsidian. Whereas on the other hand, it feels like NJCU, they're an incredibly short-ranged composition. Even Zeri isn't the longest range ADC and wants to be in your face to get those stacks, to keep kiting you. Doesn't just want to sit back like a Trist who has that scaling range factor. And Yumi has probably the longest poke of anyone so far in this game, but she'll be right there on top of a carry anyways. So suddenly you have this range vulnerability for the Gothic Knights, which could be exploited here, especially if they fall behind, because playing melee champions into the likes of Mamumu and Mordekaiser, who can face tank you, who can CC you, and prevent you from getting to the carries, is a scary hurdle that they will need to overcome. So both these teams have glaring weaknesses in their compositions, but also strengths as well. So I'm curious to see how these teams will build out early. But I do think that Clark Obsidian, they have addressed some early pain points with winning lanes. And the Gothic Knights, they look to have drafted themselves another strong composition that matches their identity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, NJCU with a really good comp here. I think one of the important things to note, I already highlighted on it a little bit. Not only is it very easy for them to itemize, just because there's so much AP from the solo lanes, that if Tristana doesn't get really, really far ahead, you don't really have to justify buying that armor. But not only, if anybody starts snowballing, like I said in the draft, Yumi can just jump on them. I mean, if Kane gets 2-3 items and gets some kills, it's really hard to kill him, especially when it's Red Kane. Provides CC, has so much innate sustain, and then can build things like the Gore Drinker, like the Ravenous Hydra, and then Darius, of course, built-in sustain as well. It's just so difficult to kill these characters if they get snowballing. It's really the responsibility of Clark Obsidian to try and ensure that this does not happen as we move on later throughout the game and get into those late game stages when everyone has the items that they're looking for. I think the important thing to note that was a big problem in game 1 was the difference in the top lane. We saw the issues with the Darius into the Maokai. Obviously, this one is a little bit better, much more of a counter matchup, picking the Mordekaiser. And either of these can absolutely snowball and be very, very productive in these team fights. I like one of the points you brought up with buying QS, because typically, like you mentioned, the QSS is really only going to be purchased in games by carries when there's a Mordekaiser or maybe someone like a Skarner, things like that. But it always feels pretty bad because you're only buying it for that one purpose. You're wasting an item slot. It feels pretty bad because they're not stats that you would like over something else. But if those stats are also protecting you against the Mumu's damage, against Syndra's damage, it'll feel even better and much more of a justification, which only hurts the top side of Clark Obsidian with the Mordekaiser. But as we head on to Summoner's Rift, we'll see a similar start that we've seen from the past 2 games. No one too aggressive here at level 1.
besides some early trading that we saw in game 1. But both these teams know that this game 3, it's super important. I mean, you win game 3, you've got the momentum, you've got the energy to go into game 4 and grab yourself a series win and declare yourselves the champions. But before we get to that point, we've got to see who can come out with the win in game 3. Looks like both teams will start on similar sides. Once again, we've seen both junglers start bot and path top here across all 3 games.
And both teams opted for a fairly standard start. We'll say, well, not a proper 5-point, but 4.5 point start, we'll say. And Little Enzo is often start blue side, which is a little surprising because Kane is such a strong jungler, could easily start Raptors and solo clear up and bot. So be it gives him more options as well. But matching the jungle pathing out of Amumu also pays dividends as well. Make sure you're there for the early scuttle fights as well. And yes, scuttles aren't be all end all like they were a couple seasons ago, but they're still important. They still give over gold, pressure, vision, movement speed even. So there's plenty of reasons to fight for them. And we do actually see that it's the blue jungle item, the blue Pokemon, Squirtle, or whichever blue Pokemon you want to reference now, as the jungle item for Kane. Now, normally the Moss Stomper, the green item, has become the standard default for everyone because it's such a valuable item. It gives you a shield, it gives you tenacity as well. And those things are invaluable. So I'm actually surprised that Kane didn't go that as well, especially looking at the amount of CC that's coming out of the side of Park Obsidian. Could feel like a missed opportunity there as well. And with First Strike, red form Kane is entirely viable, but also potentially a blue form Kane.
Yeah, it definitely seems more like blue, which is an interesting call in this one for sure.
It's spicy.
Yeah, it definitely is, but we'll see if that's what they opt for. I mean, I'm also led to think it's blue because of the blue jungle item, just because that one's much more frequently seen on assassins who want to move through the jungle, get into these bushes, and try to assassinate people. But you don't have much in regards to tank stats, but Heimer doing some heavy trading on Epic Troller, pops the W, but the shield won't be that big. Flash comes out, so you trade Ghost for Flash very early on. And this is the same thing we saw in last game. Heimer just bullying the advantage he knows he has on this Darius and doing a great job enforcing the recall, or excuse me, not going to force the recall yet of Epic Troller. Sidon in some trouble, dashes on out away from Tranquil Destiny's first bandage toss and trades some HP, but not much more than that.
And unfortunately, Tranquil Destiny decides to path back top for the scuttle, and this could be a very dead Amumu here as he goes right into Little Enzo there. Does I actually get the move for the scuttle with a smite there, I think. So it pays off. Costs his flash though, still behind an XP overall. And Little Enzo will be able to freely walk down to the bot Scuttle Crab, pick up this one, then start his career again. So some questionable decision making there. It works out, but still, it's rough because now you don't have that flash on the Amumu to set up another gank to follow through, for instance. So it's potentially a more volatile situation now for Tranquil Destiny. And Little Enzo, he's hovering bot looking for a gank, but there is such good vision set up by Clark Obsidian that this bot lane should be extremely safe here.
Yeah, definitely safe enough. I mean, if you're Little Enzo, you might consider going in for a Q or something like that and try just to get those stacks, but not going to find it yet. Neon Sonic's going to take a decent bit of damage here. Ooh. First blood goes to YBVO, but now forced to flash because of the use of the jump. Little Enzo now will get some damage off and get a few stacks towards that transformation, but a first blood going over to the Tristana is not what you're hoping for if you're the bot lane of NJCU. Remember what we talked about in the beginning, so much AP if this AD carry doesn't snowball. It becomes very easy to justify not building armor, but an early first blood could spell danger for the side of NJCU.
And I think that's just Neosonic overplaying their hand. They had Little Enzo there who had already walked off looking to get back into his camps. So it's a little bit of a rough situation now because that means the 6th wasn't able to reset as well, and walking back to lane as a Yumi feels pretty terrible. So they're going to have to try and get creative here. But look, Epic Troller right now is just being run down by Heimer and is fortunate enough to get to tower, but that's all his HP gone. Once more, no pots, very little sustain. So once more, top lane is firmly in control by Heimer right now. 007, it's not a secret mission right now. It's a very overt, and with a flash apprehend there, Epic Troller, there's no way he should survive this one. And there's the kill.
Yeah, very, very smooth from Heimer. Didn't even have level 6 yet, but knew that Epic Troller had no flash, and he flashes before the pull can come out, pushing him in the opposite direction, so it actually winds up pulling him behind Epic Troller, so he grabs that kill for himself. Now, thankfully, teleport was held onto by Epic Troller, so he'll catch most of this wave, but will have to trade quite a bit of his health bar first. Thankfully for him, Heimer is both underneath turret and very, very low on mana, as Chicken of War forced to flash away from the potential stun coming out of Sidon. We have level 6 reached for all solo laners, with the exception of the Mordekaiser, who should spike it fairly soon as well.
Ooh. Okay, so TP coming on the Mord is good. Is there to catch the CS. However, immediately opting into a trade as Heimer's looking for a reset is terrible. Because now Heimer comes into lane here on this Darius, has the Iron Whip spike, or Iron Spike Whip, that's it, Iron Spike Whip, and has a half HP Mordekaiser there. He's going to hit level 6, has his Ghost up, the Flash is still down, so it's just a world of pain right now for this Mordekaiser, and potentially he should have remained undead, or in the underworld, because he will be spending a lot of time there if he keeps opting into these poor fights. Now Little Enzo is trying to make something happen here bot as Lulu is being focused down, but Triss does so much damage that Kayn is just chunked out of this fight before it really even takes off.
Yeah, I mean, chunked out of the fight, but thankfully it does not result in a death for him if you're the NJCU jungler, but you do get some stacks, and as it would appear, it looks like he's going for blue Kayn here with the serrated Dirk in his inventory. An interesting decision for sure, but if that's the call you want to make, you really need to prioritize getting those stacks for your transformation either in the bot lane or in the mid lane. And all we've seen so far is some focus towards that bot side. So we'll see if that's what we continue to see or if that's the decision. I mean, I've seen a few times where people have shown it to be meta to go red Kayn with lethality items. We'll see if that's the case here in game 3, but pretty even game state so far. Just a small lead for Clark Obsidian, mostly in the hands of that first blood, and some small CS leads, but in terms of CS leads, Heimer has got that in the top lane, up 30 at 8.5 minutes. This is not what you want if you're Epic Troller and Clark Obsidian.
And because they spotted Little Enzo on the War top lane in the River Bush there, they're able to successfully push out bot, now rotate to the Dragon, and this is an Infernal Dragon to start off with. And Little Enzo should be able to respond with the Rift Herald, but this is done in quasi vision. They know where he is, they know he's doing it. And with Heimer having control in the top lane, they can't really contest it either. But either way, it's a good trade of objectives for Clark Obsidian, especially because they are on the back foot, or at least that's what it feels like, because multiple lanes are going against them. Because taking objectives, it is a good look for them. Gold is even overall, and CS leads, fairly standard across the map. Mid is up a few, but now Tranquil Destiny gets caught out here with a Bandit Toss onto the blue buff, and this could be a 2v3 fight as well. Now Little Enzo isn't level 6 yet, so they do have advantage for the Gothic Knights, and Chicken of War does get the blue buff.
Steals it away, very smart. Heimer will get 1, get 2, looking now onto the Epic Troller. Even if you get the blue buff, it will not matter. He does go into the Death Realm, picks up Sidon, but keep in mind, he does still have access to the ultimate, but running pretty low on mana, pops it now, as the Apprehend will almost certainly mean another one, and the ult reset means Heimer gets 3, but now YBBO looking on to the Echo, knows he doesn't have the ultimate, the bomb will kill him. So they do get 1 in response, but that means that your AD carry is going to miss quite a bit, at least in regards to the bot lane farm. We'll pick up some in the mid lane as he walks back down, but it is huge for NJCU, and especially Heimer, now 4-0 on this Darius. If you thought he was a problem, you thought he was fed last game, it's more of the same, if not even more, here in game 3.
Ooh, the 6 got polymorphed, so can't hop back on. That means this Sonic is vulnerable, and they're trying to kite this one out, but they're not quite able to. As Triss gets back to lane there. Now Yuumi, well,
Yeah, just say your goodbyes, say your prayers. You're not going to
Yep.
survive the Tristana. So, I mean, truthfully, this game is similar to what I mentioned in game 2, but even more prominent, even more prevalent. It's one side has a member who is incredibly fed in the top lane, NJCU, with Heimer on the Darius, and the opposite for Clark Obsidian. This Tristana is also 4-0, so 4 kills for both sides, all on one member for both of these teams. It's just a matter of who's able to be more effective in getting their damage off and be the carry as we get later on into this game, if it continues to be this way.
Oh, it's tough. It's a tough game right now because I'm trying to predict how this game is going to unfurl. You know, both sides or teams have winning sides. You have Darius, you have the Trist that you mentioned, but in the mid lane, it's roughly even. We do see Syndra with a decent CS lead. Now, Epic Troller is going to be able to walk away with backup from Chicken War there. But Sidon looking decent on this Echo. Not fantastic, having opted into the early Merc treads is lacking some of that damage, but, you know, a bit safer overall. So the question for me becomes, which carry is more important, the Tristana or the Darius? Can Darius get onto the Trist and kill the Trist, or can the Trist kite out the Darius enough to get the kill there? Now, the Lulu can be beneficial in that regard as well and be the tipping point. The Lulu is also fairly squishy as well. So maybe Heimer just opts for the 1v2, kills the Lulu first, and then can easily clean up the Trist. So there's a lot of variables at play, and with the Kayn as well, opting for that more blue-oriented Kayn, with the Prowler's Claw completed, you know, it could still be red Kayn, but blue Kayn, for instance, right now, you know, could be also the tipping point, because this is a carry you can't stop. If he gets onto your Tristana like he just did, that is and should be a dead carry. But now that is going to be 700 gold back over to Neosonics, and Zeri will make use of this gold as well. So it's that question, which carry is going to carry harder?
Yeah, and getting the shutdown onto the 80 carry Neon Sonic, who already had a great performance, I believe going deathless last game on the Zeri in game 2. Already put up a strong performance, knows that we know he has proven himself to be able to succeed, doing a great job there. And I think Enzo has form now. If not, he's very, very close. Almost certainly going towards that blue form in base now. Will get the transformation into the blue Kayn so far, more assassin based. Blue Kayn did just get some buffs. He does get more HP when he goes into the wall with his E. I think some other miscellaneous stats as well on this most recent patch. But is going to be a huge problem because that is the difference in, like you talked about with these two carries, is on one side you have a Darius who has his own built-in self-sustain, can face tank a lot of things with his build, whereas Tristana is just much more of a pure DPS, needs people to peel for her, and if Darius, Kayn, or even Echo, even if he's not that strong, can get on top of her head, it's really, really hard for a Tristana to play. This Drake has come up now, will be a Hextech up second, as NJCU has got the priority on it at this moment. The first one did go over to the side of Clark Obsidian. They're just going to clear out some wards for now, but they might look for a play. Flash Apprehend finds nothing. Tranquil Destincy in a lot of trouble. Drops the Curse inside Mummy, but is way too low to survive. Heimer goes unstoppable, picking up his 5th kill of the game, and with a jungler dead, you can almost certainly guarantee that this one will go to the hands of NJCU.
Oh, no.
Chicken of War looking onto the 6th, nearly picks up the Yuumi, but Yuumi will survive. Jumping in goes YBVO, and that is a kill for the Tristana. Just some miscommunication there, I think. I think you need Yuumi to be on the head of somebody there, but it is jungle for support, so only one smite on the Rift should guarantee this one in theory for NJCU, but a stun stops it for a bit. They'll pick up the Drake first. Now it's a matter of who can win the fight. There goes the Lulu ult. Chicken of War will finally fall. Timer goes dominating. Flash forward. Neon Sonic trying to get one. The shield but will not keep him alive. Sidon will pick up the kill instead, but on the other side of the fight, it's Heimer grabbing even more kills. 7-0-0. Little Enzo drops as well. At the end of the day, it's a 2-4-3 in favor of NJCU as they pick up the Drake as well.
Overall, a well-played fight there out of NJCU, but bit of a cheesy question for you here, Palladino. Is Heimer 007 or 700 right now? Or is he
Hey,
both?
that's a good. I guess he's both. I guess technically he's both.
Because this Darius has 7 out of 9 kills for the side of the Gothic Knights. He is the carry, and we've mentioned this numerous times now, is that Heimer on Darius seems to be an OP pick. He bullies the lane, transfers that into teamfight potentials for around the second Drake, and then they win the Drake fight, and they snowball. Fortunately, Epic Troller was able to pick up the second Rift Herald there as well. So it limits a little bit of the snowball coming out of the Gothic Knights, but either way, it's the Gothic Knights coming out on top. Now they're trying to get a pick on the side on here, but a great ultimate coming out of the side on there. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough, and little Enzo couldn't find the re-engaged kill from the rear end of that fight. And to take a step back to the death of Yumi, her second death. She was greeting for a ward there. She was on top of Heimer, had the last chapter available, but hopped off to get the ward kill. So I think as long as she stays put on the Heimer, especially in these volatile situations, she 100% will do a lot more NP of value. Unfortunately, not there, and now we see a team fight breaking into the jungle, little Enzo going in, going out. It's a little bit of chaos across the rift right now.
Yeah, not able to find anything just yet. Heimer looking for the solo kill on the Epic Troller, and it's just that easy as he goes legendary. Chicken of War just gets out of stun range, so will survive. Lots of damage, but lots of healing and shielding coming down from the side of Clark Obsidian. Keep many members alive. Lil Enzo doesn't quite have the damage to pick up those kills just yet. But now Sidon could be in some trouble. Has access to the ultimate. The bandage shots will be juked out from some fancy footwork by Sidon, and Heimer is just going to knock away at this top tier 2. He is rich beyond his means, and he will be a problem as we go later on into this game.
Ooh, and problems tend to snowball on top of one another if you don't take care of them. And now Heimer's looking for this blue buff again. Tranquil Destiny cannot contest that, but does have Smite, and Smite's a little bit early, but ultimately goes their way. And Vision this game has been fairly standard, we'll say. Both teams getting wards down, getting pings, moving their vision towards their objective, which is all very good to see. And I also am pleased to report that the top triangle out of the Gothic Knights all went Merc Treads. I'm very happy with their itemization so far. And now little Epic Troller, he gets the tower, but at what cost? Because he should die here. But he gets the Yumi into the death realm.
Yeah, he's got the Yumi in the death realm. The final chapter will keep her alive for now. Manages to stay alive throughout the death realm. The 1v1 keeps the cat alive, and the kill goes over to Lil Enzo. You get bot tier 1, you almost trade back but aren't able to, and now you lose a bot tier 1 yourself. NJCU are just taking advantage of what they're given and doing such a great job here in this one with a small gold link here to start, but definitely one that can keep on growing as Heimer responds up here in the top lane to ensure that his tower stands strong.
Ooh. I feel like Yumi needs another round of nerfs if she can survive 1v1 against some Mordekaiser in the Death Realm. But you know, that's just cat things. They have 9 lives. We'll say she used up 1 there. And Heimer, potential dangerous situation here being a 1v3 situation. He is going to be able to walk this one out. He does have Ghost as a flash. He's potentially looking to turn. He knows he's fed. He knows he can take it. But with the Death Dance, if he gets a single reset, he could be an absolute monster. And Lulu is being the one targeted down, but he's going to have to run it out, and it doesn't quite matter as the Tristana is there for the bomb and the kill. So that's another 1,000 gold going to Trista's pockets here. This Tristana, it's getting scary now.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big one. That shutdown going over to the Tristana is exactly who you want it on. When you have such a heavy AP topside, if you can get that much gold onto your AD carry, who's really your only source of AD damage, it can mean a ton as we get later on into this game if she can really spike off of those items. Let's have the Bloodthirster picked up second, so 2 items now. Means a very strong stun. A big stun will land. They're going to not be able to find anyone yet as Lil Enzo taken very low. Epic Troller's going to pick him up. The Chrono Break keeps Sidon alive. They're going to turn his focus onto Chicken of War, but not going to find him yet, but the stun from the Scatter of the Weak will pick him up. Neon Sonic going to try to keep on stacking. Sidon going to try to stay alive. has the stun to stand on top of as well. He's still alive for now. Flash secures the kill from the Epic Troller. Not sure if he needed it, but he got it done regardless. So a nice turnaround from Clark Obsidian. This Chicken of War will also pick up the 6, but Heimer is back. He's already gotten one shutdown of his own. Looking first onto the Epic Troller. Exhaust will stop quite a bit of damage. He's taken fairly low with YB just hitting for free. And the reset is not enough as Tranquil Destiny will pick up that kill. But Heimer goes in and gets some work done. The Drake will be picked up. This is our first Chemtech Soul of the night. Easily, in my opinion, the most exciting rift that you can have. Even though the Soul doesn't feel super impactful, at least not like the old Chemtech Soul. The map with the new blast clones and vision plants, things like that is all very, very exciting. Can opt for a lot of playmaking. And Clark O has just gotten themselves one step closer to securing this one here at the 22-minute mark.
If I'm not mistaken, it's been 3 different souls so far in this series.
Has, yeah.
The first one I don't quite remember, but I know the second one was Infernal, and that would get the Chemtech. So all these teams, or both teams, having to adapt to all of these rifts right now, all these soul win conditions. It's a interesting combination for sure. And I know the graphic on the screen right now says Infernal Dragon spawning in 350. That is going to be a glitch, spectator glitch, we'll say. As I mentioned, Riot Games, small indie company, these things happen. Spectator also often gets overlooked, especially in preseason. But regardless, all eyes are on Baron. That includes the teams, ours, and any little frogs, ducks, geese, or creatures running across the rift. I don't know if there's a deer. I don't know if there's a bear. There should be a bear. But regardless, the fight is intense right now.
Final chapter comes out. Tranquil Destiny into trouble, gets exhausted. A nice Abraham lands onto 2, but no one has fallen yet. Heimer taken low, but the shutdown already goes over to Little Enzo as YB will fall as well. Chicken of War picks up 1, but Neon Sonic responds back, double killing the enemy support. Epic Troller in a fight with Heimer, but Heimer wins this one handedly. Last one standing for Clark Obsidian will be Chicken of War on the Syndra. It's a 4-4-1. I don't think that Baron is on the menu for NJCU. Instead, they'll put their focus into pushing mid and top to try and knock down these towers here. Both tier 2s still standing for Clark Obsidian.
It looked like a good look there out of Clark Obsidian with the initial Mumu ult. Unfortunately, the rest of the team fight just didn't go their way because once more, Heimer did Heimer things. And I'm going to say the only reason Chicken of War even survived that was because Neon Sonic dashed over the wall at a little bit of a wrong angle and ended up in the blue put instead of near that blast cone. And with a Scouter of the Week, it just put enough distance for Chicken of War to walk it out. But either way, it was a team fight in hand for the side of NJCU. They look stellar. They are strong. They have a 4K gold lead. There is one tier 2 tower remaining on the side of Clark Obsidian. So they are definitely feeling the pressure. And once more, Clark Obsidian is in this position of needing to come back into the game. And honestly, I'm not quite sure how they do it when they're staring down the face of a monstrous Heimer who has a Yuumi health pack on his back.
Yeah, not only is it the Yuumi health pack able to help him sustain, give him some raw stats as well. It'll be an Everfrost for the 6th on the Yuumi. One you don't see very often. If you see an AP Yuumi, you're typically going to see the Ludens, but I haven't seen the Everfrost in practice. In theory, it's very interesting, but I think because you have the Mordekaiser and the Amumu, you can try and lock them down if they engage on you, or if the Yuumi is on someone like the Kayn or the Darius, they want to clear that distance very quickly as well, as the stun will land on a 2, and there goes the Everfrost, lands on a 1. First the side, we're not going to find anything yet. The Abraham will find both. The 6 going to pull up ultimately the first. Sidon goes into the Zanya, stays alive for now. Enzo very low, gets some healing through the wall, but still on 1 HP. YB will pick up Sidon first instead. This is now become a 1-4-1, make it a 2-4-1 as Epic Troller will grab the kill onto Lil Enzo, and Heimer just barely alive. Keep in mind, this fight was without the NJCU 80 carry, Neon Sonic. He is full HP on 2 items. They're going to try and find anything they can as this Baron is going down, ticking.
They gotta
just
go
under
now.
2k now. They can't get anything yet, and that one will go to the hands of the Epic Troller. Not even smited by Tranquil Destiny, living on the absolute edge. That one secured by the Mordekaiser instead, but that's the potential turnaround that Clark Obsidian is looking for if they want to get this win under their belt after a slow start here as we start to head to the late game.
Ooh, and Dragon spawning right now, with Clark Obsidian having the first move to it, which means that they can clear out Vision and establish their own. And now NJCU will have to face check this one if they want to contest. But they should get there as 5 relatively quickly. Now Neosonic needs to move with the team here. Iron's going to be the first one there. Last chapter is available. Oh, I want to see them take the fight because this is a lot of gold that Clark Obsidian hasn't spent right now. And there's the flash in by Heimer. The last chapter needs to come out to really lock this team down. Nox's guilty comes out, gets 1, gets 2, and a trade does get back with the 6 picking up the 3rd kill. And once more, the map is opened up. Now Chicken of War is going to be chased down to get the parallel convergence. Should be able to lock Chicken of War up as it gets procced there by Sidon. And now the Epic Troller, he's trying to even out this fight, but Clark Obsidian, they're between some Obsidian and Tower right now, rock and hard place, and they just can't quite get out of it. And once more, that parallel convergence is coming out. That stun is going to buy so much time. Now look, Epic Troller, he's just buying as much time as he can. The Baron minions are helping poke them out, but Heimer is just too tanky of a man. And now Neosonic is willing them through, and Heimer never dropped tower there, had the bleed stacks, and look, Epic Troller suddenly picks up 2 on the back end of that fight, and is the salvation for Clark Obsidian there.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, you try and get rid of all their Barons, you only get rid of 4, and you give 2 kills over to the already 2-item Mordekaiser, who, despite his struggles in the early game, can really become very strong once he gets online, and a few shutdowns there will make his job even easier. So a bit of a misplay from NJCU, I think, just overestimating how long it would take this finished Jack show Mordekaiser to die underneath his tower. So instead, they will fall. But regardless, that fight does get rid of every Baron except for the Epic Troller, so makes the job of NJCU a little bit easier. As we'll see some fighting here on to the Mordekaiser. Sidon trying to make a play, looking on to the Epic Troller. Not going to find the kill just yet. Sidon taken fairly low. Nice. Chrono Break brings Don't Kill Me Kill AD to 1 HP. Epic Troller just barely alive, draining so much HP as little Enzo comes out of the ultimate. We see YBVO hovering around, trying to look for a jump-in angle, finds it. Sidon forced to go into the Zanyas, but a great timing from the Epic Troller means that Chicken of War will pick up the kill. Just a little too aggressive on this Echo means that he will fall. This Dragon will be spawning in just under 3 minutes, and Baron is up a few seconds, or about 20-30 seconds after. And because it's such an impactful soul like Chemtech, as Neosonic in some trouble, has the shield bow to keep him alive, does use the E to glide on over the wall and bring himself to safety. But with this next Dragon spawning in just under 2.5 minutes, if you're NJCU, you cannot give over Chemtech's soul if you can bear it. But if that fight goes the wrong way and Clark Obsidian is able to not only get the Chemtech soul, but immediately turn their focus on the Baron, it could spell disaster. Speaking of disaster, Neosonic in some trouble, but just dashes on over the wall and makes it out to safety. The bomb does quite a bit, but not enough to secure the kill.
And right now, NJCU setting up both their side waves to push, which is the right thing to do. However, their mid lane is incredibly weak right now with Sidon respawning, so they will lose the T2 tower here, and hopefully nothing more. As Heimer is starting to collapse back, we'll have the flank if they choose to opt for this. But Neosonic is getting the recall off right now. Was half HP, so it was probably the best decision not to fight there right now. And I'm going to say this is where I'm starting to see concern with little Enzo right now. Because he went the blue Kayn, he doesn't have the drain tank potential of a red Kayn. So when they're trying to get an early pick onto a Mordekaiser, he's just too squishy. He can't survive it. And that's what we saw there, which then led to Clark Obsidian gaining so much mid priority there. Was that they had enough initial damage to chunk him to half HP, then Jack Zero stack, and then the damage just couldn't get through it. And their frontline wasn't there in the looks of Heimer, because Heimer is their only frontline member right now who can stick to someone, who can tank someone right now. And if he's not there, then it's very easily a lost fight for the Gotham Knights, especially when 20 out of 23 kill participation is on your top laner. And of that, 15 are for kills. That's a lot of mental math I don't want to do right now, but you know, 15 times 300 gold, that's what, 4,500 gold right there in terms of kills.
Is a lot.
That's a massive amount. You cannot afford to not have that in your team fights. So the Gotham Knights do have to play around Heimer. If they don't do that, it's going to look scary.
Yeah, I think the point of action here, if I'm NJCU, is you throw the 6th on to Heimer's head. You already had the Yuumi pick up the Mikhails just in case he gets CC'd. So if he gets CC'd, is now don't kill me, kill AD. Might be in some trouble, but the Polymorph knocks him out of the wall, meaning Lorenzo is forced to flash. Heimer knocked up by the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but he picks up 1, not able to get enough resets to go and kill YBVO. Will get 2 himself after the bleed stacks. Lorenzo just survives from the Buster shot from YBVO, but because you lost your top laner, you're by far most fed member, and so much damage is coming out of this 4-item Tristana, this almost guarantees that the soul will be theirs. Little Enzo's in base, they can't get in, and there goes the Drake, as now the Yuumi is all alone. The 6th will fall. Sidon on the opposite side of the wall in the Death Realm will get locked up by the bandage toss, securing that kill, and now that's a Chemtech soul for Clark O, and it's really hard for NJCU to get anything done. Heimer is spawning in 9 seconds, so we'll make it in time for the tail end of the Baron, but it's a matter of if Tranquil Destiny and Clark Obsidian want to try and take this. Keep in mind, Chicken of War has no TP. It's on full cooldown, so we will not have the mid laner there fast to respond, but with Lulu coming now, Lil Enzo is trying to find his way in. It's very low. He gets it! Fantastic steal from Lil Enzo. We saw it the last time that Tranquil Destiny took Baron. It looks like he didn't have Smite at all. It's on a long cooldown. That one picked up. And so the saving grace from NJCU comes from the hands of Lil Enzo as he grabs the Smite steal on Baron Nashor.
Oh, I was going to say, if Clark Obsidian got the Baron, the game might actually have been over for Gothic Knights, because they're not finding success in these team fights anymore. They're playing it chaotic. They're not playing to their win condition. And because of that, they're just bleeding objectives, especially these dragons. But securing that Baron buys them time, gets them a little bit more gold. But they need to push to end this sooner rather than later, because this Trist is absolutely massive. And what, 2 autos nearly chunks Neosonic down to half HP. The bomb chunks her down to a third. So another 1-2 autos, that's going to be an instant give to Neosonic there, and that's a very scary situation to face there for the Gothic Knights. And Heimer still 17-4-5, absolute monster. He's not getting into these fights properly or onto the right targets. But also, it feels like Clark Obsidian, they have activated their 3rd brain cell, we'll say, because look, Epic Troller saved Death Realm to take out Obsidian, so he couldn't get that soul steal, because Echo's neutral objective execute is absolutely massive with the 3rd proc of the Z drive. It's massive. It's greater than a Smite, especially if you're full AP. But the Echo is only at 2.5 items right now, so it's not the greatest. And now here's a good potential engage here.
Sidon trying to find an angle, but Lil Enzo's going to get blown up immediately by YBVO. No one else has fallen yet, but it will be Heimer going down next as he gets shut down by the Tristana once again. YBVO jumping in, looking first onto one. Levitt Troller to pick up Sidon. 3 killed right away from the side of NJCU. And now Clark Obsidian, even without the Baron, are just going to push their way down the middle lane as 5. They've got a small wave to work with. Neon Sonic not in any trouble quite yet with the 6th on top of his head. And, I mean, it's just NJCU. They're trying to make these plays too quickly. And even if Heimer is this fed, he doesn't have very much armor. He's got the Death's Dance, and he's got the Dead Man's Plate, but it's not enough to stop from this Tristana, who's 4.5 items. I mean, he's just getting blown up. Once he gets CC'd, it's really difficult for anything to happen. There's hardly any bit of a wave left, but they are going to look for the end. Tranquil Destiny lands the Q, gets out the cleanse. This tower still alive for now, and Epic Troller is forced to tank it. Keep in mind, these waves are still Baron empowered by Neon Sonic, so it's too difficult to get any more of a wave in there and try and sit in their base, especially with the rest of them respawning. Lil Enzo is looking for his time here to try and make his way in. But YBVO is instead going to look on a Neon Sonic, but instead he hands the shutdown right over to the hands of Heimer, grabs the kill for it himself. But now Heimer's on Reset City. He's got 2, looking for his 3rd. That one instead going to go to Little Enzo. Looking now, Heimer picks up a triple kill instead of
They don't have minions.
the end for the side of Clark Obsidian. NJCU punish the overstay.
It's still 30 seconds though.
So
they didn't go
long.
back to escort the minions.
There's few creeps left. There's a double stacked cannon wave, but they're catching this wave early. They're just going to tank this first tower. Honestly, a good call. You have the Yumi. You have a very tanky Darius. Everyone is still dead for 15 seconds at the least. And with the new soul, there are plants in their base that Heimer is able to take. So he just went from 1 HP to well over half.
Oh no.
Now they can walk in with this wave. 3 seconds left. Instead, they're going to opt to leave. YBVO and Don't Kill Me Kill AD both respawn to take out this wave. So only the Nexus turret will stay alive with plenty of wave clear coming out from the Tristana. But what a spicy series of events as it goes back and forth here between Clark Obsidian and NJCU.
Oh, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It was a roller coaster. It was like,
Yeah.
Are they ending? They're looking for the end here. They get the first Nexus Tower for Clark Obsidian. They're starting to hit the second one, but then the waves come in, and the Baron buff is there to just draw it out long enough. And then it feels like they overplayed their hand, but it was a great chase down by the Gothic Knights to then open up the map, but because they didn't escort the minion waves in time, they couldn't look for an end, even though they still had a little bit of time to work with. But fortunately, they recognized that, they backed out, so that way they didn't overplay their hand, and now they could reset for Elder Dragon. And this is what, the 3rd Elder Dragon we're seeing of this series spawning in right now, and every time an Elder Dragon has died, it means the game will end quickly thereafter. Gold at this point is irrelevant. It's basically a 3k difference in favor of Gothic Knights right now. A single team fight will swing it the other way. A single objective could do that as well. Both teams have open inhibitors, and really it's going to come down to this fight that's breaking out right now.
Sidon looking first, but is forced to ult away. Heimer not taken low quite yet, but looking for a reset first. Sidon goes into the zone. He's at 1 HP, so not a kill quite yet, but he will fall to the bomb. Lil Enzo taken low as well, but goes into the wall, but he will fall as well. 2 kills already over to YBVO. Heimer taken low. It's going to be a shutdown given over to Epic Troller. YBVO now looking on a Neon Sonic. The dash over will keep Zeri alive for now, but this wave is in favor of YBVO, and he's got the right idea. You don't need Elder if you can just end the game. Tristana, way too much wave clear. And once again, just going in a little desynced, not able to find the kills on the members you're looking for. And now with only 1 Nexus turret standing and no more Baron buffed minions to try and defend with, this one will almost certainly end. YBVO looking on to Neon Sonic, not going to find kill. They'll find the Nexus instead. So Clark Obsidian actually win the game with a gold deficit, but they come back into this one. They pick up the game 1 win. They drop the second one in game 2, but they've brought things right back around with a game 3 win, hoping to propel themselves to a series win in game 4 after a very exciting game.
Exciting game is one way to put it. I think it was absolutely thrilling with how both teams went back and forth. You have the absolute raid boss of a Darius in the top lane, Heimer, playing it as well as he could have. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, the Gothic Knights, they couldn't kill the Tristana. And because of that, Tristana was able to run free, get the resets, get the kills, get the big damage across. And that spelt the end for the Gothic Knights in this game 3. Now, they did have a lot of promising opportunities. I don't think Blue Kane was to play this game. It got a little bit done. But honestly, the thing I'm most surprised at is the Everfrost Yumi. That's just technology I just haven't seen a lot of. I kind of forget it exists, but it does make sense when you have 3 people who want to die. That extra sticking potential is absolutely massive. But kudos or credit where credit is due. Clark Obsidian, they played from behind. They managed to stall this game out until they hit their power points, and then the game just blew open in their favor, and we saw that around the objective control. They got, 1 Rift Herald, 4.5 dragons, because, Elder should have died to them. They didn't. They opted to end the game. But either way, they had that neutral objective locked down. So both this game and last game were clean victories for their respective teams. So I can't wait to see what game 4 is like. Now that Clark Obsidian, they're on match point. One more win. They win the finals for their division.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm just as excited as you are. Like you said, Clark Obsidian, 1 game away from climbing and reaching the mountaintop and securing themselves as champions. So don't go anywhere. We've got game 4 very, very soon.
Feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 panic. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh. I can't stop the rush, every note I touch. I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine. need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC. We've had a fantastic series so far between NJCU and Clark Obsidian. Currently, Clark Obsidian up 2-1. They are just 1 game away from securing their definitive spot as the best team from the Navigators Northeast. I'm Palladino here with Cyro Stims. We've had a great series so far. We just had draft finish up on a third-party client. It's looking pretty exciting. We know that, Clark Obsidian is coming into Game 4 with some momentum. What are you looking for them to do to really bring it home and secure themselves as the champions of this division?
Well, I still want to see Clark Obsidian pick some stronger lanes. They can't. In hindsight, I would say I would like to see them ban the Darius, but because I know how draft plays out, they didn't ban the Darius. So Heimer once more gets his Darius, which means the Epic Troller's in for a World of Hurt, which means that hopefully mid and bot lane will be winning for the side of Clark Obsidian. Otherwise, they put themselves in the back foot once more. And while they have shown that they can play from the back foot, that's never a good place to be, because it means one more push and suddenly you're on your derriere and then you're being walked over and then you lost the game. So being proactive early game with winning lanes is definitely a crucial aspect that I feel like Clark Obsidian may have overlooked. However, their team fighting and being able to play to their win conditions feels second to none right now. Because the Gothic Knights, they get an absolute monstrous lead in the top, but they can never finish out these games, it feels like, or at least do it cleanly enough to warrant a Darius ban. Like, how does Darius get like 18 kills in a game and not get banned out is astonishing. But regardless, I think Clark Obsidian, they could have the tools here to make it work, especially with a Shen, with a Kane, with an Annie. I would like to see a red Kane. This isn't a red Kane.
Please.
Oh,
Please give us
I
a
will
red
give
Kane.
Clark Obsidian the death stare through my camera.
Yeah, Red Cane I think is just so much better than Blue Cane, especially in competitive. Just provides so much more utility and is allowed to be a little more self-reliant. But we do have the drafts finished up here, just about between both these teams. Clark Obsidian going, like you mentioned, Shen, Kane, Annie, rounding out with the Zaya and the Lulu. NJCU Gothic is going to go with the Darius. Once again, Olaf for little Enzo this time. We'll see Sidon have the Syndra for the first time this series. Chicken of War has picked it up most games before this one. It'll be Caitlyn Amumu in the bot lane for NJCU Gothic. So we talked about this a little bit before we got back on stream. One of the problems that we noticed from NGCU Gothic with the Darius last game was he didn't really have consistent engage. You have the Yumi who you can kind of rely on, but it's really relying on you being able to get in cleanly. You don't have that engage support to really set you up, and I think you have that now. You drafted the Amumu for the 6th, who already had one really good game on it, their one series win, or one game win of the series. And you got Heimer once again on Darius. You're pretty confident at this point that he's going to get himself a lead. So I'm interested in what they're able to do. You know, they are on the back foot here. Clark Obsidian on match point. They've got the momentum, and they definitely want to take this one home in 4 instead of 5.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first game that Chicken of War has been forced onto something other than the Syndra. So my eyes will be looking at mid lane here, and it's going to be a tough game for both these teams, to be honest. We have the Gothic Knights and JCU with a team that wants to run at you. Because if I'm not mistaken, and they had 3-4 ghosts on their team. They had a ghost on Darius, Olaf, Syndra. So they want to run at you. They want to get their damage done. And Olaf's Ragnarok means that you can't kite him. Means that if you had the likes of a Tristana, which they don't, you can't kite back effectively enough. But the Zaya does offer similar utility, we'll say, by going untargetable and being able to reposition a little bit with their ult, Featherstorm. But ultimately, it may not be enough here because there is a lot of different skills that the Zaya will need to dodge as well. But I know Zaya has risen in prominence right now because of the strength of the Navori quick blades. And with how long these games are going, they should be able to reach that point, which I think is around the 3rd, maybe 4th item mark. Not too familiar with 80 carry builds, but overall, Zaya can be really strong. But also, back to the Gothic Knights, you have a Mumu Caitlyn, which is a very easy to execute bot lane. You throw out a bandage toss, throw down a Yordle snap trap on top of that for the extra CC. Next thing you know, you're chaining headshots, and whoever just got trapped is dead. It's like Morgana, just with more Qs to throw out from the Amumu. And so it's tough to predict how these games go. I think either side could win it, but with momentum being on side of Clark Obsidian, they may have the edge needed to push through and get the series win right here, right now in this game 4.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Especially, I think it is a bit of a cause for concern if you're the Gothic Knights when you just had your top laner get like 18 kills and you're not able to secure the win. Obviously, you had some problems on the bot side. The Tristana got incredibly fed, but regardless, you had such a really good early game. We just haven't seen themselves be able to prove that they could translate this early game lead not only into a eventual win, but neutral objectives. They aren't getting themselves to a point where they're getting the soul or getting those Rift Heralds. Pretty much every Rift Herald is going over to the hands of Clark Obsidian, and they're making really, really good use of it. And I think because of that, it's become incredibly challenging for the side of NJCU Gothic Knights to pick up wins in this series. We'll be heading on to Summoner's Rift very, very soon. Like we said, it's a very exciting day. We've said it from the beginning. We've had a very exciting series, of course. Clark Obsidian on match point, looking to crown themselves as the kings of the Navigators Northeast, but they will not be handed it easily, as I'm certain that NJCU Gothic Knights will put up their absolute best of a fight as we prepare to get on to Summoner's Rift here in Game 4. Very, very good one. We saw some interesting picks. The Annie, of course, not one we see very often, but we'll see what he's able to do. Like you said, his first time off of Syndra. Now's your time. You've got to prove at the highest level, at the biggest stage that you've had in this tournament, that you're able to pull out something else and succeed like you have in the past.
And I think an important note here is that Chicken War has been solid on the Syndra. Hasn't had any standout carry performances, but has at least been solid. The game one, I would say, is a bit of an oddity with how the Malzahar just got insanely fed and then really wasn't able to do much with it. But either way, Chicken War, Syndra, very strong pick. And now you don't have that. Instead, you have the shorter range Annie, which relies entirely on their combo to really kill someone. You need to throw everything, including the teddy bear, at someone to get the kill. And so if you miss even one of those spells in that rotation, it may not be enough. Also, you don't have the defense of the Scatter the Weak, that stun, that disengage tool either. So you're a little bit more vulnerable. So Chicken of War, I would like to see step up and, actually be a Chicken of War, not a chicken of the kitchen who just runs around and annoys you with a few pecks here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we already highlighted it a little bit. We're definitely looking for a Red Cane here for Clark Obsidian. I think Red Cane just provides so much more peel, and especially through so much CC. I think if you're Blue Cane, you're just going to get blown up a little too quickly. But another important aspect and a champ we haven't seen in this series that really isn't picked all that often is going to be the Shen for Epic Troller. I mean, he's had a rough go of it against the Darius in these past few games, but he's typically been able to hold his own towards the late game. And the Shen is very clearly a pick that says, even if I'm not going to snowball my lane and get myself a huge lead, you're going to provide that utility just by giving your teammate the shield and giving them some more reliability in being able to go in for these engages and maybe play a little bit more aggressive. But not only can you give them the shield, there's also just the added pressure of knowing that the enemy team has a Shen, and that once he hits level 6 at any moment, you have to be aware that it might be difficult for you to go to a play. Because you know that if he presses 6, it quickly becomes a 1v2 or a 2v3. It's something that I think is very important to keep track of as we get into this one, and certainly a point that Clark Obsidian will be looking for as we get ready to go on to Summoner's Rift here in Game 4. We'll be back in just a little bit.
there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up, no time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got Game 4 here between NJCU and Clark Obsidian. Been a very good series so far. We know Clark Obsidian up 2-1 on match point here, trying to crown themselves as the victors of the Navigators Northeast. Everyone heading out of base now. We've seen a 5-point or some variation of it in every game so far. Don't imagine we'll see anything deviating from that here right away. Just some wards dropped, but a good start and a very exciting series so far, and I'm hoping for more of the same here in Game 4.
It's definitely interesting here, we'll say, because these team comps, they do have the potential for early invades, but they've chosen to play it safe, get the early vision down, and both sides prioritizing that, that blue quadrant for blue side right now. We see 2 defensive wards there and 1 offensive ward, so overall the Gothic Knights have more vision at their disposal right now in terms of where they can place future wards. Because right now, both Kane and Shen will be vulnerable to either invades or ganks, though I don't think an Olaf is going to invade right now. And Shen, with his Shadow Dash and Flash, should be able to stay relatively safe. Now, once more, both junglers are stunning bot side, are both getting leashes, so respectively should have similar clear times. And we know from prior patches, Olaf has always been strong at clearing the jungle. Unfortunately, with the current iteration of jungle, he is going to stay very healthy, so he may not have a truly optimized clear just yet. But either way, he shouldn't struggle to clear it and should be able to match the Kane overall. And this bot lane, I feel, is going to be the place to watch. It's going to be where the action happens, or the volatility of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think it is important to note, especially at these early levels, that NJCU are most likely going to get poked out just by the nature of being against a double-ranged bot lane. But as Heimer spikes level 2, he goes in for some trading on that Patroller. He's taken pretty low, but not going to fall. Holds on to the flash as well, but those bleed stacks doing quite a bit of damage. YB getting some damage down onto Neon Sonic as well. So pretty much even in CS across the board so far. A bit of a deficit for Lepic Troller, but he's got a pretty decent sized wave crashing into him that'll pick up here very soon.
Ooh. So Kane does seem to have a little bit of jungle tempo right now going, especially with that red side start. He clears the AoE camps faster than Olaf, but Olaf should still be fine for his timing to get to the early Scuttle Crab. Now it is Conqueror on Kane, so I'm expecting the red Kane to come through. And Sidon is getting trip damage on Chicken War, so the Chicken War is still being pestered and poked at first and foremost. Not quite being farmed, but definitely in a weaker state than we've seen before. But overall, the first 3 minutes are even. They're as expected. Nothing volatile has happened, except Sidon has actually gone the shove mid and is protecting Scuttle for little Enzo. And if I was little Enzo, I would be singing my praises to Sidon for protecting that. But as I say that, the Scuttle gets taken by Tranquil Destiny. So a little bit of team games going back and forth right now. And we see that Destiny is going to be running straight to the next Scuttle Crab as well. But that's if a fight doesn't break out mid, and they're focusing that more.
Yeah, little Enzo taking very low first, though, so it's first blood going over to Tranquil Destiny, and now he's just going to smack away at this Syndra, maybe try to blow a Summoner spell, but don't think he's got the damage to do it just yet. Will not. So it is a first blood over to Tranquil Destiny's Kayn, but one in response, going over to Sidon on the Syndra as Chicken of War falls as well. All the Summoner spells expended come from Clark Obsidian, with the exception of little Enzo's Ghost, as Heimer holds on to the apprehend. Nice job, forces out the flash of La Epic Troller. Knows he doesn't have the damage to kill him quite yet. There is a small XP advantage for La Epic Troller, but only because there's a big wave coming in to Heimer as well. Tranquil Destiny now going to come over the wall. I don't think he knows he's on a ward, but he's going to walk on through and try to find something. They know he's there if they saw him on that ward, so Tranquil Destiny going to try and potentially get some stacks off for his transformation, but won't find anything yet. Just help his team shove out this way. The Blast Cone has just spawned, but Lil Enzo is here, and I think they want this 3v3, especially because YB has very little mana and low HP as well. TP coming down from the Syndra. The axe lands on the two. Lil Enzo does get slowed up by a couple different aspects. Don't kill me, kill AD is taking the very low HP, but Tranquil Destiny will fall first as Sidon gets the kill. Flash forward for me on Sonic. Will only secure one as the Q goes just a bit wide. Nice sidestep from YBVO, keeps him alive, but that means from the TP to the bot lane from Sidon, this first Drake will go to the hands of NJCU and Lil Enzo.
Sidon is showing up massively so far in this game 4. Was able to push out the wave early to try and protect the Scuttle Crab. Didn't work out. But then a proactive TP bot, which results in getting the red buff onto him now so he can sustain the mid lane, but also helping his team get 2 more kills. And while he doesn't have that 100% kill participation, it really is off the back of his plays, his team play. And it's great to see this coming out early from the Gothic Knights. And it's going to be Clark Obsidian once more on their back foot. Hopefully they can, come back, because the Lulu is finding a solo kill here on Neosonic. Sometimes supports, they hit with wet noodles. Sometimes they add razor blades to their wet noodles and will smack you down slowly but surely.
Tranquil
Now
Destiny
it's
looking
Sidon.
on. Sidon, not able to find it yet. I mean, no form on the Kayn makes it really difficult to find anything, but Chicken of War gonna go for the all-in, forces the flash out of Sidon. Scatter the Weak will stun up Tranquil Destiny, but no kill to be found. I think Sidon just spiked level 6, so not able to try and ult Tranquil Destiny for that kill. But lots of action, not too many kills so far, and pretty even in CS across the board. We have seen Sidon drop a few, especially for that bot play, and then of course in the top lane, once again, a big lead for Heimer, as we've seen in all his Darius games so far throughout the night.
And this game feels a lot more stable for Clark overall, even though they're a little bit behind because of that bot play. The Epic Troller hasn't died yet. Normally he's died once by this point, and please tell me I didn't curse this right now. Don't do it. Don't do it, Troller. Don't put this curse on me again. But either way, this is a wave that is pushing out of top side. And so I would like to see Tranquil Destiny come up, help Epic Troller crash this, so that way he's not in a dangerous position against Heimer, who wants to chase him down, who has the ultimate available, who has Ghost coming up. Just help your top laner crash this, get a reset off, play the team game, or even crash it and then look for a Rift Herald, especially with Chicken of War being there as well. Maybe now is the time to 3-man top. It's a viable play. It will even out the CS in mid lane, but you don't want to leave Troller in this position.
I totally agree. I also think, if you're Tranquil Destiny, you want to hit the Darius. You want those melee stacks. Chicken of War going to try and look onto Sidon as the shield for some extra movement speed. Tranquil Destiny now going to get his movement speed, and as Heimer pops the Ghost, he will not land the Q, but Tranquil will not land any of his skills as well, so no stacks to be found for this Kayn, but does know he's hovering topside, but this wave state is still so bad for Epic Troller. It's gotten a little bit better, but still not what you're hoping for. Chicken of War just catching the wave here underneath the mid-tier 1. With some more action heading up towards the top side with this first Rift Herald on the map. So we know that the 6th has already started walking up, but Neon Sonic is just now leaving the bot lane as both members of Clark Obsidian's bot lane will head on up themselves. Access to the ultimate is both junglers. This is very important, especially for little Enzo on the Olaf. Him having the inability to be CC'd with the Ragnarok makes his life very easy. And they've got the Shen ult there as well, if anything gets a little too spicy. So either side, or both sides will not head towards this Rift Herald right away. Epic Troller in some trouble, force the flash again, but flash ult comes down from Heimer. We'll see if the bleed stacks are enough, and they are. Heimer grabs the solo kill once again. Epic Troller will fall to the bleed stack from the Darius.
And you mentioned that the wave state wasn't as bad, when in actuality I think it got even worse because it reset the slow push. Because the Epic Troller had like a double stacked wave, that was going to crash eventually regardless, unless Heimer was able to trim it effectively. But with that gank, he trimmed it just enough that it was able to reset the slow push build up, and that means Troller had to extend to get any sort of CS there. And then we just saw he paid the price with his life there. So I think Tranquil Destiny left Troller out to dry just a little bit there overall, because that's a 50 CS or 55 CS difference now in top lane at the 10-minute mark, which is astronomical to have this sort of lead on the Darius. And I would say the entire 1.6k goal lead right now is probably on the Darius at this point as well. Now Neosonic in the spot lane is doing fairly well, up 2 CS, which is going to get evened out. But either way, the top lane is the volatile map state, and Heimer is just looking to re-aggress right now. A little Enzo potentially caught out here in a 1v4 situation.
Going in by himself, but he has already picked up one. He's already picked up Don't Kill Me, Kill AD, but Chicken of War will respond with a kill of his own. This has quickly become a 3v3. Tranquil Destiny looking first on the side and won't find it. A nice E goes down, but Neon Sonic will be the one to pick up YB instead. No Featherstorm means no more survivability, especially with the cleanse instead of the heal, as Neon Sonic picks up his second kill of the game. This dragon is still being taken by the side of Clark Obsidian. Chicken of War is instantly going to get ulted. Flash forward comes out from Sidon, but the shield and the Shen ult means that he's safe. The 6 tries to get Tranquil Destiny, and he will. That'll stop the dragon from being taken from the side of Clark Obsidian, but a couple kills go into the hands of Clark Obsidian. And here pretty early on, still Shen going to TP back into the top wave. Neon Sonic trying to survive here. Ignite comes down from Don't Kill Me, Kill AD, looking for the kill, as the Wild Growth will secure that, but will almost certainly also secure the death of this Lulu. Just Chicken of War needs to survive here as well. Axe is picked back up, and that's another kill. A Root going down a little Enzo, but he's low, and this is where Olaf likes to be, especially with this Ravenous Hydra triple kill, as the Olaf has suddenly become very strong here, as I think they'll turn their focus onto the Drake, but we'll see what they opt to do here in this one. Very spicy last couple minutes.
My heart, it pains, it hurts. Oh, I gotta say, that was probably the cheekiest support play I've ever seen. Flashing over the enemy jungle to go and kill the enemy AD, burning everything you have in the process to secure it. And then, because you have nothing left, the enemy jungle then picks up a triple kill. So the decision making out of Clark Obsidian is rocky, to say the least, because they did do well fending off the initial dragon take, having the stand united to come down, pick up the kills, but then Shen Troller had to TP back top right away. And then they still tried to take fights. So questionable decision making, but overall both teams had, we'll say, positive aspects in that sequence there, with the Gothic Knights ultimately coming out on top. having the second dragon, and I think this is the first game in the series where one side has actually gotten both dragons and they haven't handshaked it
Yeah.
1-for-1 yet.
Yeah, I think so too. It's been an interesting one for sure, but a nice flank from Chicken of War might mean trouble, but instead the Ragnarok will block out the stun, and Sidon will not get stunned, and Chicken of War will get blown up. Into the ult goes Tranquil Destiny, but he gets some HP back, might survive, but not able to. Lil Enzo gets a double kill. He's now got 6 to his name, and the Rift Herald's going to give him and his mid laner plenty of gold as well. They might knock down this whole mid-tier 1. They've got another wave coming in. This will be first turret. It will fall. That's a lot of gold put into the pockets of NJCU. The 6th going to go in. Curse the Sad Mummy lands onto both. Featherstorm down as well. Neon Sonic taken very low. The 6th about half HP. A TP going to come out now. This one will be from Sidon just to defend his bot lane. Another Q will land, and the Scatter the Weak secures the kill over to Neon Sonic. Another bandage toss will give this one over to Sidon, so he's paid for his efforts and his will to TP, and now it's all looking in favor of NJCU as this gold lead has ballooned to almost 7,000 here at 15 minutes.
Ooh. Okay, generally the rule of thumb is if you're at a 500 gold difference per minute, you're probably going to win the game. If you're at 1,000, you've won the game. And so right now they're close to, if not at that 500 mark, but right now Tranquil Destiny's trying to turn this one around. He has a lot of AoE damage, so the Stain United, I believe, is coming down. There it is. There's the double stun up, and now Sidon is trying to get away, and unfortunately cannot. So that will be 3 kills back in favor of Clark Obsidian. Good cross-map pressure there coming from Shen with Stain United. That does mean that Darius, nearly 10 CS per minute right now, is looking fantastic, is getting top pressure, should be able to get top tower here or just about. And so that gold will balance out once more. So I think Gothic Knights, they are in a position to win this game. And I say it very sincerely, there's no doubting. They're up 2 dragons, up first tower, had the first Rift Herald. Second Rift Herald should be spawning within 30 seconds, give or take. Next dragon, Earth Dragon, I think the 4th soul of this series.
Yeah.
Unironically, which is actually kind of amazing. And they're already primed to work towards as well, having 2 dragons. So Gothic Knights, everything so far seems to be going their way. Their early game jungler in Olaf has 6 kills and 4 assists, has a 700 gold bounty, and is running amok. Nobody's quite able to phase tank him or stall him, especially once that Ragnarok comes out. The only real way to stop an Olaf is with terrain, and no one on the side of Clark Obsidian can create terrain. The best option they have right now is the Shroud coming out of Shen. It may not be Shroud, I forget what it's actually called, but it's the little AoE area where auto attacks won't land against teammates who are standing within the circle. That's their best counter for Olaf right now. And right now, well, Epic Troller, he's being run
He might have
down.
been window shopping there. Does have the taunt over the wall, flashes away from the axe. We'll see if he keeps him alive, but he's running right into the open and welcoming arms of Sidon, and that means another kill for the NJCU mid laner. With this Rift Herald coming down on the top lane as well, and 3 members hitting away at it, they will destroy this base. Tranquil Destiny going to try to make a counterplay here on the other side of the Rift, but the Curse inside Mummy
Great
keep
ult
him alive
there.
for now. Fantastic peel from the 6. They land the root onto Neon Sonic, but it's not nearly enough soon enough. And now Lil Enzo with the Berserk is just going to chase down Chicken of War. It's a 1k shutdown into the hands of the Annie as the bandage toss will land on Tranquil Destiny. Lands a double knockup, gets the Q. Good heal from the Gore Drinker. Still alive. Heal coming down now from Neon Sonic. No more mana left on this Caitlyn, so only has the abilities to auto attack, but great traps placed in advance mean that it's still not enough quite yet. Tranquil Destiny will finally fall to Neon Sonic, and an inhibitor was taken in the top lane as well. They were able to get a 1k shutdown into the pocket of the Clark Obsidian mid laner, but still so far ahead is NJCU as their gold lead only continues to grow here.
Ooh, okay, so they're back up to the 7,000 gold lead. You know, even with 1k shutdown going over to Annie, and at that point, that's just like a consolation prize. It's peanuts at a buffet. You'll take it because you're hungry, you're starving, but it's not the main course that you want to eat if you're Clark Obsidian. You want these neutral objectives, you want towers, you want objectives, and right now you're sitting on a triple goose egg on that front, maybe even a quadra to consider a Rift Herald stat, which isn't shown in the scoreboard up there. Either way, 3 dragons now over to the side of the Gothic Knights. They have complete control of this game, and with an early inhibitor, they do need to accelerate this game state. Otherwise, the top lane will free push into Clark Obsidian, meaning that they can just sit back and collect that gold while denying minions and an XP over. And I'm pretty sure at one point in time there was a flame horizon there for Heimer, who's still up 85 CS on Epic Troller. So Heimer's still feeling strong, just not absurdly fed with kills. And now they're looking on to him once more, even though Tranquil Destiny is there for the backup.
Yeah, Chicken of War also walking here, but a nice stride breaker slows them all, and Heimer, he's already got one, looking for the reset, but gets stunned up. Potential could drop here to Chicken of War with the Ignite, but instead it'll be over to Tranquil Destiny, but Sidon goes on a killing spree, picking up the Annie. The Q will not land, the Wild Growth gives him some more HP, trying to dash back in, the E will expire. So slow is this Kayn. Scout of the Week will not stun up the jungler, but instead they won't find much, but a bit greedy is Sidon. The Ignite going down, but not going to find it just yet. YB taking a ton of damage, honestly, just alone from these minions, and now no more E means trouble as Lil Enzo has showed up, and he is strong. Featherstorm will keep him alive for now. The Shen ult gets broken immediately by this Olaf, and he's already picked up 2. Looking now on to another one. Tranquil Destiny still alive, but instead it'll be 3 into the hands of Lil Enzo. He's looking now on to the Epic Troller. He's still alive for now. It's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill. Looking for Chicken of War. Can't get stunned. One more auto. He cannot find it. Underneath 2 towers, they try to hand over the pentakill in finals to their jungler, but cannot get it. Lil Enzo is only able to pick up 4. But in return, Neon Sonic breaks the entirety of the bot lane. I don't think he'll be able to sneak the inhibitor here, but it will be fairly close. Not able to grab it yet. But such a great play, and that shows the power and the strength of what a fed Olaf can do. A near 2v5 pentakill.
Well, it wasn't quite a pentakill.
Yeah, quadra kill. A near pentakill.
It was a near pentakill. Either way, that quadra kill did not taste like chicken, because chicken was not killed. It was not devoured. And that's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth for Lil Enzo, because he knew he had it. The potential for it was there. Unfortunately, he was diving a double Nexus tower in order to try and secure it. I don't blame him for looking for it. His team was still pushing the bot lane, but that just shows how accelerated the Gothic Knights are in this game for how far ahead they are. They're looking at Baron, and there is no way that Clark Obsidian can contest this. So I think at this point, it's not a matter of if we're going to a game 5, but when.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, NJCU has built themselves a massive lead, and this is the same thing they did in game 2. Their only other win in this series was they got out to a big lead and they really snowballed it. And they've done it this game too. They've picked up these neutrals. They've grabbed so many heralds. They've grabbed these first 3 drakes. They just grabbed the first Baron of the game at 22 minutes. With the inhibitor taken in the top lane and the inhibitor exposed in the bot lane, they're able to push. And really anywhere this Olaf goes, I would say, like, he can't be matched in the 1v1, but I don't even know if he could be matched in like a 3v1 or a 4v1. He's just so incredibly strong on these 3 items. It's going to be such a pain to kill. This Mountain Soul is almost certainly going to go to the hands of NJCU unless there is some sort of massive catastrophe that could occur. But with a near 12k gold lead at the 23-minute mark, it's been a good sign for NJCU as they want to definitely take this one to a game 5 and give themselves the chance to be crowned victors of the Navigators Northeast.
Oh, it feels good to be named champion, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. Now, I know I kind of put the cart before the horse with the when is game 5 happening and not if, but right now, Clark Obsidian, they've showed time and time again that they know how to play from the back foot, that they can potentially stall out this game. However, those were different champs, different comps, and right now they're in a 2v3 situation bot, and they're just getting bursted. They couldn't kill Heimer. Heimer gets the reset here, and Tranquil Destinies try to make something happen with Red Cane. He's staying alive a surprisingly long time, but at the end of the day, he's nothing compared to the Viking, the little Enzo. And now they're crashing on 2 inhibitors, with Caitlyn knocking down the 3rd inhibitor tower as well. And it feels like this is going to be the game-ending push here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine any other way. Little Enzo is still full HP, triple inhib with the Baron. I don't know if there's much else that they can do. He's immediately taken to low HP. The Shadow will keep him alive for now, but the Nexus turrets won't get the benefits of that shield. A couple have fallen, but so much damage on to the Nexus means that this one is done. A wrap, as we are going to a Game 5. Wouldn't have it any other way. NJCU do a fantastic job in Game 4 to give themselves their best chance of securing a finals victory. It was looking good from start to finish. Of course, you can always rely on Heimer to do his job up there in the top lane and snowball and give himself a lead. But this one was Lil Enzo. He popped off, got a quadra kill in their base, secured every objective all over the map. Fantastic performance.
You said it there. Just a fantastic performance from Lil Enzo. He had a quadra kill, nearly a pentakill, and this game was his to dominate. And the best thing about it was that the Gothic Knights played towards the Olaf win condition. They let Heimer play to the side, they let Caitlyn play to the side, but they ultimately played for Olaf. They helped try and secure the early scuttles. They got the early dragons. And Clark Obsidian, ultimately, they misplayed as well. They shouldn't have fed a triple kill over to Olaf by that one dragon play. That was just poor decision making, and it really bit them in the rear and potentially cost them that game. Like, if you had to pinpoint that game down to one play, it probably would have been that. The early triple kill picked up by Enzo allowed him to snowball and take over the game, because nobody else could then touch him or rip through him or kite him out long enough for it to matter. And with that Hydra, you saw the sustain. He was an absolute monster. And as far as I'm aware, and I'm actually going to double check this right now before I get it wrong, is that nearly every single game, the first 3 bans for Clark Obsidian have been the same. It's been Aatrox, Trundle, then either a Yumi, Lux, or Seraphine. So kind of a throwaway 3rd ban, I feel, because those picks aren't the most impactful. I think they need to change it up. They need to get rid of the Darius, maybe even the Olaf right now, because those 2 picks, if they get through again for a Game 5, I think we know who we are going to crown champions.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could spell disaster, but we will have that Game 5 draft and Game 5 itself back here on the NECC stream very, very shortly after a quick break. Do not go anywhere. This one's been exciting.
Together it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She likes the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy. forgot that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm counting days. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I left that you were fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt.
hundreds of miles away. I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC. This is the big one. This is where all the chips come out, all the cards are on the table. It is Game 5 between NJCU and Clark Obsidian. All 4 games have been very, very exciting ones, back and forth, both teams winning one after another. And we finally reached our final game of this series for tonight. It's been an exciting one, and I'm looking forward to Game 5. How about you?
Well, to say I'm excited is a bit of an understatement. Like it's been a long series. It's like the energy's ebbing and flowing, and right now we're not in games. It's a little bit lower. It's a little bit more chill for me because I know this game 5 is going to deliver. If every game in this series has delivered so far, there was no reason to assume that game 5 between these two teams won't deliver as well. Now, the early games, we've seen nothing spectacularly pop off. No level 1 invades that result in 10-man deaths. That would be absolutely insane. But we have seen a near pentakill in the last game by little Enzo. We've seen these big moments. We've seen Heimer get 18 kills on Darius, only for his team to lose while still ahead in gold. So we've seen both these teams pull off some amazing feats, both from a teamwork perspective, from macro, from micro. They've been everywhere. And now it's come to a game 5. And the best part is that both these teams, they are trading wins with one another. It's not just one team running the bracket, getting like 2 wins, then the other team gets 2 wins, and then we get the game 5. No, it's back and forth. It's neck and neck. They were fighting on the rift. They were fighting off the rift. They are at each other's throats. And right now we are getting into the game 5 draft. And remember, this draft is in roll order, not pick order. But the bans, they are still fairly accurate. And finally, Clark Obsidian. They banned something other than the Aatrox in the first 3 bans as well. So they have the Trundle, Olaf, and the Darius. It's almost like they've listened to the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they have. They finally wisened up. Darius has been causing so many problems all throughout this one. They finally get it off the table. So instead, Heimer's going to go for the Camille, another hyper carry top laner, but not nearly as, lane dominant as the Darius is perceived to be. Epic Troller is going to go back to that Shen we saw him play last game. While the Kane once again for Tranquil Destiny. Well, Enzo going to pick up the Sejuani, so definitely a different style of play than the Olaf we saw last game. And Sidon going back to his Lux. We saw him opt for this in game 2 of this series when he made his first initial switch to the middle lane. And he's going back to it now here for game 5. This was picked in response to the Talia. So Talia, the pick for Chicken of War, an interesting pick we haven't seen at all this series, and one that's kind of fallen out of the meta, but I still think it can be very strong.
Talia has always been a strong pick when she's been in meta. I know her rework, which has been a while now, really gave her a lot of power, especially in lane, being able to harvest the rock ground per se, to have that bigger one shot than before. Definitely added a lot of power into her kit. Clark Obsidian still gets the Aatrox ban as well. And these compositions they play similar to how previous compositions played for the team. Tranquil Destiny looked okay on the King, nothing special. Lepic Troller looked solid on the Shen. Also, nothing special, still lost top as well. So Clark Obsidian taking the Caitlyn here. They needed that winning lane. Hopefully they have it, and I do believe they will pair it with a Morgana, and that is a stereotypical winning lane for Clark. So they have that lane to play around. I'm expecting them to play towards it. Otherwise, they're not capitalizing on the game properly as well, because you ideally want to play away from the Shen, so that way Shen can have that cross-match impact, because if you're playing to the Shen, you can't really make good use of his ultimate as well. But for the side of NJCU, the Gothic Knights, their team composition is pretty spot on. You have Kaisa, who can shred tanks, who has mobility. You have Sidon, which already showed up on the Lux in game 2, I believe it was, and had a stellar performance there. The 6th on the Amumu, I got no issues there. The Lenzo on the Sedge, that's even more CC, and that pairs nicely with Sidon, and is also, pretty good synergy with the Camille. You can stack that Permafrost, proc, get that CC across, then just blow them up. And the Camille, I would say, is even more of a hard carry than Darius. Darius is a lane bully. Camille is just a flat out hard carry. Once she gets her true damage procs up and running, she could probably insta-give some of these carries with how fed Heimer's been getting in some of these games. So with these two comps, it is very, very exciting to see how this game will just unfold and develop over it. But I have to ask, since we really haven't done it, who would you predict for Game 5 to win the series and be claimed the champion of this division?
We have somehow managed to stray away from the pure predictions, but I mean, it's a difficult question because, like we've talked about through games 1 through 4, we've had alternating winners. So if you wanted to go on that, you'd say, okay, Clark Obsidian, I think they're going to take the win just because it's been alternating every time. But when I look at these team comps, um, even though I do really like the Caitlyn Morgana bot lane, as long as they can adequately play towards it, and they can really strong side it. And if you get that Caitlyn snowballing, it can be super, super strong. I really love the synergy of the Camille and the Sejuani. Amumu as well. You have the Kai'Sa who can easily follow up on CC post level 6. But if you can get Camille snowballing, she will one-shot pretty much anybody on the enemy team, with the exception of maybe a Shen. But even the true damage is going to hurt a ton to him, even after he's got those items. So I'm going to throw it down now. I'm going to say NJCU is going to take the win here. Our first back-to-back series win for our NECC stream tonight. What about you? You in the same boat, or you gonna differ?
Well, I heard, Obsidian is such a sharp material that it can actually cut between atoms. Like, it's more precise than surgical steel. So there's always that potential that they can make a decisive cut to find their way back into any game, to cut out the competition. But the Gothic Knights, the stereotypical image of a knight is this huge hulking mass in full plate armor. And so far, the Gothic Knights are living up to that image. They've taken their beatings in games 1 and 3. They've dealt out their beatings in 2 and 4. And they're coming into game 5 with momentum. And not just a little momentum, with a lot. When you get a near pentakill, you feel so good. You feel unstoppable. And then you can snowball that with just regular momentum on top of that from playing well, from being hyped. You're in a game 5 of the finals. You've made it to the end. This has to be a stellar moment for both teams, despite the pressure there. And I think right now, if you look at all these factors combined and a composition that they are comfortable on, I feel like Gothic Knights, it's their game to lose. So I'm going to be voting for them to win this one as well. Though, Clark, I hope you can upset them as well.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I'm excited to see who can pick up the win in Game 5. It's been such an exciting series, start to finish. We've had some long ones. We've had some very strung out games, some back and forth ones, and some stomps as well. But regardless, it's very easy to tell these teams are clearly evenly matched. They know what they're doing, and they both want to be the winners of the Navigators Northeast, and they've both got a strong chance to do it. It's just a matter of who can execute with these team comps the best and who can take home the victory here in Game 5. We're heading on to Summoner's Rift now, and I am ready to go. I'm excited to see. This one has been a lot of whoever can get these early neutral objectives. Of the team who is getting these souls, getting these early dragons, has done a great job of securing them consistently and using that to translate into an eventual win. And I think we'll probably see more of the same. Speaking of more of the same, another somewhat of a 5 stack. No level 1 invades. If I was to expect a level 1 invade, I definitely would not in Game 5. I'm not surprised at all. Both these teams do not want to lose the game at level 1. Both playing safe and going for a similar start that they have all game.
Safe starts are generally appreciated in Game 5. You want to eliminate opportunities of volatility that could backfire, and generally invades are one of those situations. Now, it is going to be the Gothic Knights who have the overwhelming level 1 CC, I would say, though a Morg Binding is more than enough time to chain a kill for the side of Clark Obsidian. So, I appreciate both teams choosing the wiser course of action, we'll say. In terms of summoners, ruins, summoner spells even, everything's stereotypical. I'm actually surprised that Kaisa didn't take Cleanse for the Morgana. It's a good, very confident choice, taking heal, but also risky as well, because if you get caught by one binding, that means you will instantly get caught by the trap as well. There's no getting out of it. You have to dodge the first thing in order to stay alive. But the only thing that's going to be interesting to see how it plays out will be the unsealed spell book on Chicken of War with that Talia. Who knows, maybe we might see a Mage Smite come through to secure the Soul Dragon of the game. Possibilities there are not quite endless, but they're definitely up there.
Yeah, definitely plenty of options. There's lots of different ways that both these teams can succeed and grab themselves the Game 5 win. I think one of the picks that is pretty interesting, at least when it comes to how they interact with one another, is the Kaisa into the Talia. When Kaisa uses that Killer Instinct near the Talia, if it's over the E, she will still get stunned. So that's something to definitely keep track of, because if Kaisa gets bursted before she can get her burst off, it makes it very, very difficult to win a team fight if your AD carry is knocked out very early on. But that's more towards later on in this one. Both these junglers, or this is the first time, that they've cleared on opposite sides. So I like this decision making a lot from Tranquil Destiny. You want to clear towards bot side. You want to apply pressure. You need your Caitlyn and Morgana to really bully in this lane. You want them to take 5 plates. And the best way to do that is by pathing top to a bot, but we'll see the opposite on the other side. Lil Enzo going for a 5 camp clear instead of a 6, so he can apply some pressure onto the Epic Troller. Stun will land, and now Lil Enzo coming in as well with a taunt gets him away into the safety of his tower. Does not have to burn the flash. Nice work there from the Epic Troller.
It was a good dash there, timed right as well. So Lil Enzo with the Arctic Assault was a little bit mistimed, misplayed. I think he went in a little bit too early there, but Heimer still putting down the hurt onto the Epic Troller, and already occurring a small CS advantage, and that should accumulate throughout the game. Right now, both junglers, they handshook the scuttles. They each get 1, and right now Chicken of War has to flash out. Good flash out there. Now Tranquil Destiny is looking to get some stacks here, but probably just going to be walking out as well. Does have a camp advantage, so has the CS advantage and XP there. Overall, feeling pretty good, and it's going to get a decent enough reset to be able to get right back to his Krugs and then just hard clear. And the quicker you can clear, the better it is, especially in this modern day preseason jungle. It really is important to hard clear, get your jungle items stacked, get those bonus abilities, benefits you could say, and then just run with it when you hit those power spikes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stacking your pet is definitely one of the more important aspects. As the root will land, Sidon flashing forward, the auto will kill. He gets the first blood. Nice work. The flick will just miss. So Sidon picks up essentially a solo kill. It's technically a solo kill on the scoreboard, but of course, the work of Lil Enzo blowing the flash helps out a ton as well. So nice work from Sidon, and another game where the NJCU mid laner is the first to grab first blood.
And Sidon on Lux is showing again why it was banned out against him for at least 1 game, if not 2. I think it was 2 total. But either way, Sidon on Lux looks pretty comfortable there. Is running the Ghost too, which is a little bit surprising, trying to match the movement coming out of Chicken of War with the rock surfing ability, and the Epic Troll is definitely playing this one close to home, we'll say. But Heimer surprisingly isn't getting a huge advantage like we've normally seen at this point of the game. Usually it's 10, 15 CS. Now it's 3, 4, depending on the wave state.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not able to do as much in regards to CS, but that's kind of to be expected. I mean, with Darius, you have such early lane presence, whereas Camille wants to sit back. She wants, or not necessarily sit back, but she wants to scale. She wants to get to those items. So you're not going to be putting as much pressure on to someone like a Shen, because you really want to make sure that you get your farm and get your item spikes. But a chain CC will mean quite a bit of damage onto the 6. Thankfully, The 90 caliber net hits a minion instead of the Amumu, so he doesn't take too much damage as another bind lands, and one more trap will go down as well. The level up gives him a little bit of HP as one tower shot will land as well as a bandage toss, but the Shen ult coming down means that the 6th is forced to flash. Sidon here as well. The taunt will miss, but now this is a 4v3, make it a 4v4. Little Enzo looking first onto YB. Don't kill me, kill AD is flashed already out as well. Neon Sonic very low. Flash forward comes out from Tranquil Destiny as well. Big bind and a massive final spark, but will not get the kill just yet. The Summoner heal from Chicken of War means that everyone stays alive, but Neon Sonic might not tell the same tale as Don't Kill Me, Kill AD has picked up the enemy Kaisa, but Sidon will drop YB as well. Tranquil Destiny there in the backline, but very low HP. The E going to come out, going to do quite a bit of damage. The stun going down onto the Amumu. E will finally fall, but low mana is Chicken of War, and Sidon not going to find much else. So a ton of action. 4 members in the bot lane at 7 minutes. Means that we get some kills on the board and some more gold in the pocket, but we're not done yet. The ult coming down from Heimer onto La Epic Troller. Don't think he has the damage quite yet, but will force the flash out of the Shen after his TP back to the top lane. So nice burning of the summoner spells means it'll miss out on some XP and some CS as well.
Okay, there's a lot to digest there with just how long that went. Either way, it's a 2 for 2 overall. Neither team really came out on top. Summoners look about even with the amount that was burned that fight as well. And I'm going to say it was Clark Obsidian responding well to that play, because it was the Gothic Knights who had the first move. They had the first shove, the first play, the first collapse. And so being able to respond to that as effectively as they did was great to see. And they lived for so long with so little HP that they really were playing it by the edge of their seats, or whatever analogy you want, you know, the edge of the knife, the edge of the obsidian knife as it bees. And hopefully they can snowball the advantages, because they were looking good. They had Neosonic and the 6th so low. They were comboing them so well. They unfortunately just ran out of mana, so they couldn't keep doing it there, which is when the fight eventually broke out. So this is a strong bot lane for Clark Obsidian, which is good to see. A little Enzo is definitely hovering them, and this Morgana. This should be a dead Morgana.
Yeah, almost certainly. The Black Shield will stop some, but will not stop the stun. The final spark not going to find it, but the Arcane Comet will. Benefit of the Keystone secures another kill for Sidon, his 3rd of the game, and a 300 gold shutdown to his name as well.
And this enables the Gothic Knights to move to Dragon and take it. And I think every game this series, Dragon has been of utmost importance. Now, this isn't an early Dragon by any means, with it being 9 minutes since the game after Herald spawns, but it's still an important Dragon. It's an Ocean Dragon. This early sustain helps so much, especially when you're into a bully matchup, or when you're trying to be impressive. It will always be useful. But that does mean they trade the Rift Herald back over to Clark Obsidian, and that does mean that Clark Obsidian here should be able to balance out the gold when they decide to use it. They have 4 minutes, 10 seconds to use Rift Herald. It should despawn before that, but regardless, they have a window to use it, and they should use it wisely.
Yeah, most definitely. Using the Rift Herald, especially to get the plates, is incredibly valuable. That's how you can secure the most amount of gold possible, and that's really what you're counting on. So we'll see where Tranquil Destiny will decide to drop that here when he goes for it. It will be another Red Cane, thankfully, here in this one. Just much stronger, looked much better. That should be a different variation of Cane. He's going to opt for the Sunfire Rush first, so it might be like a pure tank Cane, potentially a Jack Show for him, just because that's not an item we see people typically rush. At least in the jungle, the Bomby Cinder going to help you clear out a little bit more, assuming that this is actually an Infernal Drake and not a Spectator bug like we've seen for the past few Hextech Drakes. There's still a chance that we have all 5 souls across all 5 games, as the only one we're missing out on has been the Hextech Soul, but the Rift Herald will drop. And not only will it drop, it'll guarantee that all 5 plates will die and take this bot tier 1 first, but Tranquil Destiny will give his life for it. The slide on throws the toss, but will not get it through thanks of the Black Shield. The chains coming out as well from Kill Me Kill AD, but YB has already picked up the 6th. Now looking again, Neon Sonic has picked up YB first, and that's another kill over to Neon Sonics. With a double kill for the Kaisa. You get the tower, but at what cost? 3 members fall of Clark Obsidian.
Exactly. At what cost? And the cost there may have been a little steep. Trading 1 kill over for it, understandable. But regardless, I think Tranquil Destiny had overstepped his position. Clark Obsidian should have cut their losses there, just backed off with 2 of them. They got the tower, they got the local gold, they got everything they needed to, and actually had the gold lead. But then they trade over 900 gold worth of kills. Now Sidon's in a, between a rock and a hard place right now, as that rock wall cuts off the entire mid lane.
Oh, he does get a lot of damage down with the final spark. Don't kill AD has now gone into the stasis. Will survive. The shield comes down, but does not do much. But that'll still bring Shen to him. Levic Troller finds his way here. Now let's become a 4v3. Stun comes down. Sidon's still alive. Don't kill AD is still alive as well. The Black Shield keeping him alive, but the 6th will grab the kill, but will trade in response. Chicken of War grabs that one. Little Enzo now in some trouble at the hands of Tranquil Destiny. He picks up that kill. Looking now for Sidon. No ult, no long range abilities. The smite will not do enough, as I believe Sidon leveled up in the middle of all that as well, keeping him alive, securing his shutdown will not fall.
It seems like neither team wants to back off right now, which is spicy, but it also means it's volatile here, as Neosonic now has to flash underneath the T1 tower because he was getting wailed on by the likes of a Kayn and Caitlyn, who do have that range and dive potential. So fortunately, Kayn does not have the Unbolt Trespass available, so that dive potential is a little bit mitigated, but still nothing you want to toy with. And so when that fight mid lane was all said and done, the goal lead roughly evened up again, and we do see that Heimer is sitting on Divine Sunderer, has hit a great power spike on Camille, and now it's going to be up for this Camille pick to start making an impact, because we have seen the impact coming out of Shen already, TPing to these fights, keeping people alive, and ultimately turning them back in favor of Clark Obsidian. So it comes down to Heimer to make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Camille, we talked about it a little bit before, really relies on these item spikes, and Divine Sunder is absolutely the first one. Does so well, especially into the tanks like Shen, and even the tanky build that we're going to see from Tranquil Destiny, opting for what appears to be the Jack Show now. It's going to be so strong if you're not only doing bonus damage to the higher HP targets, you already have the built-in true damage as well. So almost everybody hitting their first item spikes, at least on the side of NJCU. Still waiting for some for Clark. We're going to see a TP coming down from Heimer. They really want to make sure they secure this Drake. We've seen how important dragon stacking has been throughout this one. The Curse of the Sad Mummy will not find anyone, as a nice time Black Shield keeps YB out of harm's way, but not the same can be said for Don't Kill Me, Kill AD, as he will almost certainly fall. That one goes over to the hands of Camille, the 6th. Now in some trouble as he's been ignited. Tranquil Destiny trying to pick up one, but YB will pick up the kill on the 6th, but Heimer has already picked up double kill, looking now for his 3rd, looking on a chicken of war, and he has found it. We talked about needing to see Heimer be as reliable and do as much work for his team as the Shen, and he just did it. 3 kills to this Camille. We've seen Heimer get fed before. Every other time it's been on Darius. Now it's on Camille. Now it's just a matter of what he's able to do with it.
And that play was enabled by a TP advantage for the side of Heimer, because Le Patroller had recently used TP to get to top lane, which means that Camille was free to TP to the fight. And the fight was a little bit before Stand United was up, so Shen couldn't match it unless he walked down early, which is still not the greatest option, but either way, Heimer shows up big, goes deep, goes undercover there for a bit, picks 3 kills, and to be said, the Gothic Knights, they nearly overstepped. The 6th using the ult on basically no one because the Black Shield is not a good look, is a bit of an overstep. So they do have to be careful with their engages, especially right now when they're potentially out of position, and this will be a dead side on.
Yeah, the flick lands. He's in a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter if the exhaust goes down. He will fall. So a nice play, a nice flick comes out from Chicken of War, giving Clark Obsidian a bit in response after NJCU's big play there at that last Drake fight. But yeah, I mean, you nailed it perfectly. Just doing a great job. A bit of an overstep from the side of them. And another Black Shield blocks the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Heimer trying to find his way in, but the Shen ult will keep Don't Kill Me, Kill AD alive. Honestly, I really just chalk up the use of the Curse of the Sad Mummy on the Black Shield and on the only one target as mostly, I mean, I couldn't say for sure because I'm not in their position, but you got to chalk some of it up to nerves. I mean, this is a really important game. You've worked really hard all semester long to get to this point, and I think some of those things are just making some inputs a little too quickly. But lands another bandage, also be a cleanse coming out from Chicken of War, but the flash will not keep him alive from the Hextech ultimatum. Chicken of War will almost certainly fall. The flick keeps him alive for now, and he lives. Chicken of War lives on 1 HP. Heimer not able to have the damage to find the kill yet, so low health bars on the side of Clark Obsidian, but no gray screens just yet.
But that does give them rift control. They force Chicken of War to recall. They get the shove made as well, so that opens up Rift Herald for them, which means that the next tower should be theirs. Now, Clark Obsidian, we already saw it get first tower gold, so that's a non-issue right now. But with as low HP as the remaining T1 towers for Clark Obsidian, I see a world where the Gothic Knights, they actually hold onto Rift Herald and use it specifically for a T2 tower. If they get a T2 mid, that would be fantastic. If they get it in another lane, that's also fantastic. But either way, the Rift is their proverbial oyster, and they're ready to open it up and get their clutch of pearls.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's lots of options that they can take here with this Rift Herald, and I totally agree. I think knocking down one of these tier 2s should be your ultimate goal. Ideally, you know that Camille is about to get to a point where she's going to be unstoppable in those side lanes, at least not stoppable by just one member. So she'll be able to knock down one of those tier 1s on her own. Don't Kill Me, Don't Kill AD is having a bit of trouble here, nearly gets locked up, but proves to be quick with the inputs there as the Black Shield keeps him away from the CC. But so far in this one, it will be a Mountain Soul here in game number 5. So the only repeat soul of the night, as the Glacial Prison will find Chicken of War, and Chicken of War will find himself in a gray screen vacation as he falls. Too much CC, too much damage coming out from Sidon. He will fall. It won't matter too much for the objective coming up in a minute, as he'll be up in plenty of time, but does give some gold over. Don't Kill Me, Don't Kill AD might be in some trouble this time. The bandage toss finds the stun, and little Enzo picks up the kill on the Clark support. Now Epic Shoulder could be in some trouble. Didn't block too much of the damage, but the Tiamat coming down now, but forced to flash away. The flash will keep him alive.
And you can just see all of these objectives have fallen like dominoes right now for the Gothic Knights. They've picked up every tier 1 tower. They've picked up solo kills. They've set their sights on dragon spawning, which means that they've already moved their vision over towards dragon. They've gone the flash of the Epic Troller right now. There's still important cooldowns on the rest of Clark Obsidian that are down. So it feels like the Gothic Knights are primed for this Earth Dragon take here. And it is an Earth Dragon Soul, which means it's a repeat soul. So unfortunately, we don't go 5 for 5 with Dragon Souls. But, you know, we were still lucky enough to see 4 different souls throughout this series as well. And now it's going to be a pick on the someone here because neither team will give up this dragon freely.
Fine lands and Sidon explodes. Don't Kill Me, Kill AD. This one's quickly become a 5v4. Heimer is going to go on a rampage and pick up another one, and that's another kill over to Neon Sonic as well. He goes on a killing spree. Epic Troller and Tranquil Destiny, the only 2 left alive. Another bandage toss means that Sidon grabs another kill. The E over means that Heimer gets some more damage down, but the Glacial Prison does not catch Tranquil before his flash. So 4-4-0 in favor of NJCU. They're playing so well, so coordinated here in this game, and they're going to get to Soul Point here now, 1 Drake away from the ever important and ever powerful Mountain Soul.
And Mountain Soul on a Sejuani is a godsend. You get stats for your stats for your stats, basically. It just feels good. You become an unkillable mace flinging war rider, and it starts becoming a rough time for Clark Obsidian. They're already on the receiving end of the punishment this game, and that is only furthered by the snowballing objectives that the Gothic Knights are occurring right now. And we do see that the Rift Herald is just forced to be dropped mid here, and they're going to collapse on Chicken of War. Chicken of War flashes out and gets the Black Shield, so should be okay right now.
Yeah.
Good disengage.
Survives for now. The Black Shield comes down, keeping him alive. Don't commit, kill AD is still alive as well. Lands the bind, and that's a shutdown. Handed over to YB as Neon Sonic will pick up the Camille as well. The 6 gets stunned, but not before he lands the Curse of the Sad Mummy as he picks up Chicken of War. They're going to look now onto this Caitlyn. The Glacial Prison finds it, and the Glacial Prison closes the casket. That's another kill handed over to NJCU, and they're going to use this Rift Herald to not only take down this mid-tier 2, but it'll get a hit on this inhibitor turret as well. Sidon's going to keep on chasing Tranquil Destiny as well. Lands the bind, but gets knocked up, and I don't know who wins this 1v1. So much damage from the Lux, but a lot of sustain coming out from Tranquil Destiny, and now the 6 has the bandage toss, and that another bind will land, and that's all she wrote. The final spark is the final thing Tranquil Destiny will see on his screen. And with the pick of the jungler and a 30-second death timer, there's a strong chance that NJCU go for the Baron here, and they're going to start hitting it.
Yeah, they 100% have a Baron window right now. As you mentioned, the pick on the Tranquil Destiny really is what opened up this Baron opportunity. You have supers already starting to crash into the base of Tark Obsidian, and a great final spark opportunity there as well. And now it's the Killer Instinct coming out of Sonic. Should be able to pick up that one with the final auto as well. So they get Baron, get 2 more kills. They're up 15 kills, up 10,000 gold. And with those picks, this could be greedy because they're sitting on a lot of unspent gold right now. But they could be looking to end here within 24 minutes.
I mean,
fastest game of the night.
They've got the wave and the Baron buff. Heimer going to look in first onto the Epic Troller, but not going to find him yet, but he's taking a 1 HP. Finally will drop. Heimer doing so much damage. 1 Nexus Tower still stands. They'll both be alive for now. Don't kill me, they'll kill AD. Will almost drop immediately, and Tranquil Destiny will. This one's nearly over. Last Nexus Tower still stands. It will finally fall. The bind will land. They will be a 4v1. Chicken of War cannot withstand the wrath of NJCU. We have a banger of a series. Goes all 5 games. We go the distance. And NJCU in Game 5 give us our fastest win of the night. Absolutely popping off to secure themselves as the champions of the Navigators Northeast Division.
I wasn't prepared for that. Where did that come from? We had 48-minute games, 38-minute games repeatedly, and then suddenly the Gothic Knights, they're like, oh, okay, we turned on the car now, we found the gas pedal, full steam ahead, and they just obliterated Clark Obsidian there. They finished at 23-35, absolute phenomenal pace, phenomenal control of the objective, and with that win, they prove without a shadow or reason of a doubt why they made it here, why they got to Game 5, and why they are the champions of this division. Just congrats all around to them, especially Heimer, who's been a monster in the top lane every game this series.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely popped off. Everyone deserves their flowers across this series. Everyone had shining moments. We will be going to a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. We've got an interview with one of the players coming up just soon after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone. We just concluded a absolute banger of a series between NJCU and and Clark Obsidian. And here in between me and Cyro is the sixth. The sixth. I talked to you last week after your series win to make it to this point. Now you've gotten here, and it took 5 games, but you got the win, my man. How are you feeling?
I'm ecstatic. A little nervous, a little hungry, a little tired, but we did it.
That's great to hear, man. I know you guys put your heart out there. You know, you drop game 1, but win game 2, drop game 3, bring it back in game 4. The only team in the series to win 2 in a row. Very, very good work. Cyro, I mean, what are your thoughts now that we've got the 6th here with us?
Oh, I guess the one question I really want to ask right now is, what was the atmosphere for you in your facility? You have your team there around you. We could hear their hype and excitement. So what was it playing the finals in person with your team around you? Did you feel the pressure? Was it just laughs all the way? Just how was it like?
There's a lot of anxiety going around. Everybody, I know everybody's tired. There's a couple of people that are hungry, but for the most part, I wasn't anxious because I knew I had my team behind me, figuratively and literally. But for the most part, I was excited. I know the entire team is excited, and we got through it together.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations all around. A fantastic series. I can see your teammates behind you. A well-deserved, well-fought win. Once again, the 6th, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. You've put all this hard work in throughout this entire semester. Congratulations are, of course, in order for all of you. Enjoy your night. Enjoy the win. Celebrate with your teammates. That's all we've got here from the NECC for this series. We've got some more coming up here in just a little while. But Cyro, it was great casting with you. Absolute banger way to end off the year. And yeah, once again, thank you all for watching. And don't go anywhere. We've got another stream or another series soon coming up. Thank you guys once again, and have a good night.
Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic,
you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? The truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying tuned with us. As you can hear, my voice is completely gone because I was screaming about the last match. That last match was absolutely fantastic. 5 games all the way through. And right now, we're getting ready for our second BO5, or at least how many games we can watch as the series has already started. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster RMC. How you doing?
Doing good, Orbital. And we actually already had the first game of this series played off stream. We've got ourselves GCU, Grand Canyon University, facing up against the Long Beach Community College Vikings here, Orbital. And these teams, their backgrounds, their stories could not be more different.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start with GCU. This team is absolutely ridiculous. Haven't dropped a single series all the way through the regular season as well as through playoffs. And right now, even now, you're taking a look, they haven't dropped more than about 2 games over the regular season and playoffs combined.
Yeah, literally just 2 games here, Orbital. That's the only thing they've dropped. And GCU, they're a kind of newer program. They've got a very young team, primarily sophomores here, and they're building for legacy. So this is their first split here in the NECC, and they are absolutely popping off. They are kings of their division. And on the other side, the LBCC Vikings. First of all, we have to note that their community college, their program is not a 4-year program. It's a 2-year program. These guys scrambled to get a team together. Their program just got, or this team just got approved at the beginning of the split. So they scrambled to get everybody together. They had a rough start to the season here. Their regular season, they went 3-5, only 3 wins, came in 7th seed out of their groups into playoffs. But Orbital, they're a scrappy team, and they set small goals for themselves. They told themselves, let's make it to playoffs first. That's first step. Once we get there, then we'll keep going. We'll peak at the right moments. And so far, it's been working for them because here they are in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they've done so much work. Now, taking a look, we are already 1-0. GCU Esports took game number 1. And, I mean, for as much as LBCC Vikings were playing, we got to talk about what happened in game 1 here.
A little bit. So, it was a close game. The Vikings picked a lot of their comfort picks, the Camille or buy in that top lane, that Vi Syndra combination they love between Sunflower and they're there in the bot lane, the Ashe brand combo, a lot of utility, a lot of team fight threat there. But GCU, they just managed to outplay towards the end of the game. Critical fights there. It was really close right up to about that last 10 minutes.
And right now, we are having a little bit of a swap in as well. The main roster for GCU is coming in. So you can see a little bit of different drafting here. The Azir, the Renata Glass, and the Wukong. Don't want to deal with it. On the flip side, they're going to look the GP, Maokai, and Graves, of course. And then immediately the top end lock-ins, we know they are picking in order.
Yeah. So as you kind of referenced there, Orbital, GCU actually played with substitutes in game 1 in the top and support role. So the Urgot now coming in for C Splash, a champion he's very well known for, something he likes to dominate the lane with. And when I see Bai pick up that Camille, it feels like, a battle of comforts in that top side. And I suspect we're actually going to see a little bit of isolation in that top lane here. C Splash doesn't need a lot of jungle attention, and neither does Bai when both of them are on their signature.
Yeah, and you can already go ahead and see the Warwick coming in for Sunflower. And then, of course, the Lilia. Actually, this was played in game number 1. And then the Aurelia and the Vex, so a little bit of skill matchup in the mid. But a Banna on the top side. You can see that the Jax was there, as well as the Zed, and then the follow-up of that ever so lovely Vi and Syndra.
Yeah, so back in game 1, there was Aqua playing in the top lane for GCU. Played an immaculate Jax into that Camille. Already considered a bit of a counter pick. He piloted it to perfection. So Bai doesn't want to risk it again, does ban it. The bot lane is going to be a little bit interesting as well here, Orbital, because last game, we saw that utility pick of Ashe for Hiko. But now with that Caitlyn here, the Vikings are going more for early game power in that bot side. And remember I was saying top side, you can kind of leave it alone a little bit here. I don't know if either top laner wants too much attention. For the Vikings, with the Caitlyn, they do want to call down attention. They do want to make sure they don't just win, but they dominate this bot lane, get that early turret. I want to see all 5 plates down by 14 minutes.
Ooh, that's a question mark right there, RMC. I mean, we're talking about the Caitlyn and Zyra. I understand that. But look how safe we're talking about on the other side, right? If you're going to bully out the likes of a Ezreal and a Morgana, it's going to take a little bit, right? And the fact that Spec in game number 1 had so much presence, that's what really worries me, because even the coach said that Spec is an absolute monster.
Yeah, true. Vic Sento there, GCU's coach. Yeah, she mentioned that Spec often is an impetus for a lot of action, really high skill level player there. And like you mentioned, in game 1, his Lilia certainly took control of the game in the mid game, helped to find some of those critical picks. But the bot lane Orbital, Clyde Tribes did struggle a little bit. Granted, he was with Quantum Force instead of Milky Goat. But that was where they did give up some early kills to the Vikings. And I'm not calling for blood down the bot lane, Orbital. I'm calling for Hiko and Dirt here to just get turret played. Sure, Ezreal's hard to lock down, but that turret ain't moving anywhere.
Nope, not at all. And you know what? I will retract my statement then. I will go ahead and follow up with that fact of taking a look at the Vikings. You know, hey, let's see if they can bully it out. Let's see how long it takes for them to get the plates down and how much is actually being granted over to them, right? Taking a look, you're wondering about, you know, the Rift Herald being used down there, or if you're going to go for the Dragons instead, get that power and then follow all the way through. So many different options for them, but they've had a taste, right? They've had a taste of game number 1, and now they need to figure out how to deal with it in game number 2.
Yeah, and when we look at how these teams like to play here, starting with GCU, they're the champs for a reason, and it's easy to describe them. They are just dominant. Every single lane, they've got carries. All of them pop off here. If there is a lane that does get focused down from time to time, it tends to be the mid lane, where a mid in the mid does get punished, especially when he's on these sort of champions that like to play aggressively. The Irelia being one of them. Last game on the Zed did get targeted quite a bit as well. And in a way, it's kind of not a good matchup into the Vikings, because the Vikings love to play through their mid lane. Sunflower and there often act as a duo over and over. The comfort picks we mentioned, Vi Syndra, it works because it's single target lockdown. You can't do anything. Very few mid laners can do anything with that much CC. Now this game with the Warwick Vex, there's not quite as much CC necessarily as Syndra Vi, but Vex's CC is conditional, and with an Irelia who dashes around all the time, it's going to be so easy to proc those fears. Warwick's Infinite Duress, very similar to that Assault and Battery from Vi there, so I expect to continue to see them focusing down on that mid lane a little bit, and I don't know how I feel about that, because I think it's something they're comfortable doing, but like I called, I want to see that Warwick, I want to see Sunflower abandon mid a little bit more, go down the bot lane, help out Hiko, help out Dirt.
Well, we'll see if they can pull it off. And of course, with the champions lined up here, we are very excited to see here because, again, it is already 1-0 in this best of 5. And for GCU, it's another statement of sorts, right? The game 1 went a little bit wonky. Game 2, come out with stars shining, and then work your way into that game 3. And this is a test for the Vikings. Very excited to see, as you said, waiting to see if that bot lane is going to be the main turning point. And then the top side, you know, just maybe randomly a Camille or an Urgot decides to break out a lane and say, I want some action as well.
Yeah, and for these teams, like you mentioned, their goals are different here in Game 2 Orbital. For GCU, it is a best of 5, so whoever wins, the series isn't over quite yet. But for GCU, considering how strong they've been all season, they do want to close out with a 3-0. I think any loss here in the grand finals to them would, I don't want to say be unacceptable, but certainly not the ideal finish for them here. Whereas for the Vikings, I think they're still testing the waters a little bit. We saw in Game 1, really strong comfort picks. Here in Game 2, we didn't touch too much on the composition they've got, but these aren't necessarily comfort picks for them quite as much. I don't think Caitlyn Zyra is something we see too frequently from them here. But I think it's really strong answers to what they saw in Game 1. They wanted a winning lane that they can play through it in the bot side. You want the Warwick, a lot of CC to come through, and they've got strong team fighting as well compared to GCU sort of more win lane, win game-esque style of play.
So much to think about here. So much to bring to the table. Vikings going to have to watch out for their back. GCU, same thing. Don't make a little bit of a mistake and give the game away. I don't think they will either. I mean, we're leaning into GCU here a little bit. They are absolute beasts, but only the game will tell, so we'll see what they can do. Eyes are open. GCU Esports versus LBCC Vikings. Let's get into it. Game number 2. Of course, I want to see, because I think last time you and I had a little bit of fun watching them. And they did do invades a little bit. They did some cheeky bush stuff there.
Yeah, in Game 1, both teams were actually very proactive with their level 1s, and both kind of went for invades. Didn't really find anything, but it does bode well. And when I see things like Zyra, Morg, Orbital, those are supports that you kind of want to invade with here. If you can get the binding, if you can get those roots down, it could spell action. And if there is a way for the Vikings to try and upset this a little bit, maybe it's looking for that level 1 here, get a kill or 2, and hey, who knows where you go from there.
Might be level 1, might be level 2, might be level 3, might be level 4, I don't know. I gave up because I usually die at like level 2. It's not a fun time for me. The meta's not being nice to me, RMC. I've learned this over the last few days. It's been painful.
We're gonna get to at least level 6 overall. I feel like that's usually when we start seeing kills.
Listen, don't ask me about my match history, okay? Don't ask me about my match history. It's as bad as my voice right now. Oh my lord. Anyway, taking a look.
I've seen it.
Oh, okay. That's I'll see y'all later. Everyone have a good day. That was a roast from a minion that wandered off the wreck. Yeah.
Got lost in by a minion. And unfortunately, Orbital, it doesn't look like we're going to see any level 1 shenanigans here. Both junglers opting to start on that bot side. And I was calling for bot side attention. I thought they want to isolate the top lanes. Nah, both these teams are saying, hey, maybe we give that leg up to that top side first so that when they go into isolation, they can keep snowballing.
Yeah, and there's also been talks about these single hit junglers, right? About the clear speed and how to use the jungle helpers to a better extent. So I'm very interested to see how quickly they are going to be moving up to that top side. But Sea Splash getting nice damage early on the top side.
Very willing to just step up and push in on to buy. And unfortunately for Camille, they're not that strong at level 1. You kind of need a couple of levels first to unlock this skill. And Sea Splash, knowing that, is starting to apply that pressure. And maybe that's why you see Sunflower, kind of skipping camps, rushing towards that top side to cover, try and get this.
You can definitely try, but right now in the mid, a mid is trying to lay down the extra auto attack patterns and is able to trade quite heavily. And remember, a mid's just running a Doran shield, just going to heal that up after a while.
Yeah, and what we have to keep in mind for mid laners is the summoner mismatch here. The fact that they're there is running Ignite. So if you're going to play with fire here and get kind of low, well, there is bringing flame. A mid only has that teleport, so good trades, but you need to make sure you don't die right away.
And as you called it, RMC, just like it was written, it was like it was perfectly done. That's a gank on the top side and a double flash on the top side to secure first blood for LBCC.
Hey man, that's worth. You take that there. Sea Splash gets away, everything is or not. And unfortunately for Spec, Spec is going for that full clear. Was thinking about helping out Sea Splash after he gets a bit more shove. You can kind of sneak into the bush there, but got read by the Vikings. And we said, hey, if there's a chance for the Vikings here, Orbital, it is to a good early game. They've gotten themselves a good start. It kills on Sunflower, and Bai is slow down CS.
And I can hear the slight anger in your voice, so you know it's not the bot lane, it is the top lane. We'll see a C-Splash.
Oh.
C-Splash has some issues. You use the dash, and now you're running away.
Oh.
Sunflower, just like, yeah, I got some time. Is going to get the fear down, is now going to be under tower. He can't finish it off, so C-Splash is allowed to live.
Yeah, but that's a really good call from the Vikings here to revisit that lane. They knew Flash is burnt, DP's down here, and C-Splash can't stick around.
Oh, but you run away from the towers, so Spec has to chase forward as well. It will be that kill, and now Spec in a 1v2. Not sure if you really like this situation, GCU. Wondering what they have to do. Spec is going to wander way back to the lane. It'll be a clean kill. LBCC getting 2 on top.
I really, really like that. They played that immaculately there. No one to go back, re-gank that. And Spec, you can see Spec couldn't do anything here. Spec just goes in, picks up some minions, and Spec's going to be happy. And I think PC will be fine mid-side.
Oh. And look at the aggression coming out as well. A mid, even in the mid, getting a dash on, but in the 1v3 is going to find it. Flashes away. One-way Q is not going to land, so you live. Oh my god, a mid.
Okay, amid absolutely no fear. We saw this with the Zed in game 1 here off stream. Just keeps going in, and the aggression pays off this time. And because he walked back to lane with the ball instead of TPing back in on the first back, Amid can TP right back in right now, does not lose anything. Potential gank into the bot lane here.
Well, it's really not Sunflower, it's actually Spec that visits the bot lane first, and they do get the binding, so free kill for Clyde and Sunflower. A little bit too late, so not much more than a sightseeing visit.
Yeah, Sunflower late on for a change. Mid-side level 16 first by a mid here.
And you are diving this pretty hard. A mid's looking, one more W, and you take it, but I don't think you live through the tower. It was about the statement being made.
True, true. Hey, and here's the thing. If you get the kill first in a 1v1, we jokingly say worth all the time that, oh, maybe it's not actually worth, but you do get the experience for the kill. Whereas there is not going to get the experience. So, it is still a win for a mid, and it's not like a mid blew any sums. He didn't have any sums to blow.
Excuse me. Oh, well, now my voice is even worse, so we'll get through this one. Chug it along. I'm an old season 3 main. I'm getting there.
Ganking mids, or is killing mid so hard, he's going to lose voice somehow.
It gets there, it gets there. Dragon is being started up right now by Sunflower. Looking to lie by a mid as again, taking another tower shot. A mid, no fear, taking that extra damage.
And for Sunflower, as a Warwick, you do have pretty safe dragon. The problem is his lanes are not in position to help him. Pico and Dirt actually didn't manage to get shoved in the bot lane. And you can see there is very aware of how strong a mid is. A mid took advantage of the level 6 advantage to punish and get that kill there. But mid, even without the ultimate, is still shoving, is still getting priority. So Sunflower has to be very careful about starting this dragon up. If he spotted, if he doesn't know where Spec is here, he might end up losing more than just the dragon.
And that's why you're seeing him just kind of hover around, just say, I don't want to deal with this too much. He's kind of waiting for this mid lane. And again, it feels like it's Sunflower and there. It might not be that Sinjavai as you were saying, but it is still a very gank heavy setup here. So Sunflower, though, does not have level 6, still waiting for that ultimate to come through. And mid being level 7 has already out-dueled a 1v2/1v3. Can't really let it happen again.
I'm just imagining they're probably telling Sunflower, like, hey, either gank or go away. You're taking my experience.
Yeah.
they're already behind a little bit. And I'm worried. The Vanguard's edge is almost back up for a mid here. But mid hits level 8, and there is still level 6. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a mid just dive right back in there, trying to force the play. Thankfully, as I say that, their levels up is level 7 now.
Not too much of a worry, but we can see Spec visiting bot, visiting top now, giving a little bit of value over to C-Splash. Ooh, for that lane. Still 0-2, but having a nice CS lead. Just trying to get a bit more here, but Bai is just not allowing any sort of extra poke to go down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, this is going to be a dash forward. One more is going to take it. There says, give me that kill. It's still all about that message.
I love it from mid there, and you're forcing the ignite out of there as well. So it really is quite worth every time you do that. You're getting the additional XP. You're forcing those summoners, and if you're always on the aggressive, there never has a chance to be the one looking for picks of his own, looking for roams there. Topside, Spec has decided to abandon this after waiting a long time. It's Sunflower's turn here. Is level 6 as well. They could look to try and force the splashes and buy splashes.
I mean, they have it so easy, right? You're talking about the gank potential, and C-Splash is just, it's routine at this point, right? It is purely routine. Another kill goes to Sunflower, another assist to buy.
And the last time these two teams met, back in week 2, it wasn't Bai in the top lane. And here, top lane was a lane that we really struggled with. Now that Bai has come in, Bai's been massive for this team. Has been a big source of pressure, split push pressure, and often actually wins out his lane. And we're seeing Bai do that again here. Sure, it's with the help of your jungler. But if Bai is applying all this pressure onto C-Splash, you see eventually Red stem the bleeding. And that will take away that pressure that Milky Goat has been enjoying in this bot lane thus far.
And they've been enjoying so much, and finally we get a response to the 3 deaths on the top side. C-Splash is like, oh my god, you finally took the dragon that's been up there for 4.5 minutes. Thank god. Amid now, though, in the mid lane says, hey, I know who doesn't have flash. I know who we can kill, and it's going to be another stun, root, and burst. Good W, though, to slow things down. Should be a finisher, and this time Amid says, I got you in the 1v1, and now I really got you in the 1v2.
Sunflower did manage to pick up the Herald, so their sacrifice not completely in vain there. And that then raises the question overall, where are you going to drop that Herald? In Champion Select, he had said, alright, so I want to see Hiko and Dirt get some attention, get some push. Look bot, Hiko and Dirt have been shoved in all games. They've not gotten any chip damage on that turret here. So suddenly the question is, do you actually want to drop Herald there? I almost feel like at this point, if you're putting so many resources into Bai topside, maybe you just double down, right? Get Bai further and further ahead. Hiko, Dirt, you're kind of on your own. You didn't give us the lead we needed. Good luck.
I was about to say, that whole game plan that you were coming up with, you know, hey, push the bot lane, hey, get Hiko and Dirt ready to go. Literally nothing came of it, right? It was actually Spec that decided, I'm going to go bot side and get some pressure, and Clyde, Tribes, and Milky Gut are just like, we have no idea what's going on, but we'll take it, right? It is a feels bad moment, and that's one of the things that we as casters definitely kind of scratch our heads at, right? And wonder what kind of goes on here. So very excited for LVCC. They said, we know best, we know what we don't want to play for, so we're going to give it our best shot, and only time will tell if it actually yields results.
Yeah, and time is not exactly in their favor here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Olivia, the Ezreal skilling is very strong.
Oh.
Sneak that one away. Can he get out, though?
Nope, not at all. Hextech Ultimatum gives him a kill, and Sunflower said, this is also a personal message to you.
I like that cut shot from our observer here. The fact that, you know, we see Spec get run down his own jungle. And meanwhile, mid is just trying to dive there again in the mid lane over and over and over again. And it really feels like it summarizes the state of the map. For the Vikings, top, jungle, strong. Top side belongs to you. Anything from mid down, not so much. And mid is really cutting the map in half right here. Mid constantly gets all this pressure. Vi and Sunflower can't transition this pressure down towards the Dragon onto its bot lane.
It's been so difficult, right? And we're seeing it over and over again. So I do love that fact. Oh, good poke again on Durton. Amid just wants even more damage here, but Sunflower doesn't have ult, and they're gonna go for it. Dashes right back in. Good stun and kill. All right, Amid, you got to stop here. You are on your 5th kill and level 11. Sunflower's got to be ready. Sunflower, you don't want this.
It still has flash on, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Offensively or defensively. Sure.
Oh. Amid, you're so mean. Adash, come on, just they're dancing this so hard, and it's that was such a rude way to kill him. Just dancing around, no problems.
On one hand, yes, but on the other hand, what do you want Lilia to do over it all?
True.
That's literally how Lilia kills people, right? You just kite them around here, and Amid and Spec, you know, saying, okay, we see you, Vi and Sunflower. We see that 2v2. Hold my drink. We're going to show you how it's done in that mid lane here. Actually, I have to hold Vi down from that top lane here, and it looks like Vikings really want to brute force, try and transition that strength from that top lane to the other lanes. Unfortunately, mid just died, just back. Bot just had to back off, and Dragon's not up, so Vi really on a sightseeing tour, not going to be able to find anything.
And taking a look with the setups around Dragon, it feels like GCU are leaning more towards that bot side right now, right? As you said, Amid cutting this map in half and granting a lot of favor over towards that bot side. They're going to be happy about claiming this Dragon. This is why we're seeing the Rift Trail dropped in the mid, trying to get a little pressure back. But right now, LBCC trying to lay some wards down, and I'm not sure if they even have the, I want to say have the damage or HP or levels to even try and contest this Dragon.
They're starting to get their mythics here, so in terms of items at least, they're not too far behind. Upside, Vi is up in level, so I think if they can actually get Vi through the Dragon, they can contest it. Problem is, Vi just blew TP. Doesn't have it actually available to get down there, and Vi just walked all the way top. Now Vi shove top is walking down, so maybe?
I mean, it's an early call, right? And C-Splash isn't going to be there either, so at least right now, both top laners aren't going to have it, and Vi is going to be the first one there, but they do catch Vi. Vi is going to be in the Vanguard's edge. They're going to try and go for it. Look at the cut. Look at the drain. A little bit more damage goes down to mid. Is going to get jumped on, and another W to sustain the damage. And you get the kill. You turn it around 1 for 1. Make it another. That's a 2-fer. And you'll take it. Amid saying, you ain't going to do game 1 to me again.
And that answers a lot of our questions here, Orbital. You know, we were questioning, is Vi going to be enough? The answer is no. Mid right now is just so incredibly strong. 1-4-2 here, and that secures Dragon easily for GC. You can see that Clyde and Specs have already gone down there to pick that one up, and the Vikings, it looked like they had an early game plan. It has not been executed. Oh, this dive onto Sunflower. This is just icing on the cake.
So easy, and C-Splash getting some revenge. I do agree, it's icing on the cake. Put a lot of icing on it, right? For the amount of pressure that C-Splash has had, or applied onto C-Splash, it's nice to get a kill back.
True. C-Splash more than happy for that one here. And props to C-Splash as well. I mean, we've seen C-Splash die multiple times here, but let's not forget, each and every single time, it was the product of a gank from Sunflower. So it's effectively a 2v1 situation. And C-Splash is still even in CS. So he's managed to keep up. And yeah, okay, Vi got some gold. But if you're able to hold your lane in the 1v1 still, I think you're perfectly fine. And it freed Spec up to do so much more, get so much more farm, you know, get some pressure where you need to. And, well, when your mid laner is getting kills anyways on his own, as a top laner, you're chilling.
You're big happy. You just don't care, and C-Splash is just like, all right, let's dance, let's have some fun. The Ravenous Hydra already being built, and we're seeing that a lot more as well. It's a lot of fun for a lot of players. It's brutal. The wave clear is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, even with the nerf that actually just came through today here,
yep.
It's still a really good item. Dirt is just running for the hills. Actually, dodges out almost everything there.
You see here even Clyde just sending out those mystic shots, and Z-Splash is just like, give me something. This is going to be a TP in. Sunflower and Bai might have to get away. There's the infinite duress out, and it is full control to GCU for the second Herald of the game.
Yeah, and this was an interesting choice by Vikings here. I was thinking, okay, you've got Bai on that top side. You know, just transition everybody up here, you're good to go. Because the last time for the Dragon, Bai got cut off in transit in the mid lane. But unfortunately, because Hiko was down bot, and because Amid is so far ahead right now, Amid just threatened the turret, took a turret for that matter, and just TP top side. Now, 2v2 this time.
2v2, but Z-Splash has a little bit extra damage here, and again is going to try and sustain through. Couple more auto attacks though is going to lay down. Oh my god, the binding might be enough, and you are going to trade only one. But that's on a different side of the map. It is Milky Goat just waiting to get a little bit extra help, but Spec a little bit too slow, so that will be a clean 2-0 on the top side. Oh,
Gonna keep
Spec
going.
said not so clean. Spec said not so clean, and that'll be the kill. Double kill for Sunflower. True Shot Barrage only tickles them.
So many close calls there, Orbital. If C-Splash had managed to execute the ult, if he got the fear, they could have turned that. If Spec managed to get the sleep a little bit faster, they could have turned that. Clyde, though, is he nicks on the chopping block. It's already 0 for 3. They're there.
Ooh, having to burn the flash. Very, very appropriate by Clyde, but Amid still pushing on the bot side, and very happy about the amount of extra XP you're getting. 167 CS, by the way. Amid is ridiculous.
Yeah, Amid's an absolute beast. But you're seeing, without Amid here, there are cracks in GCU's armor, and the Vikings making good on that. They're gonna keep going here onto Amid. Can they win the 2v1? They lost the last time.
Oh, and you know what? I don't think Amid is going to be able to cut through. That's the way you do it. You shut him down. And the kill again goes to Sunflower. Not sure how happy I am with that, but it's a kill.
Yeah, hey, if you can't win a 2v1, just bring more friends, right? Vikings bring everybody there, and they managed to pull it off. Clyde will manage to get mid lane turret, though. So GCU, despite overextending a little bit, you know, costing them here and there, they are still doing perfectly fine in terms of the macro department. You just have to be a little bit more careful for this next mid lane fight here. Vikings aren't that far in terms of
Oh my gosh. And
another kill.
poor Milky.
Okay.
Milky was not allowed to do anything right there. Just CC
Well,
all day. Just out. That's what it was. Poor Morgana.
That's the life of an Enchanter support right there. Even with the Black Shield, still kind of punched. Fun fact about Milky. Milky listed his fun fact as that lemonade is better than waters. And with the
What?
name like Milky Goat, my question is, where's milk? Why are we talking about lemons? Or, well, lemonade. I guess we found out why, because life is handing him lemons.
Oh, okay, RMC. I like it. I like it. That was good. All right, getting into this, though. Lemons haven't handed the Milky Goat. You are going to have Ignite, though, and get ready for this upcoming Dragon. 40 seconds on it, and already LBCC are trying to lay down a little bit of an array of wards. Very important, as you can see the teleport. Or by getting ready to get some extra information. Oh. Calling it out
Bai's
here,
not
Bai
winning
said,
this.
I'm going to fight this, and I'm not sure if you actually like that one. In goes the Infinite Duress. All right, you're quite happy about it. Oh! Ooh, C-Splash said, gimme a hot sec, and Sunflower said, not today.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. I didn't think Bai was going to win that, but Sunflower was just enough there, and you saw how close it was. Once again, if C-Splash could just get the out off a little second sooner, they could have won that trade. But likewise, overall, it doesn't seem to matter. Sure, GCU are giving up a lot of individual solo kills here, but the map pressure they're putting down. Herald being dropped amid, pushing top side here, and Spec could still look to steal this. Oh no, they're just abandoning it. They're just going straight for mid.
They're not worried about it. It's the first Dragon for them. Milky Goat does get found once again. And, you know, the lemons are starting to hit a little bit too hard, I think. That'll be Milky Goat completely decimated. In goes the Herald in the mid lane, but I don't think it's going to get a charge off. That's a wasted Herald there.
Yeah, Shelly doesn't even get into the ready position, unfortunately, there. And the Vikings, they're striking back here, Orbital. Yes, we can see that the gold is 4k up, but keep in mind the players don't know that. And the Vikings have found that they were down, what, 4 kills earlier? They're now up 3 kills. So that's plus 7 here amid. Nyx on that chop and block here. Misses the Vanguard's edge.
Oh, you expected yourself to be on the other side of that fight. And that's an easy rundown. Easy cleanup by Sunflower once again.
Oh, Orbital, I'm a little bit worried for GCU here. Because now it's got to be on their mind. Like, can they actually win that NECC big team fight here. And we're talking about Ravenous Hydra earlier on C Splash. Let's not forget, when you die, it resets those stacks as well here. And both Mid and C Splash had theirs reset. Yes, it's pretty fast to stack here, but the Vikings, they could look to continue pushing here with that strength. They're not exactly a team fight composition, but when you've been getting those wins, when you've got that Zyra as well, GCU doesn't have an answer to that Zyra necessarily in a team fight. So if the Vikings push, if they can continue to find these picks right now, and if GCU are scared to all in and just hard commit to these fights here, the Vikings have an angle.
They really do, and keeping eyes on how much GCU do want to commit here, I think, as you said, is going to be the big key playmaker. Same thing with Clyde, though. Clyde is still trying to ramp up in items, right? Only 2 items in that pocket, and Amid also going for that Jack show, not going straight damage as we normally see, so a little bit more appropriate in that angle as well. Just a little extra sustainability.
I actually really like the Jack show from the mid here, because you're kind of like, yeah, they're never going to be able to kill me 1v1. Like, I can 1v2 pretty much any duo coming from them here. So if you're going to throw 4 people at me, might as well go Jack show so I can maximize that sort of lifesteal, that damage here to sustain here. So I like the idea from the mid. Now, the question, though, is so what if you have that, right? You still need to be with your team. Amid, the biggest struggle has been that he's been caught alone so many times here.
Yeah, and it's happening again, but this time actually lands the ultimate, and that's where you see a lot of it go down. But ulti gonna land just short. The mid's gonna call the TP out and make sure they get safety, as the rest of the team is doing Baron. I love it.
This is Giga Brain from GCU, and their macro has been on point, right? Like every time we see the pick happen, they're getting something else. And this time, Amid breaks ankles with that teleport as well. They can even turn this fight here.
Oh, and the turnaround, but no real fight is going to be had. Instead, they back away, just say, we got our buff. Go ahead and hang on to it for as much as we can.
Yes, reset, take this slow with the push here. But in the meantime, Vikings going to get their first turn of the game, actually. They're going to push in here and finally get that. And I feel like Hiko, this Caitlyn, really hasn't worked out. 1-2-1 here. Finally gets a turret 23.5 minutes into the game, Orbital. And when I look at the items, just sitting on a Kraken Slayer, you know, you're not ready for a team fight just yet. So even with the strength the Vikings kind of had with all their pickoffs here, I think they're still just going to have to look for picks. They're not going to be looking for these bigger fights just yet.
Ooh. I gotta agree there, but Ahmed says, listen, I gotta pay him back somehow. Burns the flash out of there. Is waiting for a little bit more. 217 on the CS numbers and currently working to their 4th item. Holy crap. That's actually a lot.
Yeah, when you look at who's the next closest there, probably Sunflower, 3 completed items. Yeah, Amid is incredibly accelerated. And GCU, they look like they're setting up for a 1-3-1. I don't really like that. I'd have much preferred a 4-1. I think if the 1-3-1, they've shown they might get caught out a little bit there. And yes, Amid can definitely handle anyone in a 1v1. Or even a 1v2, as we mentioned. T-Splash, I don't know if he can. So if they do go for a 4-1, oh, they're not 4-1. Milky just backed.
Yeah, Milky's just kind of following their way back. I'm just waiting. So they are going for that dragon, just saying, okay, let's go ahead, aim there first. It's the team, though, for LBCC, not really on the right side and getting pushed out of their own jungle here.
Yeah, it feels like GCU a little bit hesitant to come in here. You have Baron buff. You want to be pushing on these structures. Dragon is nice, but this is a Cloud Soul. It's not the most critical soul to pick up immediately. You can take your time a little bit here. They're grouping up.
No, it's Chemtech. It's Chemtech.
Oh, it's Chemtech. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair then. Yeah. Try and contest here. Yeah, that Chemtech bug. I really hope they do fix it in spec.
It's Hextech and Chemtech. It's just like, come on. Gotta look at the map and see what's... Yeah, that's also true. Come on, bro. Oh, man, but it is going to be 3rd Dragon GCU. They are on Soul Point, and happily so.
Yeah, and Chemtech, now that's a soul that you do want to pick up. It's, you know, really good combat stats as well, especially if you're all-inning the way Amid is. And Amid has been playing the Irelia almost like an Olaf with how he's been playing around that low health here, knowing exactly how much damage he can take with that Ravenous Hydra, with the Ruined King. And Chemtech just plays right into that. The lower your health, you know, the stronger you're going to be able to fight. The more damage you do, the less damage you take. So Amid can be very, very happy with that. Me, a little bit less happy. Yeah, Soul's nice. Baron's gone, and they took nothing with it.
Yeah, it's still sitting with only 4 towers, and you're just like, what are they doing here, right? Just kind of waiting it out. And I mean, if you are GCU, it feels like you're stalling, but nobody knows what you're stalling for. And I gotta ask you, RMC, where are they even looking? What are they hoping to accomplish by slowing everything down?
I think GCU realized that they kind of threw in the mid game a little bit with all those picks that they were giving up. And they're just kind of resetting here. They have shown that they're an incredibly strong team. The only lane where they haven't won out so far is in the top lane, C-Splash. And C-Splash, yes, he's down 2 levels. He's still doing perfectly fine. Hasn't really died too much since he's come out of the laning phase here, and is still picking up CS at a pretty decent clip. So GCU are just looking to mental reset, look for that scaling. Clyde is scaling. Mid's already an absolute spec. I think Spec's waiting for that Zhonya's Hourglass, and we saw that in game 1 as well. Once he gets that Zhonya's Hourglass, Spec is a lot more willing to make aggressive plays. So it's still up to the Vikings, I feel like, to try and accelerate this game in here.
Looks like that's what they're going to do right now. An early jump on in C-Splash. I mean, it's the routine once again. You don't, sorry, C-Splash, that you're getting splashed into oblivion. 1-6 right now. Just fodder for LBCC.
Yeah, well, GCU has answered every single death of C-Splash with pressure somewhere else. Mid, can he get topside turret? No, unfortunately not. Everybody's there to back them up. And Sunflower, ooh, this is a bit risky for the moment.
Yep, immediately flashes away and calls out for the ulti. So for the gank that you were trying to make, you were trying your hardest, but Bai is going to jump in. Clyde is going to jump right back out, and now it's a little bit of a fight. 4v5. What are they going to get? True Shot Barrage lanes on so many, and guess who Amid is? Amid is an absolute monster, just jumping forward, staying alive for so much longer, and baits them all out. There, survives by just the skin of their teeth. And it's a 1-for-2. Overall, oh, the roly-poly, not going to land.
Yeah, and we say it's a 1-for-2, but let's not forget C-Splash died in a very separate engage, right? That was a pick onto the bot side. And GCU here, despite kind of losing that kill trade for the most part, they are still going to be able to shove up here and might even be able to get this turret depending on how quickly there can get back into the mid lane.
We're definitely going to try a little bit of an extra there and a little bit of dash forward, a Milky Goat. Once again, just being aggressed on over and over again. Outside of C-Splash, just been the Milky Goat, just like, bruh, just leave me alone, please. They're not going to, though. Bai is going to jump forward. In goes a Hextech Ultimatum, and Bai can easily solo this one out. Good swing, good hit. A little bit of a dodge on the Seedling, and C-Splash too slow. Infinite Duress, or not Infinite Duress, it is going to be the Shadow. Go in, Milky Goat, just trying to get out of Destor, and Sun LBCC looking way stronger here.
Yeah, they recognize that, hey, we are on a bit of a timer. We're still strong, and with Sunflower as well, who, by the way, 9-3-3 on this Warwick, quietly just becoming an absolute beast and putting out a bunch of damage, despite being as tanky as he is with Thornmill, with Frozen Heart. They're recognizing that, hey, we have that burst damage here, and if GCU is scared to pull the trigger, we're willing to do it here. Baron is back on the table here. We're approaching that 30-minute mark, Dragon in a minute, and I think for Vikings, these are fights they want to pick. They've been giving up a lot of these dragons to GCU here, but it's time for them to start making a stand. And they do have to make sure that they keep an eye on Baron as well, because Amid, with that Blade of the Ruined King spec, with Demonic Embrace and Leandries, will burn down a Baron.
So scary to see, but Amid once again getting caught out, and given the benefit here, it is going to be a fear and a knockup and a catch and then some. You're trying your best to stay alive, but you just can't. And that's about the 4th time this has happened amid a massive carry right now. 10 kills for the team. Majority share of the 12 is dead once again.
Yeah, and that's going to signal for Vikings to go do this Baron. It is a risky Baron, but GCU, they're not looking to contest this. Despite the pull that they have here, they're trying to take turrets. They are afraid to walk towards this Baron.
And I think that's the right call. You know, you go ahead, try and get a little extra. Z-Splash trying to aim for that inhibitor tower. Not really going to get it, and you do get one in mid, so consolation here. But if you get this dragon, it's going to be all worth it, and that's really what you were looking for. Aaron is giving LBCC quick recalls, but I feel it's gone. I think it's already done. GCU going to trade Baron for Soul.
TP coming in from Bai here. They're going to try and look to find pickups on the back end.
Oh, and Clyde went the wrong way. I don't think there was a right way to go. You're dead. Sorry about that, buddy. It is going to be death, and Bai is now dominating. The power that was in the early game, GCU having to fall backwards now.
Yeah, and with that Baron buff here, and with Clyde down, Vikings can continue to siege and look for pick opportunities here. They still have that infinite duress. And Caitlyn Vex have a lot of poke. They have a lot of range here. GCU well and truly on the back foot. But if they can tie through the next 2 minutes here, Orbital, Baron is temporary, 3 minutes. Soul is forever.
Well, let's see what they can do here. Remember, GCU did almost nothing with their Baron. LBCC at least getting one in mid. Second tower of the game for them. And the mid's ready for it, you can see. Building into that wit's end, looking for, I want to say Guardian Angel, but, you know, we'll see what's being built there. Eyes are open, though. LBCC just saying, okay, take little gold increments. Because again, the gold has been steady at a 4K deficit this entire time.
Yeah, and props to the Vikings here. They are not making mistakes that GCU can capitalize off of. Early on, yeah, you know, it was kind of a lot of blood shed between the two teams. They're kind of scrapping at it. But since GCU kind of slipped up and gave a couple of kills over, the Vikings have not let up here. They've continued to push the pace of the game, find their picks here, and just not give GCU an opportunity to come back in. And now, even with the soul in GCU's pocket, you can see they're still hesitating. The Vikings are playing very respectfully here, and GCU has to manufacture something of their own. This is not it.
No, not at all. C-Splash once again. It's just consistent death here, and I mean, you can't push further than your own river side, I feel. Like C-Splash, 7 deaths so far.
And one thing to remember is that C-Splash didn't blind pick the Air God. Like, he will blind pick the Air God, but he didn't this game. He knew he was playing into a Camille, into a Warwick. Yeah, the Warwick got picked before the Air God got picked up as well. So he knew exactly what he was playing into and decided, hey, I'm going to play the Air God. And he's now 1-7. Doing a great job keeping up in CS, but that's not enough at this point in the game. He's not having impact in fights. Forget the 7 deaths here. I'm focused more on the fact that he's got 1 kill, 0 assists.
And now Mid is doing somewhat of the same thing, right? We're seeing this over and over again, but the chunks going out. I think the Infinite Duress is going to do enough, though, and then Mid is not able to sustain through another solo kill. Or not solo kill, but a kill when you're alone. It feels like this is constant with GCU now.
It is, and that gold deficit, the fact that it's not growing somehow, Orbital, is mind-boggling here. GCU, they're really good at, you know, finding alternate ways to make up that gold, but how many times can you do this? Death timers are getting longer and longer here, and with the objectives being higher and higher stakes, this is definitely becoming a bit of a problem. And so Vikings, okay, can Vi handle C-Splash 1v1?
Probably. We're seeing it here.
Yep, okay.
I say absolutely. Oh, but are you going to actually get more? Good binding into a follow-up and the kill. The resurrection comes through, but I mean, it should be the finisher. Two-shot barrage doesn't land. You're going to get out because, hey, Sunflower is there. Spec ready to go and get a good wallop. In goes the Lilting Lullaby. Do you get to turn this around? Yes, you do. One more attack takes it. Dark Binding is going to land, and now Sunflower realizing that they're on the wrong side here. We're coming in. Good jump forward. Clyde says, give us a chance. And Mid said, I'm here. Vanguard's Edge grabs everyone, and you are wondering, GCU find their opportunity.
Yeah, just as we were saying, the Vikings haven't made a mistake up to this point here by trying to show that, yes, I can 1v1 C-Splash. Might have just cost them everything. We're talking about long death timers, 30 seconds on the soonest members by and Sunflower to come up from the Vikings here. They will probably not be able to end the game for GCU, but it's going to cost them a lot. Minions walking in here and Dirt trying to hold this alone.
I mean, you could probably get more than just one inhibitor, too. You can see bot lane currently pushing in their favor, so should be plenty of time to actually collect 2 inhibitors here. Huge game-breaking moment here. We were wondering where GCU were, and it feels like that timer has been landed. LBCC Vikings. The Vikings getting cold here, and they lose so much. The entire bot and mid of their base is gone.
Well, if there's anything League of Legends Vikings have taught me, Olaf doesn't scale well, and apparently neither do the Vikings.
Ooh.
They've done incredibly up to this point, but as the GCU fans in chat can tell you, GCU, they do a little bit of throwing, and the fans completely unfazed. They never doubted them, and we're seeing why here. GCU able to turn that fight and the gold lead in their favor a little bit more, the kill lead in their favor a little bit more. The next time, Orbital, you're going to see these teams fight are probably going to be at the objectives. 30 seconds for Baron, 1 minute for Elder here, and despite the fact that GCU won that, it didn't look that convincing, to be honest. By had a turret dove a little bit, got a little bit greedy. On open ground, I know the gold lead stays at 6K in GCU's favor, but my eyes are telling me it's still a coin flip.
I think it is, and taking a look at LBCC, you know, we're wondering, do they get the perfect engage? Because remember, GCU funnel, if they just funnel in and die one at a time, it's going to be a pain in the butt. But if they get a great catch off, the GCU are able to lay down kind of that wombo combo suppression. It's very much an option for them. Waves now pushing against LBCC, and keep in mind, it's 2 inhibitors down, and LBCC can't afford to wait it out. Currently completely routed here. Take a look at where everyone is currently standing. But they are going to catch Clyde Stripes. Clyde Stripes is found out and is going to fall very quickly on. And that might be enough. In the back goes a mid, but take a look. It is going to be a mid clutching out here and follow through with Spec, who says, yeah, you tried to do enough. Another Sun. It's cleaning house for GCU as they take more than their fair share. A mid is on a killing streak, and that is going to be game.
Overall, I'm getting flashback to game 1s. You know, the viewers didn't get to see game 1. Well, you just saw what happened pretty much in game 1, where the Vikings get themselves an early lead. They played the mid game a lot better this time, but GCU, this is why they're champions. They know how to clutch it out. When things are looking dire, no sweat. They're like, okay, guys, 30 minutes, time to end the game. Wrap it up, guys. And they just go in, they find the critical picks. That last fight here, Orbital, we were calling, you know, GCU, can they find a wombo combo? I was looking, what wombo combo do they have? The Vikings found their wombo combo. And it did not matter. GCU, sure, you can argue that their comp might not be as cohesive. They've got very good individual strength, but they know how to do it. In that last fight, they make sure that, hey, as long as 3 or more members are still alive by the end of the fight, they're out. They've used their wombo combo. They got nothing left in the tank. We can clean house.
So good. And GCU are 1 game away from taking the grand finals in 3-0 fashion. LBCC Vikings going to try their best to come back in a reverse sweep manner. Don't go anywhere. NECC will be right back.
Passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. Can't get it right. Hoping you see me from more than just nights. Up all I'm thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper, just sinking. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
And welcome back, everyone. Oh my lord, my voice got even worse. Oh my gosh, because that game was an absolute banger. It was so much fun. Bit chaotic, bit all over the place, but I mean, we saw LBCC almost take that game. Just one mistake. One mistake is all it took.
Yeah, and for GCU, they're probably trying to see if they can end your voice this game as well as the series with a pop-off performance here. And it really does feel like it's on GCU. Even in the last game here, it felt like a lot of it was either GCU's mistakes or GCU's good plays. The Vikings were punishing and capitalizing wherever they could, but at the same time, it always kind of felt like they were half a beat or always responding to the things that GCU were doing.
The only times I think we really saw these teams, LBCC, the Vikings, be able to make a play was if GCU was pushed up, and it still falls right back into play of, yeah, it's GCU dictating the pace, dictating where these situations occur. But you can see there, one of the players, Bai, has had an immaculate time so far on this Camille. So this top lane, I mean, really got to watch out for it, I think.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Hiko's damage as well. Hiko 5.3k on that Caitlyn there. I don't think the Vikings actually got to play the way they wanted to play. I'm not going to argue that it was ineffective what they did, focusing that top side, getting by ahead. Because obviously you can see it did some work, but you got to show some love to that bot side. Hiko has been a consistent secondary carry for this team here. And I feel like, yeah, get by ahead, but then you need to get that love down that bot lane. Now, game 3 here, Orbital. We're into draft, and I'm expecting certain things from Vikings here. I think the Irelia needs to be taken off the table. Amid was massive on that pickup. For better or for worse, he did a lot.
Yeah, that was a single round stomping. It's a shellacking, right? And yes, could call it was a 50-50 multiple times. We're seeing the 1v1s go the way of death all the way through, but a little bit of love thrown Spec's way, giving a ban over to that Lilia. I do think that's appropriate as well, making sure that Spec does not get that comfortability, and then the Camille for buy.
Yeah, I think the Camille is a fair, very, very fair ban. In game 1, we did get to see Aqua absolutely dominate that matchup with a Jax here, but it is C-Splash still coming in for game 3 here, and I'm guessing the Jax maybe not something C-Splash is as comfortable with here, so they've got to remove that champion. They don't have an answer to the Camille. The Vlad pickup is actually kind of interesting because both teams actually play Vladimir quite a bit. They're there, especially in that mid lane, likes to play it for the side of the Vikings, and for GCU, both C-Splash and a mid do play it here. So having that pickup be the first pick, actually, it was the B1 pick, was good for GCU in that they had that flex option all the way to the end.
And taking a look at the characters right now that are being laid out, GCU, it's going back to we can outplay, and I'm not sure if we're gonna enjoy this one. Again, these players are picking in orders, so this was actually the B5 pick on the Zed. I know you had some thoughts about this, I believe.
Yeah, we saw mid play it in game 1. He went 6-6-6. Considering what we saw from a mid last game on the Irelia, I'd say there's a bit of a gap between his Zed and, say, his Irelia. He has played it quite a few times, and he's very aggressive on it, which, for better or for worse, can backfire, which has always been the issue. And my fear is that, we mentioned Sunflower and they're there as a duo, like to play together a lot. And we saw mid get punished repeatedly on the aggressive Zed plays. It felt like every time he tried to out there, Sunflower's just waiting in the wings, and I expect to see something similar here in game.
And of course, that leaves a question mark for the Vikings, if you're going to play around that top mid like you did in game 2. What about bot lane, right? We're seeing the Kai'Sa and the Renata Glass come out. A little bit different style, a little bit more flexibility in how you want to engage it. Definitely not the hard push style that we saw that they wanted to do in game 2.
Yeah, and I feel like game 3, the teams have kind of doubled down a little bit on what they kind of did in game 2 here. For GCU, they've got really good skilling once again here, and they've got that Zed to kind of play aggressive in the early game. Kind of similar to what they did with the Urgot. So instead of the top lane being the early carry, it's the mid lane that's being the early carry, the bridge to get that Vladimir, to get that Aphelios online. So GCU, they're still kind of in the comfort zone, kind of similar to what they did in game 2. Vikings with that Jace in the top side here, with all the changes to items and everything, Jace doesn't fall off as hard as he used to, but he still needs to win out early, and he needs to accelerate the pace of the game. If the game goes very late, you're just not going to match the skilling of a Vladimir here to come through. Kai'Sa, Renata as well, Diana skills really well, but I still think of her as more of a mid-game champion. So it feels like the Vikings are doubling down a little bit on the mid-game, saying that, hey, we know we can get early leads. So we want to close out in the mid game. We don't want to give GCU the opportunity to scale up and get that one big team fight that they keep finding to end the game.
And of course, that draws eyes to that top lane because there were some big question marks that we saw, right? A little bit of an issue with C-Splash having some trouble, about 1-7 by the end of the game. This time around on the Vladimir, a bit safer with that pool. What do you think of this matchup in its entirety? And do we see Sunflower pushing up to that top side as we saw in game 2 as well?
Yeah, I suspect we will see Sunflower go up there just because you need to get that Jace ahead. Like we mentioned earlier, I don't really think of Jace as a counter matchup to that Vladimir. I mean, Vladimir can sustain up so the Jace poke is not quite as strong. Jace, when he all-ins, can be countered by the Sanguine pool. So it still feels like a skill matchup, as most Jace matchups do. If you're the better player, yes, you can accelerate and kind of take over the game, snowball from there. But for C-Splash, what I wanted to keep in mind was, yeah, he died a lot. I think it was like 1-7 at some point with that Ergot. But his CS was never too far behind. And Vladimir is a scaling champion. As long as you can keep your CS up there, that's the most important thing. And if ever, even if you win the early game, if you ever forget about the Vladimir for a little bit, 30-minute rolls round and C-Splash will be coming in with a vengeance here. Even if you're still ahead, even if Bai's still 2 levels up, the rest of your team probably won't be, and they will get wrecked by a Vladimir in a team fight.
Yeah, and then following behind that, the Viego coming out here, because again, the Lilia was banned away in the first round. Little different style, a lot more pick, not as much setup. What do you think of this one as well? Because we could see a bit more aggression out of Spec now, chasing those kills a bit more.
Yeah, that's the keyword right there you mentioned, Orbital. Aggression. The Lilia was not as aggressive. We did see Spec kind of look for some plays, but more than anything else, a lot of defensive plays to come through, a lot of counter engage. Really good for the team, but didn't showcase Spec's hands quite as much here. Viego, on the other hand, I feel much more fits Spec's style as it was described to me. He's a big player to watch. He's a very mechanical player. He's a very aggressive player. And Viego enables all of that, especially when you've got picks like Zed. In the mid lane, you've got a lot of damage, a lot of pop-off potential there. Bot lane, similarly as well. I think Aphelios can have some of the highest damage among AD carries with the right set of guns. And I'm not talking just red-white here. I'm talking, say, Gravitum, Infernum, slowing people down, setting up for that stun for Viego. Infernum, critical hits in team fights, letting you get those resets going. I think Spec, Viego, match made in heaven. The Viego in this composition is even more so here.
Very nice follow-up, very much enjoyable moments, and we get to see if it pans out, right? Big eyes on these junglers and seeing what they can do. So, again, for the Vikings, last chance here. This is the composition that they have laid their hopes on. RMC, what lane or what character are you really hoping to keep eyes on?
A bit of split feelings here, Orbital. I think top side, we need to keep our eyes there because Bai took over the game, took our attention just by brute force last game with that Camille here. And the question is, can you do the same with the Jace? Because it's really what gave the Vikings the chance to win it all in that mid game. But the other one who I think we need to watch a little bit more is the mid lane for the Vikings, specifically there, because I think a lot of their regular season success or their latter half of the regular season and playoff success came from there being able to pop off a little bit more on that Syndra, on that Vladimir here. And we mentioned that Amid, very aggressive on this Zed, sometimes to his own detriment here. So if there was ever a game for there to get that lead, get snowballing the way that the Vikings have been winning, it's here. It's in game 3. It's up against Amid's Zed.
And the fact that you've also been kind of put on that Vex duty, I believe that's 3 games in a row now that we've seen that go on. So a little bit of a question mark there, a little bit of a, is it the right call here? And it's been good so far, but we might want to see a little bit more. So 5-point setup from everyone here. No one really pushing any further than they need to. Or it's decided to go down as well. So everyone very quietly getting to the positions.
So did a quick check here. 2 games of Vex. Game 1 was that Syndra. Yeah. The one that we unfortunately didn't quite get to catch on stream. It was the Syndra Vi combo from there and Sunflower. And it didn't quite work out as well as we'd hoped. Frankly, I actually like the Vex over the Syndra a little bit more. I think it's had its moments here in Game 2, finding those picks, those really long extended engages onto squishy targets. And with GCU's composition, I think it's still a really good option here. There's a lot of squishies. Only the Vlad's gonna kind of get tanky later. And even then, it'll be much later in the game.
It's also very much the pseudo HP setup, right? It's a pseudo tank is what I always call it. It's just a lot of HP kind of bulked up there. You can still cut through. It's not terrible, so we'll see what they can do here. By getting picked up a little bit, just a little extra damage, and of course the laners trying to gather a little bit of an appropriate control over the lane. Most notably though, the junglers have opted to start on opposite sides of the map, contrary to what happened in game 2.
Yeah, both of them opting to start with their red buffs here, and I have mixed feelings again about how I have a lot of mixed feelings in this series here, Orbital, with especially the jungle and the pathing and where they're going here. With Diana is a farming jungler. You want to hit 6 as soon as possible. You kind of want to full clear, but the way Bai is playing here, he's playing so aggressively. He's forcing Sunflower to come up.
And the fact that Splash currently does not have any extra in the back pocket, you're going to have to burn that Ghost early, and that's another thing to think about, right? Ghost teleport is what we're seeing out of this Vladimir. It's a little different than I think we see. I think it's, if you want to go super aggressive, it's the Flash Ghost, right? Just consistent all-in-your-face kind of setup. A little bit more offensive and defensive.
Yeah, and I think I would be very surprised if C-Splash went full aggression, considering what we saw last game here. I think the TP much safer option, so that if you fall behind, you can still rejoin the rest of your team. What I want to highlight instead was the fact that C-Splash still won that trade, despite the fact that Bai kind of all-ined him, went super aggressive with Sunflower in his back pocket. Bai lost that out, and C-Splash doesn't have to go back to base because he is Vladimir. He just sustains right back up into lane here, so yeah, you burn the Ghost, but unless we see a revisit, it doesn't mean anything. And Sunflower, like we were talking about, Diana wants the full clear, isn't going to be back up there anytime soon. Will finish fully clearing, and that will give a couple of minutes space for C-Splash. Next thing you know, he's level 6, and that's when it kind of gets a little bit dicey, especially if Spec goes up there as well.
A lot of eyes being drawn here, as we are going to watch and see, as you said, Sunflower just kind of clearing out the lanes and still a beat behind. One camp behind their respective opponent. Will be trying Sunflower. What are you waiting for?
I think Sunflower's just waiting. Scared because they don't know where Spec is. But if Spec is there, then you're in trouble, right? Viego much stronger in these early trades, and we saw mid kind of roaming down a little bit. So I think they were worried that, hey, they might have vision on us. Spec might be waiting here. It's a good call.
All right. Well, there you go. And now we are going to see a little bit of a push out, but Spec trying to wait and see, but Bai is able to get that combo down and immediately back out. So very nicely done on that top side. Bai was able to now also hold a CS lead, so that is very nice to see as well.
Yeah, so I was just watching that and wondering if they're going to stick around, try and pull that off there. I don't think they actually spotted Spec when he stepped out, so there was an opportunity. Sunflower looking to just, assert dominance a little bit here. Again, I feel like a broken record at this point, but not yet level 6. If he level 6, maybe they look for dive, but not quite yet here. And Sunflower has nothing to farm. Has been so efficient thus far. Yes, a little bit behind Spec, but not by much, and can't do anything else. I'm seeing the straight mid lane. I know, Orbital, you're tense, but there's out of mana.
Yeah, I know. I was seeing that. I was like, a mid's playing with a little bit of fire, because the ignite is down. If you get one more skill off, you could go for a kill, but it's a Zed, right? A mid's fine. A mid's doing okay here. Eyes are open though. Again, these players are all playing it fairly slow and just ensuring that no one makes a massive mistake. Because again, in the early stages of game number 2, we saw LBCC always kind of on the counterattack, but maybe the chance. Spec spotted out by Sunflower. And saying not today. Nope, not a chance. Don't go for it.
Yeah, I think there's actually Spec spotting out Sunflower. I don't think Sunflower knew from start to finish that Spec was in there, so he decided to leave. But neither of them really wanting to fight at this point. That's a bit of a coin toss. And in contrast to game 2, where we saw a lot of early aggression here, like you mentioned, they're slowing it down. We're seeing calls come through for both Bai and Clyde here.
Ooh, and that's going to be Hinemo playing on the top side, just trying to get extra damage, but a big jump in the mid lane means that they're there, knew exactly what was going to happen. The fear shield means that a mid is just dead. Oh, good flash out, and I mean, this is the key, right? There we go. Yeah. That's what I was waiting for. Good kill on the top side. Sunflower. Open to trade it out now. You're fine. The ghost reset. You're perfectly okay.
Yeah, with that phase rush as well. Just keep running. You're good to go. Now, back into the mid lane here, Orbital. First blood went down in the mid lane, and it was they're picking it up. you can take a mid off the Irelia, but you can't take the dive out of a mid. They're still diving in with that Zed. Ate the turret shot almost immediately, so the ult basically did no damage, unfortunately, for a mid there. Definitely not worth it. And here's the thing, Orbital. I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that a mid is going to keep on playing aggressive. He might have died there. He's probably still going to be the first one to pull that trigger in that mid lane.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's a Zed. It's a Zed. Why wouldn't you do that, right? That's what it kind of feels like. If you're a Zed player, anyone that plays Zed is always willing to go on the offensive. If you have a little extra damage, you're going to go for it. Now, are you going to do it without your death mark? Probably not, right? But of course, there is going to have to wait and see. And you can see Sunflower still waiting around this mid lane ever so slightly, right? No extra camps to clear, so kind of holding steady and making sure nothing crazy happens just yet. Ooh. C-Splash really... Oh, that was mean.
Sunflower did sneak in there successfully. Well, actually, sneak in, just kind of ran in there. Not yet level 60. Don't have the CC for this. Let's see a Sangui pull.
I don't think so. It was used right there. He's going to get the slow, and now he's going to heal up. And you do get the trade. That's going to be the tower taking it home. You know what? You'll take it. You'll take the 1-for-1.
Yep. Sangui pull was up, Orbital. He baited it perfectly there, even without that flash. And if I'm Sunflower, I'm going up. I'm going to pick this wave up because you're level 5 and you desperately want that level 6 here. I'm sorry, bye. You don't have TP anyways. Here, I'm helping you reset your wave. And while all this is happening, Spec, knowing that, hey, I can't do anything bot side. My bot lane's pushed up. My mid lane's gone back to base. You know what? I'll just take Dragon for now. It's a nice Dragon to have. Ocean in laning phase always feels good.
I'm amazed it wasn't picked up earlier, right? I kind of feel that's one that you like to have earlier on if it's the first Dragon, just making sure that laning phase is even better, but you didn't really have an opportunity to go for it. So, Spec gathers it up, is going to watch as Clyde and Milky Goat are also just trying to see CS up in the spot side. Went for the coal, so Clyde said, this lane is so boring, I want extra gold. I like it.
Clyde knows his job here. As the affiliates, you're just kind of looking to skill up here. Kai'Sa won't be able to match you in the late game. So, rather than boring and safe, I think Clyde has been looking for trades. We've not had the camera pan down too much, but when we did see Clyde, you know, kind of poking out, making really good use of his gun rotations here. But GCU, their attention has never been about the bot lane in the early game. It's about mid. It's about top. And speaking of top,
yeah, this has been a play in the making here as Bai is going to realize this is not a spot you want to be in. Stun does miss, but everything else hits, and it's just a clean, simple kill they're very much going to enjoy. They're there. And hey, I want a chance as well. Are they going to wait? Yes, they are. It is going to be the catch, but a very nice death mark is going to go into the shadows, and now all the extra damage. Is the death mark going to take it? Yes, you do. Ahmed says, you try to jump me. No, you do not.
Okay, the dive wasn't the cleanest, Orbital. It worked really well. They gelled the aggro well, but they took weird turret shots to start. The secondary play, though, a mid right there. That's a clip. That is a highlight moment right there. They're there going in with that ultimate, and a mid pixel perfect out to avoid the burst damage, turn everything around. And there they even tried to flash back out. Didn't even matter.
Nope. Can't flash away from a death mark. I can say that very much so, as a personal experience has lended itself to me. I've tried one too many times, and it's I get laughed at a lot of the time. It's depressing. But yes, you cannot flash a death mark. It is going to be that kill. A mid is now also up about a wave and now gets control of that mid lane, so that's also a terrifying thing for there as well. You have lost control of this mid lane.
Yeah, it's not just control of mid lane either. It's actually top lane that they've really lost control of here. Because Bai was dove there, they already lost the top laner. There dies as well. Bai comes back to lane and is forced right back out. And you can see Spec just picked up Herald. So if they want, they can potentially just take this top side here. Even if they don't take it on this particular take, they can just reset the dive onto the Bai. And that's the reason why Jace needs to get a hit. He's so squishy when he's behind and against a Viego Zed, like we mentioned before. Hell, even the Vladimir Hemoplague, all these amplifiers right now. Bai's looking kind of like a minion.
Yeah, it's the complete turnaround, right? We were saying, you know, Bai had a fantastic game in game number 2, but the Jace not having that same amount of impact, so really different situation. And it's painful to see, right? All eyes were on that top side. But now Sunflower has even kind of abandoned that top side, aiming for the spot lane. is trying to help push out the lane, get Hiko and Dirt back to a decent recall point. It's a lot of question marks all the way through, with LBCC realizing that maybe their earlier ganks did not pan out the way they wanted.
Yeah, well, for that matter, Sunflower hasn't really ganked up to this point, and we're still kind of waiting for Sunflower's gank here. Right now, level 7 has access to that Moonfall here, and bro, you kind of mentioned that he's abandoning the top side, and I just realized, now I'm looking at the top side, where are you going to gank? Moonfall can be dodged by Sanguine Pool from C-Splash. Amid has already shown that he's got the hands to dodge a Vex ultimate. You can definitely dodge a Moonfall. The animation on that is much, much longer here. So suddenly, maybe you hunt for the Viego, and in a 1v1, I'm not sure you win that.
Oh. Yeah, this is brutal here. Another quick pick as C-Splash is going to get a lot of damage down. Not going to get the kill, but it's enough, right? And as we said, enough to draw Sunflower towards the top side. But I do agree, right? As long as that Sanguine Pool is alive and available, C-Splash has nothing to worry about. So Bai is kind of stuck under the tower here. It is going to be a jump in, though. They're going to try and jump in. C-Splash, though, as you said, dodges out perfectly. And guess who's here? Guess who is here? Amid said, gimme that chance. Is going to use the death mark. Is going to go in. Easy 3 shurikens. It's death. It's over. Amid picks up a second.
There. Coming in.
Oh, well, that was rude. There. Did so much good work. Not going to find any more, though. Doesn't really have the reset, I don't think. Yeah, no reset there. So GCU content with a 1-for-1 up top side.
I'm still trying to think through the ramifications of that topside play here. Bro, I was thinking that you got Bai kind of low. Like, that's really good. But Spec isn't going for that topside play here. Actually opted to go mid-side and take first turret. And will be just in time, too. We're just shy of 14 minutes here where plates were going to drop. And I was trying to weigh, is it better for Spec to go top, try and get the double reset onto onto Bai? But I guess, turrets are always going to be worth more. And you can see there now. Kind of has to worry about being under turret here. Almost did. Oh, Amid! Not again! Not again!
We didn't see that, Amid, I promise. It wasn't like it was on the big screen and everyone saw you shadow clone back into the tower. Totally didn't happen.
Oh, Amid gives and Amid takes away. And Amid's still doing very well. So, you know what? Yes, it happened. We have to acknowledge it. Doesn't make a big difference.
Not really.
Not huge. It's not ideal, but it's not huge. Dragon still going over to GCU here. And Bai has to be careful here.
Milky Goat, you're going to have to flash, buddy. Yep, out you go. And it is going to be a Dragon taken. And now, another Chemtech soul. Jesus. This is a brutal time to be in the jungle.
I'm just going to say I'm really, really glad they changed the map effect of Chemtech. If this was old Chemtech, these games would not be anywhere near as fun. It'd be really bad for the Vikings here. But I actually really like the changes to the plants that they made. And there's some fun interactions you can get here. Speaking of fun, though, Hiko having none of it here.
Yep. Is able to sidestep, so doesn't have to burn the ulti, but did have to burn the flash, which is, in my opinion, infinitely more precious. Amid, though, playing the Zed as you do wish to play Zed.
With absolutely no fear and zero hesitation. Yeah. You know, we talk about Lee Syndrome. I feel like there should be something equivalent for like the way Zeds play. Z-Splash getting ganked by multiple members here. There, and Sunflower both coming up in Spec. Was thinking about counter ganking and then realized, wait, hold up. It's not just one person here. There are two people. We need more backup. Milky, get up here.
I mean, they're going to give it a shot, but again, it's a support and then some, but they are going to go in. A little bit of a pull. He almost like lands on everyone. And a knock-up. Look at the damage it is going to burst through. Spec is going to find it, gets one, looking for another, is going to get the third soul. Look at that. There, takes almost no damage. But the brutalization of the top lane goes the way of GCU.
They ain't done yet. They just keep going, and now Dirt, a new challenger approaches, a new corpse approaches here. Dirt able to at least find one. But
oh my gosh.
You just served yourself up on a silver platter, and while all this was happening, Orbital, Amid wasn't mid. Amid was down bot, doing the exact same thing he was doing IRL, yeah. Split pushing.
4 for 1, 2 towers to your name, and so much extra gold. This gold lead ballooning out now to about 6K. Heavily in favor of GCU. You're enjoying it so much, and again, as you said, Amid looking like a monster. Yep, I saw this one coming. And it still lands the last shuriken. Brutal.
He shadowed in.
Oh my gosh, he did. I'm not even gonna watch that anymore. Amid, I'm so done with you right now, buddy. I'm losing my voice because of you. I hope you know that. My voice is completely gone. Please get the kill. Thank you, Sunflower.
I love that, like, you saw that coming, the dive. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say I saw that coming. The shadow behind the I was literally watching for it. So when he went out, I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, he did it. He did it again. I mean, hey, Worth. Amid's finding a kill every time he does it, at least. So he's not just dying for no reason, besides the first one.
Amid's having a ball, right? Amid is having some of the most fun that I think you can have as a mid laner right now. Just a lot of bruises, a lot of assassins. Really being a bully in this mid lane. And they're there this time around is 3-2-1, a little bit better score, but not perfect, right? A little bit difficult to deal with all of this. And I mean, you're looking at it, right? Still about 700 gold behind your lane opponent.
Yeah, and as much as, you know, we're looking at the fact that Amid's dying a lot, I think he's getting more map pressure than there is right now. You look at the kill participation here, 3 and 1 in terms of kills and assists for both Amid and they're here. And Amid's getting a lot more sort of side lane farm here. So for GCU, their mid laner is indeed winning out, but the big gold difference we're seeing is actually, well, top lane, that we expected, but jungle, Spec 3-0 and 2, up 2,500 gold on Sunflower. And this Diana pickup for Sunflower really hasn't been working out. We're not seeing effective ganks come down. We're not seeing kills. And it feels like Spec is reading Sunflower like a book right now.
It feels very situational, right? When you can go in. I think it goes all the way back to the original point you made. Talking about that Moonfall, that it can only work in certain situations. Right now, you have found one of those situations. Milky Goat is going to get completely annihilated. They're going to call in the TP. And it's going to be a solo kill in the mid lane. So Jace goes down, but guess who comes in? C-Splash making a splash. Huge damage, and the cleanup even more so. Look at them absolutely decimating GCU, getting revenge for their support. It's an ace at 19 minutes.
I really wish we could slow-mo replay that orbital, because that triple kill felt like Spec just popped all three at the same time. The resets we were talking about, the setup here from that Vladimir, from that Aphelios, we got to see it. It's not even 20 minutes yet, Orbital, and they are knocking on that inhibitor base here. LBCC, they will respawn, but can they defend the inhibitor? I don't even think they can.
I don't think they can either, but they're going to take the
Amid
safer
wants
route.
it.
Yeah, Amid wants it, but Dragon is a bit more important right now. And I mean, I don't know if you actually want to take this here. Amid is out. Amid said, we're done. We're good. Dragon, though, third Dragon of the game, will go GCU's way, put them on soul point.
And when they get that soul point as well, bro, Baron potentially on the board as well. GCU, you know, they've been really good about this game here, controlling the pace of the game, and more importantly, controlling vision. LBCC, the Vikings, have kind of been walking to some of these ambushes because they don't have vision. They don't know who's there, and they got themselves surrounded on that bot half of the map. If GCU can mirror that matchup, that vision setup, pardon me, on the top side of the map, we might just see a replay of that when the Vikings try and contest or even get their vision onto that Baron.
Yeah, it's a big question mark there. Sunflower going, buddies, we need to try something here. 3-3-1. Still looking for extra, and Spec just like, yeah, give me a little bit of that ward action. No real extra give though. No real. Well, actually, Sunflower getting a lot of value out of that Scryers.
Yeah, and I would love Herald as well here. Spec holding that till now. Who's going to drop into mid lane just to get some pressure here. And you can see GCU, they've started this up, and the Vikings kind of decide, hey, where do we go? Amid.
Oh my god. Amid's doing some stuff here.
Oh!
Is going to get back, not to a tower this time, and is going to survive. Well done to Amid.
We get to see Amid actually dedicate his full brain CPU to surviving for a change instead of finding kills. Dirt has to flash away.
You can try, but Spec said, give me that chance. It is OP. GCU having all the power in the world to try and finish this game off.
Yeah, I don't know if they can finish it off, but they're going to try. They're going to take this inhibitor for sure now. And while Dirt is critical and has a massive ultimate, which didn't quite accomplish much last time, he is still just a support. The dive through from C-Splash, though.
You said not enough, RMC. I say just enough. It is going to be power all the way through. Another couple grabs, another couple kills. Pico is down once again. Tower is alive for a bit longer.
Okay.
Dirt is going to get auto-attacked into absolute oblivion. It is done. It is over. One more wave to seal the deal. GCU take the series in the championship 3-0.
Clyde and Spec immortal this game. 1-0 and 9 for Clyde. I think it was 8-0, and I couldn't remember the assist. I think it's 5 for Spec right here. Absolutely cracked here, Orbital. And GCU, well, they're champions for a reason. We put them up as the big boss here, and they hold their spot. The Vikings not able to find it. Yep, 8-0 and 5 for Spec there.
Jeez, ridiculous play from everyone. And that game felt a lot more like GCU. So I'm very excited. We are going to go to a quick break. We're going to have to wait and see where GCU, or who GCU, wants to send to come talk to us and give us a little bit of insight at their amazing run here in the Champions Division. Don't go anywhere.
Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know. I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it.
And we are back with a very lovely interview. Spec coming in here, being one of the absolute monsters on the Rift for this series. Again, leading GCU to a 3-0 victory. Spec, how you doing after that win?
We're pretty happy, feeling pretty good. That was a nice third game to cap it off, and feeling good, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are now the champions here in the NECC Challengers Pacific Division here. Now, Spec, your coach told me you're the person to watch out for. You certainly delivered here. And now I'm going to put another tough choice onto you here. First question. Okay. Top laner, C Splashes Vladimir?
Yeah.
Or Aqua's Jax?
Oh, that's a definitely a hard question. I think I'm gonna have to go with the Vladimir for that carry on that last game. That was nice. Just to be able to survive the weak side. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Fair enough. I mean, he did gift you that triple kill around the
that was
dragon
great.
there. That was a C Splash, so paying it forward.
Yep.
Now, I mentioned the first game and third game. Those were the games you guys really popped off on. But the game that we didn't mention, game 2 here, Spec. Now that one felt like got a little bit dicey. So talk us through what happened in game 2.
Just a little bit dicey. We were just having some communication issues and kind of just didn't realize what our identity was and what the enemy team's identity was as a team comp. But kind of once we figured out what that was, it was pretty easy to come back and kind of fix everything up at the end. So not too bad.
Fair enough. So you mentioned it, coming back and figuring it out. So when was the moment it clicked, and what did you guys exactly figure out with your identity? Was it just like, oh, we got carries, guys, just don't die?
Yeah, it was basically just once we died for like the 15th time on the sideline, we realized probably should stop doing that. So then we picked it up and we figured it out. So we were good from there.
Yeah. Well, I hope the discussion was as civil as you made it sound.
Oh
here.
yeah, definitely. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Fair enough there. And yeah, now you guys are NECC champions. So what happens from here? What are you guys looking forward to? Is it just spring NECC repeat?
Yeah, I think we're looking forward to CLOL in the spring, which will be super exciting. But yeah, we're just really happy to have played through this league and now be champions. It's great. It's a great feeling, and want to keep improving and getting better. So yeah.
Of course. I mean, you guys put on a grand show, so thank you so much, Spec, for the interview, and congratulations again on the victory.
Appreciate it.
Of course, that'll be it for us here at the NECC. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to go ice my throat as quickly as possible because I'm dying over here. Random Minicaster has been a blast on here, so if you can, go ahead and follow him and all that fun stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening, and have a very blessed night.
Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on.